All right, everyone. Very warm welcome to day two of the Generative AI Mastermind here at Outskill. I hope all of you are able to hear me well and see me well. Drop in a yes on the chat if my voice is clear, my video is clear for you, and the tech is absolutely fine at your end. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I see a lot of messages saying that the tech is fine on your end and my end as well. In case my video is breaking for anyone or my audio is getting stuck for anyone, please drop off the call and join back in, and it should work out very well for you. And please also use headphones, like I reminded yesterday as well. Use headphones because just like yesterday, today also we are going to be having a lot of demos. When you're using headphones, if you have a bigger screen or if you're on a laptop or a desktop, you're going to be able to see what our mentors are showing you very clearly, and you will also be able to follow it along after the entire mastermind gets over. But are you all excited to get started with day two? Yes, Sonal says, I'm 11-year-old. Sonal, that is great that you're attending the mastermind. Please don't spam on the chat. That will be very nice. And that is something that I would love for you to continue throughout your life as well. Now, as I look at the poll, I see that about 15 to 20% of you, 17 to 20% to be precise, have missed out on day one that happened yesterday. So, shall we all get started with a quick recap of all of the things that we covered yesterday over 8 entire hours? We are going to probably take around 5 to 8 minutes to do a recap of everything that we covered yesterday, and then I will set context for day two and what we are going to be learning over the next 6 to 8 hours that we have here today. Drop in recap on the chat if you want a recap of what we learned yesterday. And everybody who is asking about recordings, you will not be getting the recordings. You will be getting session resources. We have already shared yesterday's resources. I will drop them in once again. And everybody who is asking about a certificate, I will speak about the certificate towards the end of the day today, because the certificate will only be given to those people who have completed the whole mastermind. Love it. The roadmap as well, Chandanu, will come to you end of today as we get there. Perfect. Quickly pausing the chat, so that we can all get into the recap. And at this point of time, I want everybody to grab your notebooks. I want everybody to grab your pen as well, even if you have not attended yesterday. Take down few notes from the recap that I'm going to be sharing so that you get a sense of what are the things that we covered yesterday. And for people who attended yesterday completely, this recap is going to be acting like a refresher. A lot of people went ahead and made posts on LinkedIn. I was very happy to see them yesterday. Many people also took pictures of their notebooks and they posted it. So I love the way all of you are learning generative AI over this weekend. But we got started with the mastermind yesterday by truly understanding how AI is transforming the way we work. And we saw that irrespective of who we are as of today, we could be entrepreneurs, we could be working professionals with N number of years of experience, or we could be hustlers as well. We all need to become good at AI orchestration, as Vaibhav mentioned yesterday. I'm going to turn the reactions off so that it does not disturb anybody. Give me a second and I will go ahead and do that. There you go. Perfect. And I'll put this right here for myself. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Like I was saying, we got started yesterday by truly understanding that irrespective of who we are as of today, we really need to become great at AI orchestration, as Vaibhav mentioned. And at Outskill, we have been calling people who can orchestrate multiple AI tools and models really well as AI generalists. And when you become an AI generalist, you should not just be thinking of solving problems in your own domain. You should be thinking of solving problems across multiple different domains. And this is what will help you win in the AI first world. Like we mentioned yesterday, beyond of using the tools using the frameworks and the workflows and the LLMs, it is important for everybody to have this fundamental mindset shift, because with AI, you are expected to do way more than what you have been doing until today. And that is why you always need to think about how you can use AI in domains that you don't have a specialization in. You could be a software developer as of today, but let's say you launch your own product into the market. You can also be your own marketer. You can also be your own designer. You can also be your own data analyst by using AI. And we showed a lot of examples of that yesterday, right from using tools to building AI bots. I'm going to do a recap of all of that as well. But the gear, of course, is going to be switching today, and I will explain how that is going to happen as well. But once we understood how our mindset needs to completely shift with AI, we started getting into platforms. And the first platform that we looked at yesterday was called Open Router. And it broke this myth for everybody that there are only a few AI models that we can use as of today. When you go to this platform called Open Router, you will be able to find more than 600 plus AI models available across text generation, image generation, video generation, data analysis, math skills, and all of that, right? You have more than 600 plus AI models that are available today. And then you use a tool like GetMulti to be able to go ahead and use all of these AI models, because many of these don't have direct interfaces like a ChatGPT does or a Claude does, or an Anthropic has Claude as an interface, because of which we are able to go ahead and use AI models like Opus 4.8, Opus 4.7, Sonnet 4.6, or Haiku, etc., like we showed you yesterday, right? But there are many open source models that are free for usage as well, that you cannot directly use. And hence, you plug it into a tool like GetMulti, and then you can go ahead and use them. Of course, Vaibhav in the second half also showed LM Studio. He also showed how you can run some of these models locally, but that is the learning curve that everybody has to take as well to be able to do such things. And then as we got started yesterday, we learned how AI models foundationally work. Text generation models, how do they work? When you are going ahead and giving a prompt, when you are going ahead and querying an AI model, the prompt that you are giving is broken down into something called as tokens, because computers cannot directly understand English. They understand binary language, and through tokenization and embedding, whatever we are going ahead and providing in terms of a prompt is converted into numerical vectors that have certain meaning attached to them. And then the model gives special attention to certain parts of the sentence, or the binary language that it will be seeing for itself. And that is how it predicts the next best response in the entire sentence. And then it spins that out for you. Now, this is something that we taught everyone on a high level. People who missed out, you can take a screenshot of it and you can go deeper into this using the resources that we have shared, and also using the internet and ChatGPT, of course. But go as deep as required, right? The idea here is not to make you a techie. The idea here is to provide you with enough information so that tomorrow, when you have to go ahead and probably give a talk around AI, you know what you're talking about and what you're dealing with as well. Even when you are solving problems and building solutions with AI, you need to know the backend architecture of what is happening. Now, to make best use of these AI models, we saw and learned that prompting is a key skill. And by the way, prompting is eventually evolving into something called as context engineering. And that is what you will learn when you go deeper into level one, like Webber mentioned yesterday. But we taught everyone a magic prompt formula yesterday to get started with. And then eventually, as the day progressed, we built on top of the magic prompt formula as well, using something called as the markdown prompting structure. I will talk about the markdown prompting structure, but again, give me a thumbs up if you have taken a screenshot of the magic prompt formula. This is a beautiful starting point for everybody in terms of using AI. And as you use this prompting structure, wherein you have a role, a task, an instruction, and data backing your entire prompt, or it could be examples and non-examples of what you would like AI to give you as a result. If you're adding that, your outputs will be much better than what you're already getting. Loving these thumbs ups. And then we went into building our own generative AI toolkit. And when we went about building our own generative AI toolkit, we saw a bunch of tools for different use cases. It started with Flow by this company called Whisper. Again, people who missed out yesterday completely, you are going to be receiving the resource document as well. Just wait until the lunch break and I will share it with you. The resource document has links of all of these tools and their use cases and descriptions written down very, very clearly. So don't worry about noting down the names of all of these tools that I'm speaking, but try and use these tools after the entire mastermind gets over. I'm just quickly running you through all of these things so that you come to the same page before we get started with today's learning. So Flow by Whisper is something that we saw yesterday. We are going to be using this today as well. It converts our voice to text so that we don't have to type prompts anymore. There's a hotkey. Whenever I want to speak, I can click on that hotkey and it starts capturing my voice. And one common question that people had yesterday, which I tried to explain also, was why to use Whisper Flow when you have the dictate option inside of ChatGPT or inside of Claude? Well, it's a preference, end of day. Flow is a tool that works across your entire system because you're installing it as an application in your system. So if you're using WhatsApp, if you're using Slack or Microsoft Teams or a Word document, anything, anywhere, you can go ahead and use Flow. Whereas the dictate option is only available inside of ChatGPT, inside of Claude, a bunch of these tools and a bunch of vibe coding products as well that you're going to be seeing today, but it is not there everywhere. And when you get habituated to that, that is when Flow becomes very, very useful. Of course, there are a lot of other open source tools as well that are available that do the same today, which is voice to or speech to text translation. And then we went ahead and saw Gemini. We eventually also used Gemini to build Gemini Gems, which people absolutely loved. We learned Claude yesterday and many use cases of Claude, but after yesterday's session happened, a lot of people reached out to us over email asking for a deeper session or a deeper workflow using Claude itself. So today we are going to be including that as well. We will be teaching you a little more about how you can, use Claude in the best possible way. There are projects, there are skills. We couldn't get into all of them in detail yesterday, but today we will try to cover that because a lot of people asked for it. Drop in a heart if you're excited to get that deep dive into Claude as well, and we will probably take one or two use cases and show this to you because it's not beyond of that. I'm guessing many of you might have started using Claude lately, because of which we got those requests, and we will try to show you what you can really do on Claude and some of the best practices as well. We also saw fireflies.ai and how these meeting note takers, AI meeting note takers today can attend meetings on behalf of us, and we could go ahead and use them to get recap of all of the meetings that we are attending. And you also saw how fireflies.ai was connected to an application that Webhub had built for himself. How he had connected Fireflies using its API. You're going to be learning more about APIs today as well as we get into product building. But using the API, Fireflies was connected to Webhub's executive assistant, and that is something that we all at Outskill have as of today as well. The executive assistant Jerry, if you remember and if you liked it, drop in a heart. In the future, all of us should ideally have multiple executive assistants for ourselves, right? Doing multiple different things. We can have as many executive assistants as we may want as of today. And tools like fireflies.ai or otter.ai, etc., give you their API keys, because of which you can use that tool and connect it to any other product that you're building for yourself as well. We also saw Fort AI, which is incredible when it comes to product photo shoots. We saw Super Grow, a tool that people can use or start using if you want to build content on LinkedIn. And it's not an if. Everybody today should have an active presence on LinkedIn and also on X. It's become a part of the process, and Super Grow is a tool that can help you along the way. We saw Perplexity and its capabilities of doing deep research. We also saw that deep research is available inside of Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, and all of these LLM models, right? And one common question that came in on the chat yesterday when we were showing deep research is, how can we really trust all of the all of the answers or responses that AI is giving? And that is what we address. But I'm repeating that for the people who missed out as well, that whenever you do deep research, you also get citations in the responses. And because of that, you can go ahead and manually check whether the data that the AI models are pulling out while doing research is accurate or not. And then we saw Happenstance, the incredible tool that allows you to grow your network. We saw Numerous.ai, and we also saw Suno, with which you can generate a ton of music as per your wish today. And then Vaibhav came in and he took it a notch up. He said, why should we just use the tools that are available? Why not build our own tools? And that is when we went deeper into ChatGPT and explored custom GPTs. We saw how we could build a custom GPT entirely, and we saw how the prompt or the instruction inside of the custom GPT is the most important. And of course, you could build a custom GPT inside of Gemini and they call it Gemini Gems. You could do the same inside of Claude. They call it Claude Projects. You could do the same inside of Perplexity. They call it Perplexity Spaces. But in all of this, the instructions is what we focused on. And that is when we learned the markdown prompting structure, wherein it is similar to the magic prompt formula, but with hashtags, stars, and everything around it, as you can see on the screen. Take a screenshot of it. And for those of you who missed out yesterday, if you are wondering why or what do these hashtags and stars mean, why does this look technical? It's absolutely not. It's a way to let the AI models know which part of the text that you're putting out, which part of the prompt that they should focus on. Because in this world, you can't really bold things or put them in italics and all of that. You can't change the size of things in instructions when you go ahead and write them. And that's why when you use the markdown prompting structure, AI models have the ability to understand which parts of the prompts should they be paying more attention to. And then Weber went ahead and showed you all of the 5 different levels and showed you the outcomes that you can have with each of these levels. People who missed out on this part of the session yesterday, I will do a recap of this towards the lunch break, because that is when we will also go ahead and give you the roadmap. And the roadmap that we will be giving you will have deep dives of all of these levels. But people who missed yesterday, consider that these are the 5 different levels that you and everybody needs to go deep into. This will help you work like an AI orchestrator or an AI generalist. We are going to be providing you a resource document that will help you go into the depth of each of these levels. And yesterday, we saw most parts of level 1 and level 2, and we also saw level 4. And of course, you saw the outcomes that you can get by going deep into each of these levels. But today, the focus is going to be on level 5 and also on level 3 after the lunch break. We're going to be learning how we can build products without writing a single line of code. And then we're going to be learning how we can generate movies or probably ads, all of it with AI. If you're excited, Drop in excited on the chat, excited for day two. That is what I would like to see. How many of you are with me for day two? How many of you have the excitement levels up? Perfect. And do not worry about the resources that we shared yesterday. I will share them once again. But for the next 2.5 to 3 hours, we have Dilip coming in to spend time with us. Dilip is going to be doing a deep dive of Claude, helping us understand how these AI models can be used in a much better way as entrepreneurs and working professionals. He's also going to be teaching us how we can make AI write code for us and how we can build products using that technology. Dilip heads generative AI education at Outskill today and has been teaching tens and thousands of people how they could adopt generative AI. And I'm super excited to have him right here with us. Keep that excitement on the chat and please don't spam. But let me quickly check if Dilip has the access. Yes. Dilip, I hope you are able to hear me. Give me a second. I will have to make you the co-host. Yes. Hi, Dilip. I hope you can hear
Oh,
me.
yes, absolutely.
I will put the
Hmm.
spotlight on you as well. Perfect. Yes, the chat is rolling, Dilip. I think we can get started.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, all. Okay, let's get started. Give me a second.
Spandana, the AI bottling that we built yesterday, we are going to be updating that with today's transcripts as well. And by tomorrow, you will have access to it. Everybody will be receiving it over email. We can't share that today right away because day two sessions are also going on and we need the transcripts of these sessions. Over to you,
Right.
Dilip.
All right. So, folks, let's get started. Right. We will, get to the session, and let me kind of turn off the chat, right, so that there is no distraction. So I'll keep turning the chat on and off, right, so that there is absolutely no distraction, and I'll keep engaging with you overall. So don't worry about it. So what is going to be today's session? In today's session, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go very deep into Claude. So expect half of the session to be going deeper into Claude, its use cases, what are the features, how you should use it, how you should not use it. And then I will go deep into building a website and building a web app eventually as we come towards the end. So expect the session to be around 2.5 hours-ish, maybe a 30 minutes here and there, basis, how much time Claude takes overall. And we will cover multiple things as we move along. All right. So let's get started uh, with this. So some expectation setting. I will cover a good amount of Claude, but don't expect that I will go super deep into each and everything because that is not possible in the limited time. What I'll do is I will try to give you an overview. I will go breadthwise. I will try to explore all the possible features, but in depth, I will not be able to do. I will talk about how I'll wipe code a website. I will talk about how I'll wipe code a web app. And here I will use Claude as my thinking engine and a supporting engine. I would use other tools so that you can see how we can build those various tools with the support of the intelligence provided by Claude. Okay, so are we clear, everybody? Is the expectation clearly set? So you will get notes of this workshop. You will not get the slides of the workshop or anything like that. So I hope the expectation is clear. Can we get started? Is the expectation clear what we are going to cover? What is the depth we are going to cover? And what is it that we are going to do in this session? All right, let's get started. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we are going to go deep into Claude, right? So a lot of you have heard of Claude, maybe you have tried it, etc. And this session, we are going to go into the various basics of Claude in detail and also talk about how you can build stuff with Claude and use Claude as a great vibe coding assistant through and through. So, folks, how many of you have used Claude before? Type yes if you have used it. Type no if you have not used Claude before. How many of you have used Claude before? Yes, no, yes, no. I see from the chat. Okay, I see like a mix of 60% to 70% have already tried Claude. The rest of you have not tried Claude. Okay, so no worries. I have made this session such a way that people who not tried Claude will also get the benefit. People who tried Claude will also understand what is happening. Okay, so what you will walk out with in the first part of the presentation, we will do a Claude deep dive where 90% of your Claude usage will improve basis the deep dive we are going to do on Claude. Then we'll try to build a website live, and we are also going to build a web application live overall. Okay, I will keep sprinkling in some tips of how to use Claude very well. So that will be throughout the presentation. So by the end of the next 2 to 3 hours, you should be able to understand the Claude's 4 modes and the 3 models. You should be able to pick the right one for every task. You should be able to understand things like projects, memory, a little bit of style and the skills. And you should also be able to, to build vibe coding workflows with Claude. That is what we're going to do in the next 2 to 3 hours. So why Claude? Okay. Now, usually when this question comes up, people say, kind of very defensive, saying that, hey, why are you using Claude? Is Claude better? Is that better? Is this better, etc. So what I want to do is I want to provide a very honest take and not a fanatic take. What do you mean by fanatic take? Fanatic take means I love Claude irrespective of how they are. I kind of adore Claude. I will only advocate Claude. That is not the position I am taking. What I am telling is, I am going to tell you exactly what Claude is good for. You can test it out and then you can pick up whichever use cases you want. So, this is going to be an unbiased session wherein we are not going to be very fanatic and advocate Claude overall, but it is just an informative session so that people who have been seeing or hearing a lot of hype on Claude, you will understand exactly what is happening beyond it, and you will be able to take an informed decision whether you really need to switch to Claude or you are happy with the tools that you have been using. Okay, so this is a quick comparison of the big three. Okay, this is an honest, unbiased take over the usage that I have seen across the board, plus the usage that I have kept seeing myself across and talking to multiple people. If you don't know what to use, you have no idea, you are the very first user of AI and you want to get started, my recommendation would be start with ChatGPT. Okay, that is the best ecosystem. It is very good for casual use, right? And its free plan is pretty decent. The free plan of ChatGPT is pretty decent. So, explorers who are just getting your feet dirty into AI, you should start off with ChatGPT. Then, if you have a deep Google integration, what I mean is you work a lot with Google, you work on Gmail, you work on slides, you work with YouTube a lot, like you consume a lot of information from YouTube, then Gemini makes much more sense because Gemini is Google's family. They're already trained, already indexed on all that information. So Gemini is very good if you have got a deep Google integration. Now, Claude, where Claude comes into the picture? Claude comes into the picture when you are doing the writing, when you are doing reasoning, when you are doing coding or any kind of agentic work. By agentic work, I mean that you have a sequence of tasks that you need to do to accomplish a goal. If you are able to define them properly, step by step, that agentic work, Claude, will be better. But I have to tell you that ChatGPT has made quite some strides in agentic work and they have caught up in a way to Claude. And Gemini has recently released Gemini Spark, which is not yet out in the public, which again tries to bridge the gap on this. So if Gemini Spark becomes live for everybody, and of course we'll have to see how it works, then it would also catch up on agentic work. So quick summary, ChatGPT, very good for complete, casual usage, like daily usage, you are just casually searching something, asking questions, getting answers, ChatGPT is decent. Then if you have a deep Google integration and you're working with YouTube, you want to do some YouTube intelligence, etc., Gemini makes more sense. And if you were a writer, maybe working on marketing, you are doing reasoning work a lot, you are doing coding work a lot, and agentic work, then Claude makes much more sense. All right. So before I move on, just a quick check. Everybody understanding clearly so far? You are able to follow my pace. You are understanding what all we are covering? Yes. Okay. Awesome. Let's move ahead. Okay. So now that we are able to, understand this, where you have everything, when should you actually reach for Claude? Okay. These are the 5 things that I would recommend. Number one, you want writing that sounds like a human. Compared to every model, the Claude model's writing output is as close to a human as it gets. And if you are providing the prompt and tweaking it better, it will go even more solid in terms of writing. In yesterday's session, when you worked, when you saw what Vaibhav had done, right? This is exactly what he has done, which is writing like a person. And that kind of a prompt, along with Claude, produces much more benefits, and the writing sounds absolutely like a human. When you want long, careful reasoning, there is a lot of context you want to provide. You want to do coding at any different level. You want multi-step work, and I'll demonstrate what multi-step work means. And anything that you would like to give to a smart junior overall, all of that, you could reach out for Claude, and Claude would, ensure that we are able to kind of get there. Okay, so now we will get into the 4 different modes of Claude. Okay, there are 4 modes of Claude that everybody needs to understand, and this is the important mental model if you want to get the most out of Claude. The first mode is the chat mode. Okay, once I finish the modes, I will also open up the Claude app and show you what those modes are. The first mode is the chat mode, where you are asking questions and getting the quick answers, and you don't have any local folder access there, don't expect any agents access there, etc. It is the baseline Claude experience, and this is available on the free mode also. And there are multiple pricing modes which I'll come to a little later, but chat is the basic mode wherein you have got the basic chat experience. After you have the basic mode, you have the cowork, which is a workflow engine where you have got the plans and the tasks which run in the background. So this is the agentic experience. Claude chat is, I have a question, I want to find an answer. Cowork is, I have a task, I want to get it done. Okay, one is a doer of task and one is just an answerer of questions. That is what you need to understand. Cowork is only available on the paid plan. So what it does is, once you give a particular objective, it will break it up into tasks, run it in the background, try to introduce a lot of parallel sub-agents, and then reads and writes files in a sandbox, and it's a working partner and not like a chatbot. That is what Cowork does. Then you have design, which is a design partner, wherein it will help you create some beautiful designs with the design components, layouts, etc. And it kind of helps you in building a idea into a visual structure. In fact, the slides that you see, I have built these slides on Claude Design itself. Okay, so Claude Design helps you in terms of visual part of everything. If you want to design an application, you want to design something, you can design those with Claude Design. And in today's session, I will demonstrate how you could use Claude Design in multiple ways. Then code is a development partner, which is meant for developers. I will not go into Claude code in this session because it is more developer friendly, but a lot of capabilities of Claude code is already absorbed into Cowork. So it is present in the Pro and Max plans. So chat is present on the free plan, but if you want to go with design, if you want to go with Cowork, or if you want to go with Claude code, you will have to go for the paid plans. And as I mentioned, some people say you are all talking about paid tools. What about free tools? You won't have that much budget, etc. But let me tell you, the cost of AI has become very, very prohibitive. So a lot of companies are now only providing their features in the paid plans only. The era of getting free things on AI is almost to an end. On free, you can do casual work, but if you want to get real work done, you have to put the money, but the ROI is going to be very, very good. Okay, so if you want to kind of understand, and you can take a screenshot of this, chat is conversation, co-work is workflow, design is interface, and code is code base. Chat means you are trying to have a conversation and you are trying to understand what is kind of the questions that you want to get answered. Co-work is a workflow. You want to get something done. You put it in co-work, which will do the work for you. Design is the interface. If you want to build some kind of website, front-end interfaces, you can build it with design. And code is the code base where you can actually attach your code, write code, etc. Our session today, we are going to focus primarily on chat, co-work, and design with more index towards chat, and co-work and design will be just touched upon on the surface level. Okay, have we all understood this? So before that, let me show you how it looks like so that it's super clear, everyone. So let me share my card. Okay, so this is the chat mode that you see. So if you have the desktop tool, you can clearly see the chat, co-work, and the code interface. I'll show you on even the web level what are the chat, co-work, code, and other interfaces. So chat interface is where you can chat with it just like Chat GPT or Gemini or any other tool. It is the basic chat interface which is available. Then you have got co-work, which is the agentic interface wherein you can do a lot of work overall. So I have done quite a bit of work that I needed to do on co-work already, and you should be able to see, the tasks which I have done, and I'll give you a demonstration of what task I have done on co-work also. So co-work is more like I can work on different folders in my system and get actual real work done. That is what co-work is. Code is for trying to build any kind of coding. So I do quite a bit of work on code, but as you can see, this is meant more for developers. Non-developers can also use it. It is not that non-developers cannot use it, but for non-developers, the easier way to get started is via co-work. Okay, and therefore there are the design mode is something that you could see only inside the web interface. So let me share my screen and show you that also. So on the web interface, as you can see, right, if I open this up, I have the chat, I have code, but I don't have co-work. Claude Code is available on the web. I can use via web, but if I want to work on say anything like agentic Claude co-work, I need to go on the desktop app. Now, if I want to work on something else completely different, then if I want to look at design, then this is the design one which is available where I can use my design to build multiple things, etc., and all that. Okay, so I will give you a demonstration of design a little later, but these are the four modes. One is Claude, chat, one is co-work, one is design, and other is code. So folks, are we clear so far with the respective modes and when to use each one of them? Are we clear with the modes? I will show some examples, but first I wanted to understand if everybody is clear with the modes of the same. Okay. Now, as we kind of go with respect to the different modes which are available, right? What I want to kind of mention very, very clearly is people directly jump into, okay, let me do this, let me do that, and directly jump into the tasks. But you have to build your fundamentals very, very clearly. If you don't build your fundamentals properly, you will, you lose the thing, right? And that's why I'm spending time in walking you through the various modes and the fundamentals of Claude. Now, which mode for what? As I said, if you ask a question, get an answer, it is chat. Run a multi-step co-work. If you want to mock up a design system or something like that, that is design. If you want to work inside the code base, it is on code. Okay, now I have quickly shown you how you can switch between the different modes and what are the different modes which are available. The thing, the first pro tip that I want to give you is don't pick up a tool, pick up a mode. A lot of beginners keep asking, should I use Claude? Should I use ChatGPT, etc.? First, you have to understand what is the mode that I need for this particular task. Once I understand the mode, then I pick up the particular mode and then I build it on top of that. So don't try to pick up a tool, try to pick a mode, and that is the important way to think about. For example, if you want to do some work on design, then you have to pick the design mode of Claude. You want to chat and get some questions answered, you have to pick the chat mode of Claude. You want to analyze some files on your folder and get some stuff done, you want to work with the cowork mode, right? That is exactly how you need to think. That is the first pro tip I want to share. Now, after modes come the next part, which is models. What are the different models, types of models which are present inside Claude? Okay, so there are three types of models. One is the Opus family, Sonnet family, and the Haiku family. Okay, these are not about are they good or they bad, but these are about the size, speed, and the cost of the same. Okay, Opus is the heavyweight, it is the costliest. Sonnet is the typical daily driver. Haiku is the sprinter, or it will get work done very fast. Right? So, first, the way you should think about is Opus is super slow, okay, but it is expensive and it is also the smartest. So, if there is any kind of work that you have to focus on where you need to go inside depth, that is where Opus would make much more sense. Then you have Sonnet, which is like fast, smart, and balanced, wherein maybe there is some thinking involved, some there is execution involved, etc. For your typical daily work, Sonnet would be sufficient. And then you have the Sprinter, which is Haiku, which is cheap, instant, and it has been optimized for batch or volume work. And I'll explain what batch or volume work, what is the typical task that you would require to do at different places. Okay, now why am I talking about this? Because every level of Claude, whether you're on the paid plan or on the free plan, they charge you in terms of usage. And once I show the usage, I will kind of talk to you about why that becomes important. So the more heavier models you use daily, the more usage gets counted into your plan. So if you want to make the optimum use of Claude, you have to be aware of which model should you use for which task so that you have optimum usage and you are not running out of any kind of daily limits. Now, people who have been using Claude, have you ever run out of daily limits? Type yes in the chat if you keep running out of daily limits in the, on your Claude. Okay, almost unanimously, everybody is saying yes. So, what I'm going to talk to you about is how you can optimize your Claude in the right manner so that you do not run into all these daily limit problems that you are facing. Okay. So first, let us think about Opus. Opus is the slow, expensive model. It is available only on the free plan, but even on the free plan, it's available only on the paid plans. Free plan, you don't have Opus, but even on the paid plan, $20 plan, if you're trying to use Opus, your usage gets over just like that. Okay, so try to use Opus only when your stakes are very, very high. Now, what is the mental model for using Opus versus Sonnet? Because both are thinking models. Okay, think about this. If you are thinking hard in your brain about a particular problem, that means AI also needs to think hard about the particular problem, and that is where Opus would be required. If your thinking is a little lesser, then that is where Sonnet would be required. There is no thinking. It is simple mechanical work which does not require too much of thinking. That is where Haiku would be required. Okay, so map it with your own brain effort. if on your brain effort, are you doing work in terms of, hey, on terms of my brain, right? I am doing work in terms of I am doing very well or I'm not doing so well, right? In terms of the pressure on my brain, there is so much thinking I'm doing when I'm doing this versus lesser thinking. That is where I would use the models. For example, if I am deciding whether I should invest in one stock versus another, my brain has to do a lot of thinking to do that. So that is where I can put information and ask Corpus to decide which, kind of what should be my investing strategy overall. When I have a lesser thinking task, wherein I am just calculating what is my income tax I have to pay in a particular financial year. Now, that is a very straightforward calculation, not much thinking, little tedious, but not thinking involved. There, Sonnet would be involved. Now, if I have to write emails, if I have to reply to support tickets, there is not too much of thinking. It is very mechanical work. It is just uh, solving things easily. That is where haiku could be involved. So where there is deep work strategy and hard coding, you should use Opus. Where, if it is not too much, 80% of the time you should be using Sonnet, because Sonnet is almost half the cost as Opus. It is fast, smart, and balanced. It is 80% as good as Opus. So use it only 80% of the time. Now you might say, you know what, in my job, it is all heavy thinking only. So I have to use Opus only all the time. That means you need to go for a higher paid plan, which is Max. Okay, so if you are using the higher paid plans, that is where you need to use, uh, uh, you know, Opus you can use more regularly, but if you're on the $20 plan, you should use a mix of Sonnet and Opus, and the distribution is 80% your work is Sonnet, 20% should be on Opus for you to manage your usage properly. If you are not doing this, assume that your usage is going to be gone. Similarly, if you are on the free plan, right? For maximum usage overall, you should use 20% of Sonnet and 80% of Haiku. Then you are able to work with your usage. Don't try to pick Sonnet for everything. Start with default Haiku in free plan. On the paid plan, do default more of Sonnet and 20% should be Opus. On the max plan, it is fine unless until you are using too much and your usage is getting done. That is where you should kind of look at that. And I would always suggest don't use adaptive modes or anything like that. Pick and choose your own models. Then finally, Haiku, it is cheap, it is instant, it is built for volume, it is useful for the batch work, and you should not burn Opus tokens over here. Okay, suppose I'm doing a simple task like read my email, grab some information. I will use Haiku. I will not use, say, Sonnet or Opus. Okay, so the pro tip here is default to Sonnet if you're on a paid plan, but default to Haiku if you're on a free plan. Switch to, on the free plan, you should switch to Sonnet only for the difficult stuff. On the paid plan, switch to Opus only for the difficult stuff, right? The moment you switch overall, your limit complaints will reduce. I won't say they will stop, but they will definitely be better than before. Okay, so Haiku is genuinely useful for batch information. You want to summarize a PDF. You want to draft an email. You want to clean or write some emails or support this thing. You should use Haiku. Please do not use Opus at all. Okay. Now, the other things that you'll see are extended thinking and fast mode. So now let me give you some demonstrations of the different modes overall. So I go to Claude.ai. I am defaulting on the chat. And here, if I open it up, I will see the various models. Now, there are two things. I have Opus models, I have Sonnet, and I have got Haiku 4.5, and I have got Effort, which is low, medium, high, extra, and max. Okay. And I can turn on extended thinking where I want to think deeper for more complex tasks, right? So now I will take the stock kind of a thing overall, and I will use, because stock picking is definitely something I want to, have some extra thinking. So I will work on extra, and I will also add the extended thinking over here. So I will choose the extra as a higher level of thinking. So it will put more effort. It will put more effort, but it's going to be very slow. And I'm going to turn on extended thinking also. So now let me show you a demo of this. I am a first-time stock investor. I am thinking of picking 2 to 3 stocks in India for safe investment. For my first set of stock investments, I want to pick steady stocks like Reliance and other things. Can you help me? If I have to pick Reliance as my stock, can you tell me whether it is the right stock pick and why it is not the right stock pick for me? So I'm asking a question on stocks. Okay. So I have used the extra and thinking mode. Okay, so there is this thinking part, right? You should always open the thinking part. So now look at how Claude is thinking underneath it. It is saying it's a financial advice question, so I need to be careful to provide factual information. Okay, the real tension is it is asking about individual stock picking as a safe first time investment approach. There is actually concentration risk, so I should give a different information. I will structure this by leading with the uncomfortable truth, even with quality companies. The core issue is concentration risk, etc. If you want to be a better user of any AI, open up the thinking. Don't ignore it when you're using it for the very first time. You open up the thinking, look at the recommendations given on the thinking side of it so that you understand how the model is thinking. When you know how the model is thinking, after 10, 20, 50, 100 conversations you have with the model, you will understand how the model exactly thinks and you can prompt it better. Okay. Prompting, then you don't even require to go with a prompt formula. You just give adequate context and it will pick it up. So look at this. It is now structuring the context. It is now doing the research. It has gotten what it requires. It is now trying to figure out what is the kind of advice that I need to get. Okay, now it is saying the problem isn't reliance, it is the strategy. First time investor wants safety. You already run index SIPs, so you can kind of do with this and what safe equity exposure means. So it is giving me a investment thesis overall, which kind of is helping me to kind of decide which stocks to pick up, etc., and all that. So it is saying simple core index plus 4 learning stocks starter framework with the sizing, so that I can pick it up from there and try to do my stock investing strategy. Again, not a financial information, but if you were to brainstorm with Claude, I would always suggest to go with 4.8 with extra thinking mode, etc. Now I go to a different chat, which is my daily kind of information that I want to do. It is a simple task that I want to do, right? So here I will not use Opus, I will use Sonnet, and I can use, effort to be high. It is fine. Okay. It takes longer but uses the limits faster. But in case you are doing a simple income tax calculation, you can use even medium. And if there is a complex task inside Sonnet, you can try to go with this. So here I can say, I have a friend who has a yearly CTC of around 16 lakhs per annum. He wants a proper investment strategy so that there is less income tax effect on him. So can you suggest some income tax saving strategies overall for my friend? Okay. So for income tax, this doesn't require too much of thinking. There are well laid income tax rules already. So how to save income tax is a very basic thing. So step one, regime, which regime, etc., and all that. Right. Then here, when new regime wins, when old regime wins, what is a practical verdict? What are the tax levers which are kind of available with respect to this? And it is giving me all of the information that I require to make those decisions. And for this, Sonnet is more than sufficient. I don't require to go into Opus for this. Okay. Now this is not to kind of work. It's not a replacement for tax strategy, but for people who have very simple tax structures and they want to get a ready-made information, this could be a great way to do the same. Next, I will show you haiku, where haiku would be, very, very important. I don't require deep reasoning if I want to do a simple task. Suppose I want to write some emails. Okay. Write an email to Funny, scheduling a meeting for in the next 2 days, wherein I want to check with him if he's open overall for a meeting for discuss how the mastermind sessions have been going on. So I want to remind Funny to set up a meeting in the over the next few days for the same. I'm just putting a dump of this thing and always try to make the corrections. And there you go. And by the way, if people have been wondering, I have been using Whisperflow to do this. Okay, it is asking me some questions, right? I can say, Uh, I am like a collaborator with Funny on this on Outskill, and typically the meetings are initiated mutually. Sometimes I do, sometimes Funny does, and the mastermind sessions are recurring thing. I just want to do a kind of a usual kind of thing, and the what I'm trying to do is a simple pulse check. Even if not a meeting, at least an email would suffice. You see here, once I change Funny, the spelling, it kind of did this. That is what Whisperflow does. Okay. So now it says, hi, Funny, wanted to check in on how the mastermind sessions have been tracking. Nothing urgent. Just a quick thing to see what's working and what isn't, and if there is anything we should adjust. Okay. Very simple thing overall. Now, there is something more that you can kind of do inside, right? And that would be something called style. Okay. We will see style later, but because we are working on emails, I wanted to kind of introduce what style is. Style is here, it is a normal email. Now, suppose I want to make it more formal overall. Okay. I check formal and I'll say rewrite the email. Now I want a formal tone on this email. Okay, you see here, I wanted to reach out and see if you have got capacity for a brief conversation. See, here it was wanted to check in on how the mastermind sessions have been doing. Here it has become see if you have capacity for a brief conversation, do a quick pulse check. If a call works better for you, I'm flexible on timing, or thoughts via email would be equally helpful. So it has kind of stayed more formal because of the formal style that I have picked. We will see more about styles later, but that is how you do, right? Keep switching the models, and based on the intensity of the task, you should go deeper. All right, folks, are we clear so far? Did we understand where to use Opus, where to use Sonnet, where to use Haiku overall? That will easily, help you in terms of the session limits. Okay, it can easily help you typically in terms of the special in terms of session limits, and you don't have to worry further about that. Okay, now there is another mode inside Opus called fast mode. That means it will think hard but give it to you fast, but it is almost double the amount of usual Opus tokens only. So if you are not on max plan, don't use fast mode. Okay, if you are on max plan, you can use fast mode. But if you are not on max plan, you should definitely not use this mode. Extended thinking, you can use it on other modes also. But I feel extended thinking makes sense only for Sonnet and Opus. It doesn't really make sense for Haiku. Okay, Haiku is more like a quick thinking one. If for a quick thinking model, why do you want to add an extended thinking layer? Keep it only for Sonnet and Opus. Okay, now we have the tier overview. We have got three pricing plans. One is free, which is of course free of cost. Pro, $20 per month. Max, $100 or $200 based on the usage. If you are on the free plan, you have Sonnet with limits, you have Haiku, but you don't have any other information. Pro, you have got all of this, but on Max plan, you are able to use Opus more better, and you can use heavy Claude Code use or Cowork use if you want. You can do it on the Max plan. Okay, so now all this inside the workspace, what are the few other features that you can work with, right? I will now go deeper inside the different things that we can work with. And the one of the first things that we are going to understand are projects, memory, and past chats. Okay, so we have got projects, memory, and the searching of the past chats, and I'll demonstrate to you how this would, kind of work. Okay, so let me kind of remove this. So projects are here. Okay, if I click on projects, you will see some multiple projects, etc. And I have made my LinkedIn Writer project. Okay, similar to how the custom GPT or the thing that you have seen yesterday, that is exactly the same thing inside project. So let us see how it is. Okay. So basically the instructions I have given are the exact markdown instructions over here. So in the instructions, I have given what is my role, the objective, the context, the instructions typically, and everything else. So that is the instructions that I have set in project. Okay. In terms of memory, it tells me in terms of, every time from the past chats, it kind of figures out how I'm using this project, what I'm doing, and it is surfacing that memory and the files overall. Now for LinkedIn Writer, I can use Sonnet 4.6 because there is some amount of thinking which is required, and I will use on the effort high because I want to kind of think about that. So suppose I want to go deeper, right? And I want to add a very nuanced post overall on LinkedIn based on the latest Google's launches. That is the post I want to make. Recently, Google, in its annual I/O event, has launched a bunch of products. Uh, I feel that they are in the right direction, but I think one substantial gap I see is they are so deeply ingrained in the Google ecosystem itself. They have not opened up to connectors outside, which is what Claude and ChatGPT have been doing very well. All of both Claude and ChatGPT have opened up to external connectors very well, while Google is only stuck with the internal Google tools itself. Even if they have the support, they are not yet coming out properly with saying that we have given that support, etc. And that is the part. And the other frustrating thing I find with Google is that they have a lot of overlapping products, right? The same, they have similar products. Like there is Google AI Studio and Anti-Gravity. What is the differentiation between the both? It is very tough to kind of imagine because AI Studio also builds products, Anti-Gravity also builds product. Who should use which one? When should we use? That is a little bit confusing, which is not clarified. So I want to build a nuanced post on top of this. So I'm kind of giving this entire information, and now I'll give this project this thing. So my LinkedIn writer will go through this information and write this project for me. So for your project to work very well, there are a few things you need to understand. I will talk to you later about what are the settings you should definitely have. Okay. Google I/O 2026 was impressive. It was also a masterclass on to how to overwhelm people into confusion. The good news, Google showed up. It has done multiple things. The connectors gap is real and understated. So Sundar Pichai promised Spark would connect to third-party tools in the coming weeks. Coming weeks, not today. Claude and ChatGPT already have live one-click MCP connectors. Google Cloud claims 100 plus connectors in development. The product overlap is killing developer clarity. And therefore, Google has two tools that can build AI-powered apps, AI Studio and Anti-Gravity. The difference is real. The communication of it is non-existent. The homepage clearly says, start with AI Studio, graduate to Anti-Gravity, and developers waste days choosing the wrong tool. So folks, do you think it's a very nuanced post that I can directly copy paste on Google doesn't feel AI written, right? It feels more human, yes or no, right? It feels more human written, everything, etc., right? That is exactly what it is that we are doing. Okay, so now you have to understand that projects, design, everything are on paid plans only, and that too, Claude Design is a labs feature. That is Anthropic's very testing feature overall. So it is not rolled out to everyone equally. So some of you might not see it. If you are not seeing it, do two things: either update your app or you have to wait until it is rolled out to you. Okay, so for some of you, if you want to improve it, you can give it prompts and improve it further. But if you want to build the same LinkedIn writing system that you learned yesterday on a project, that is exactly what you could do on Claude project overall. And a few tips on how to make Claude projects work very well. Okay, one thing you should try to do well is every time give context on who you are as a person. Okay, very, very important. Who you are as a person becomes very important because in projects, if you see in the LinkedIn writer, I have given this who I am as a person. So, what do I do? What are the kind of things I do? What are my key learnings and principles? That is something that I have already given as part of memory. I'll talk about memory later on. But in terms of context, you have to give the role, the company, what you care about. How do you write? What is the voice, the tone, the words to avoid, etc. What are some reference docs you can work with, like a style guide, a brand book, etc. And what is your output preference? Do you want it to be formatted in a particular manner? If you see here, I have in the instructions, I have given most of it, like who you are. I have told LinkedIn copywriter, narrative strategist, and you can say you are a strategist. I am so and so doing so and so and doing so and so work overall. Then what is the objective? There is the objective. Then what is the voice DNA? We have provided the voice DNA. What should be the output like? We gave the complete output of hook, context story, insight, application takeaway, and the CTA. How should the sentences be? Sentences less than 30 words, replace vague fillers, etc. All of that we have given. That is the good project kind of instructions that you need to give. Okay, so you can put your project instructions also like markdown. So if you have seen custom GPT, it is exactly the same thing that you should do. Okay, memory is something where across your chats, Claude remembers what you do and how you are doing the stuff. Okay, so let me show you where your memory settings kind of lies. So you go to settings, okay, and inside settings overall, if you look at capabilities, in capabilities, you can see memory. Okay. So for example, here I have said, allow Claude to search for relevant details in past chat. So what it does is if you're chatting on a particular thing, it will reference a previous chat to understand what you have chatted and try to do this. Then it will generate memory from chat history so that it can remember relevant context on the same. Now you can even view and manage memory properly. For example, if you open this, work context, personal context, top of mind, brief history, earlier context, long-term background. So I have given all of this memory to Claude. Okay, based on the chats that I have kept doing, it has kind of built this memory. So I can keep looking at this and I can make the edits on top of it to kind of erase parts of the memory or update parts of the memory overall. Okay, then if I want to import memory from other AI providers, if I say start import, it will give you the complete prompt. Okay, what are the prompt that is required? You can copy this prompt, and if you copy this prompt onto ChatGPT, then copy its output and paste the results over here and say add to memory. Your entire ChatGPT memory that or your Gemini memory that you have been working on day to day, you can export it to Claude. So for people who want to make the switch from ChatGPT to Claude, this is the way to kind of do this. So that is what memory does. So I'll tell you some interesting, parts about memory, why I like memory. So we can stay on Sonnet 4.6. We don't need to do, kind of anything else overall. I can look at a lot of chats that I have, kind of looked at overall in the past. Okay. So I will, try to think about it. Okay. I will say previously I discussed with you about, uh, you know, finding some tech jobs in San Francisco. Can you find relevant jobs again based on who I am? Okay. So it is looking for relevant chats. I found the prior context. Last time you have searched generative AI engineer in San Francisco and you got a lot of results given who you are overall, right? 12 plus years, this, etc., and all that. The better fit buckets are AI educations or curriculum, developer relations AI update, forward deployed AI solutions engineer, generative AI product or GTM. These are the kind of things that are required. Okay. So, uh, you know, I think that's good. I am more inclined towards GTM and forward deployed roles. So now it is doing this AI solutions engineer and forward deployed roles on this thing. So dice that you see, it's a connector. Okay. I will quickly show you connectors when you come to the section, but I am using an external connector to search for the jobs so that I'm able to get those jobs that are required. So strong, this thing, it is saying that there is this job called AI Solutions Architect, which is a remote job, which is, I have to scope is translate business problems to AI workflows, which is exactly, something that I can do. Others is GTM, this thing, operations, AI subject matter for GTM marketing, enabling teams on AI agents and, workflow automation. Then explicitly forward deployed requirements, 50 to 70% coding, etc., and all that. Okay, so it has given me a bunch of jobs that I can reply. So in a way, what is happening is I have a memory built with respect to the across the chats of who I am. I have a previous chat where I had searched for a particular job. So it combined both and told me, hey, this is what you should do. So not many people kind of use this, but let me tell you, this is a great unlock over all your capabilities. If you are able to do this, this is crazy overall. Okay. And you can search your past chats like the way I have mentioned, and you can solve some very good problems across chats, across context overall. Okay, so I kind of did like a quick workplace tour wherein I showed you how to create the project, how you can, do the memory toggle, and how you can search the past chats by typical topic. Okay, so now we will go deeper into use cases in the next 15 minutes on what everything Claude can do. And here I will go slowly and transition into the vibe coding part also. Okay, so in what Claude can do is it can go and do a bunch of stuff, especially long context. If you have got a whole book, whole code base, or multiple PDFs at once, Claude can really helpful there. It is very helpful in this case. And the other things it can do is vision. It has got eyes, web search. It can search with citations. It can do artifacts. It can do data analysis. There is voice mode and there is computer use. Now, quickly in the next 15 minutes, right? I will go through each of these capabilities and show you what Claude can really do. All right. Before I move there, just want to take a quick pulse check. Everybody following so far, understanding? Are you trying to get the understanding of what is the power of Claude that is able to do, right? It is able to do multiple things. So I wanted to show you the entire power of Claude overall. Okay. Now we will go use case by use case, step by step. Now, long context. What is long context? That means if I got PDFs running to hundreds and 200s of pages, if I use any short model, I would, it will lose the context right away. So what Claude does is on the Opus model, it gives me 1 million tokens. And 1 million tokens, if I have to explain what is 1 million tokens, 1 million tokens is equal to or approximately equal to 750,000 words. 1 million tokens is equivalent to 750,000 words. So that means multiple PDFs can be used and they are available to kind of summarize or use the PDFs overall. Now, for example, I want to kind of look at a recent IPO, which is a Kist IPO. So Kist is a company which is a IPO, which it was kind of done, and they have kind of published their DRHP or their draft red herring prospectus, which is telling investors about how Kist has been doing, what has been the work it has been doing, etc. Okay, one simple use case. Look at this. It is 440 pages. Now, as a human, reading 440 pages is close to impossible. And you put it in any small model, it will give up even before it tries to build it out. So let me download this model, this complete document, right? And now I want to work on this document. So I go to this. Here, I would need Opus 4.8 because I need that extra 1 million context. And then I will attach the file. Okay. So let me see the file. Just give me a second. So I'm attaching this particular file onto Opus. Um, Here, effort extra. I don't require extra. Or actually medium is also sufficient because I just want to answer questions based on the PDF. I am actually trying to, apply for this IPO and buy some shares of this company. Can you do a quick analysis and give me a summary of its basic financial health so that I can take an informed decision on the same? Okay, so now this entire 440 pages my Claude can absorb because of its 1 million context, which is present inside Claude. Okay. Now I'll tell you one more beautiful thing that Claude has. I don't have to wait until the task is completed. This is happening. I can open a new chat and start something else. I don't have to, keep checking on what is happening in a previous chat. I can do things in parallel. So now we will try to do multiple things in parallel and show you this capability of, this Claude of running things in parallel on each window. So next we will talk about vision, about what Claude has with respect to the eyes. And here, what I will try to do is I will want to critique my particular website. Okay. Problem statement very clear. I have got my website outskill.com. Okay, I've got this website outskill.com, and I have people, who are going to this website and signing up for my mastermind. I want to improve this. So for that, I want to see how I should be able to improve this complete website overall. I need to critique this website. So for that, what I'll do is I will take the screenshot of this complete website using the Go Full Page Chrome extension. It's a free Chrome extension. Go Full Page is a free Chrome extension. So I kind of take the screen capture of Go Full Page completely so that I am able to capture this. I will save it. It is saved on my desktop. Okay. Now come back to Claude. Attach these screenshots that I have taken. I am attaching the screenshots that I have just taken. Okay. Now that I have attached the screenshots, I will say, this is my Outskill website, where currently out of 100 people who visit the website, 5 people are signing up for the mastermind. I want to increase it from 5 people to 10 people. So do a proper critique across the design, the copy, the sections, every other thing that you can think of, and tell me the complete critique of this website on the chat. Okay. Now what I'm doing is I'm doing critique. Therefore, my effort should not be medium. The effort should definitely be extra over here because it is a critique that I'm doing step by step. So my effort has to be on the extra side. And I will ask it to do this. Okay. So now it is doing the critique of my website directly, looking at the website screenshots and building it out for me. Right? Now I can go back and suppose I want to do another task, which is web search. Okay, so if I want to do a web search, right, I'll create a new chat. For web search, I have to click on plus, and this is web search. So when I click on plus and this web search is active, that means the web search is completely active for any of the things that have happened. So on web search, I will say, recently, Claude has released a bunch of features. Can you quickly summarize those set of features released by Claude? So because this is latest information, right, it is something that is present in the chat. Here, Opus 4.8 not required. It is simple getting together of features. Haiku is sufficient. And in Haiku, I don't require to put any effort. Haiku is, I am doing summarization. So Haiku is sufficient. Are you able to see? I have 3, 4 tasks running in parallel. One is doing this, the other is doing something else, and it is kind of doing etc. And look at this, super fast. It is saying that there is, you know, Opus 4.8 has been kind of built. Little hallucination has happened over here. That's okay. You can check it, right? And the product features, what has happened, the pricing shift overall, and what is the real move, what has been kind of put across overall. Okay, so that is exactly what it has put in overall. Now, if you want deeper research, you want a deeper research because you feel that it is very, very shallow. You want deeper understanding. For that, you have to connect research, which is separately added, and you say the same thing kind of. Okay, can you quickly summarize the set of features released by Claude? This is deeper research which is happening. Like what Perplexity does, it will do the same. So this is deeper research, which is going to do the complete research of the latest Claude releases and tell you what all has been released and what has not been released. So what we have done so far, we looked at long context, we looked at vision, we looked at web search, and we also looked at research of citations. Now we will look at building a simple artifact. Okay, this is something you should have seen, but let me quickly revise how you can build simple applications inside Claude itself, inside chat. It is income tax season for me. So can you create a simple income tax calculator in an elegant style like Apple overall so that I can put in some of the parameters and see how much income tax I'll have to pay, or what are the optimizations that I could do with respect to income tax. Okay, so if I want to do a simple income tax calculator, I'll do this. And because I am building a calculator, I will use Sonnet over here. Opus, Haiku won't help. Opus also I can do, but Sonnet is more than sufficient over here. So I will go with the this thing where I'll ask it to build a income tax calculator. So my income tax calculator is getting built. In here, side by side, as I am building this income tax calculator, I also want to show you how good my tool is with respect to data analysis. Okay, so I will use a simple sales data set called the Walmart sales data set. This is the sales data set that I'm going to use, which is Walmart, wherein I have the store number, the date, the weekly sales that have happened, whether it is a holiday or not a holiday, the temperature, the fuel price, the consumer price index, and the unemployment rate overall at that point in time. Okay, so with this, I will try to, kind of map the sales and see if I'm able to make a decent prediction of sales, or if I'm able to understand why sales have risen and fallen in a particular period overall. So that is what I want to do. So go back to chat. For data analysis, Sonnet 4.6 is sufficient. You don't require anything big overall. So I'm attaching the Walmart sales dataset over here. Now that I have attached Walmart sales dataset, what I'll do is I will give it a simple prompt. I am actually analyzing this sales data set for my chief sales officer. The key ask is to give him a dashboard view of which sales are doing, why sales are improving and why sales are declining at a particular point in time. And is there any correlation with the other factors that are mentioned in the data set? And are they making any kind of impact? Yes or no? Okay. So yes or no, are they kind of any making an impact? Do the analysis and give a simple dashboard answering the above so I can show it to my boss. So now data analysis is also kind of happening in parallel. Now, if you ask me what is the best way to do work in Claude, this is what I just demonstrated. I looked at 5 different tasks, and each of the tasks I started, and I'm not looking and staring at the screen to figure out whether the task has been done or not. I kept looking at everything. I kept starting different tasks and moving on. After some time, I'll go back and review all of the tasks, whether they have been done or not done, and what is happening over here. Okay, now there is a very good thing called voice mode over here, right? So let me show you this. And this is the voice mode that is available. Okay, so this is the voice mode that is available, right? So I think you have seen this demo earlier, but I'm just recapping this to kind of tell you what is the voice mode. And yeah. Hello.
Hey, good to hear from you. How's it going?
Decent. Actually, what I want is, right, in the previous chat, you found some jobs for me. So, basis the jobs that you have found from me, right? I want I can and do a like job you'll pick up and what the interview process is going to be look like. And after every answer, you have to tell me whether how I have done in the answer and how I have kind of performed.
Right. So I want to be straightforward with you here. I don't actually have access to our previous conversation or the jobs we found together. My memory system hasn't picked up those details yet, so I'm starting fresh on this one. Here's what
Okay,
I'd
so
suggest.
voice
Why
mode
don't you
exists. I
remind
just
me
wanted to
which
give you
roles
a
we were
quick
looking at?
demo of the same. One quick hack I have found is you can install Claude on mobile also. So when you are taking walk, right, if you want to do like a brainstorm, everything, voice mode really helps in that case. So whenever I go for walks, I plug into voice mode of Claude. Even ChatGPT's voice mode also will suffice. I keep switching models based on how I would like, and you can use the same. Okay. There is one more thing which is, an intelligent assistant inside this. I will show it to you a little bit later. For now what we'll do is we have kind of started multiple threads. We will look at those multiple threads and see what has happened and take it look at the review. First, our IPO analysis. So it has done everything and it has given me the 3-year financials. It has given me why revenue fell while the book grew, etc. What are the management stated reasons? What is genuinely healthy? Risks you didn't ask but should price it in. Bottom line for your decision, right? Any detailed risk factors that you need to pull in, etc. 440-page document where you will not have time to read. You can actually read it via Claude. Then recent feature releases, we did a simple web search. We got the feature release, but the problem is it released something called Sonnet 5, which actually was not released at all. Okay, so this was a hallucination. So let us look at the recent release that is there. If you see, it is still kind of building that, and almost 7 minutes 52 seconds have been done, and it is still not done. So if you open it up, it will show you that 158 sources have been gathered. It is showing that they have kind of introduced adaptive thinking, 1 million token window, 128K output support, and it is trying to check more such things overall. Then improving mastermind sign up, right? It is kind of asking me some questions on what is going to happen, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, all of that. Now, if I want to change some things and go ahead and do that, I should be able to do that. We will come back to this because this is a task I will pick up further and actually build website on top of this. Income tax calculator. Okay. I think some error happened, right? It's okay. So let us restart the task. Sometimes Claude, kind of hallucinates and goes into error. So at that point in time, you have to redo the task overall. Okay, so that's this thing. We will leave this thread as is. We will go check over here. I think same thing happened. I will just say resume. Right, so periodically I'll have to go and check this thing. I meant resume the task. So I'll have to tell you, confess to you something. So there is this status.claude.com. If you see here, over the past few days, there have been a lot of errors in Claude. And that is why every day, every 2-3 days, there are some errors that we have seen in terms of Claude because it is scaling quite a bit. And because of the scale that is happening, there have been a lot of errors which are happening on Claude. So therefore, that is something you'll have to bake in when you are using Claude. It is not as stable as here. Okay. Let me see income tax calculator. Has it done? There you go. Income tax calculator is ready. See, it is picking my some gross this thing. So I'll say 20 lakh. New regime is better or old regime is better. Any other income like rental, freelance, etc. What is the age group? What are the deductions? Home loan interest, NPS, HRA exempt, other deductions that are available. What is the tax breakdown according to this? What is the slab wise tax? Current deduction looks maxed. NPS 80cc if not already done. Okay, so it is saying indicative only, verify with a CA for a final finding. So this has been done. So I can build this little apps for myself. And if I want, I can publish this and use it as a proper application later on. Okay. So what I'll do is I will redo this task because it has not picked it up properly. Give a dashboard which can answer the above. So I'm doing this now. It will do the analysis. So I'll get 2 minutes over here just so that, I am confident that it has picked up this task and it is doing this overall. And so if any error happens, we'll have to rework the same. So now underneath it, it is right. It is doing the complete data analysis. It is doing the correlation on the holiday impact, the seasonality, and running various commands for the same. And it is building this everything that I require for doing this. So one thing you need to understand when using Claude is it is always good to run things in parallel, but sometimes some tasks break. So you have to go back and kind of resume it and try to build this out totally. So it has analyzed everything. Now it is building the complete dashboard and assembling the chief sales officer dashboard that I can show. There you see total revenue over 3 years. It is saying average weekly plus store by store, holiday sales lift. It is building the weekly sales trend. It is giving seasonality year over year, store performance top 10, bottom 10, external factor correlations. And now it has designed this complete dashboard and it is building this overall. So it is a level up of the usual data analysis that you would see, and it will help you to kind of tailor make your questions to what exactly you want to do. So the pro tip here is whenever you're doing any kind of data analysis in Claude or any tool, first understand who your audience is, to whom are you presenting this data, and tailor make or tweak your question or your prompt to provide context saying that I am making this presentation for that particular person, and therefore I want the dashboard to be tailor-made to answer the particular questions. Then all you have to do is share this dashboard or show this dashboard to the manager and just explain the stuff. That would be sufficient. You don't have to go deeper into any of this. Okay, so now it is doing the various calculations behind everything, right? So now it is built this entire thing. Look at this. Beautiful. It kind of picked up the weekly sales trend and it marked what are the holiday weeks. The red lines are holiday weeks. And it saw that there is a quick correlation. Seasonality, multi average sales. November and December are higher overall, right? And external factors versus correlations versus unemployment, CPI, temperature, holiday flag, fuel price. It has shown store performance rating. It has mapped and what is doing well, why sales improve, why sales decline, what the external factors actually do, right? It is saying that higher unemployment modestly suppresses sales, makes intuitive wise for a value retail context. Okay, so the chain is primarily a seasonal business. External macro factors are noise at the portfolio level. The real story is a 10x performance gap between the top and bottom stores, and that is where the strategic attention should go. That is a recommendation the data is telling to the manager. Right? So now you see, right, over a particular variety of tasks, I can do so many things. Folks, how are you doing so far? In the past 15-20 minutes, I gave you a snapshot of the power of Claude, where I did bunch of things overall. Right? I have shown the bunch of things that I have done in terms of what all things that we could do. Okay. Now we will go in and detail into picking a very important task, which is we will make the transition right now into vibe coding. Okay. In vibe coding, what I'm going to do is I am going to improve the existing website. Okay. You are going to improve the existing website, and I'm going to pick up Outskill itself as a website, which I'm going to build and improve. That I'm going to do. And I'm also going to build a web application from scratch. That too with AI features. Okay. So in the next 1 hour or so, I'm going to improve the existing website, which is Outskills, and I'm going to build a web app from scratch. Right? Now I will go back and I will show you one task that I started, and we will pick the start task forward from there. You see here, it has given me a lot of critique on things that I need to improve for my website. So now what I'll tell is, take the critique that you have given, and if you can do the look at the critique overall, take the critique that you have given and go deeper and write for me a complete new website from scratch, and write it to me in the form of a markdown. Okay, so now I am trying to take the critique, go deeper, and kind of do a completely new website from scratch and write it to me in the form of a markdown. So that is what I'm going to do over here. So the markdown formatting that you learned yesterday, it is the exact same formatting that I'm using, where I'm asking Claude, because you have done the critique, you can go back and write. Another pro tip over here, when you make Claude think, right, always allow to expand its thinking first and then put the limits. What we require here is a simple kind of prompt, right? But for a simple prompt, you don't directly say, I want a prompt. First, give it a free hand for allow it to think and allow it to write as much text as possible. Then put the restrictions, because then your quality of your output improves. If you just allow it to build everything, etc., all that, your quality would not improve. But if you are kind of looking at something deeper and you want some very nuanced takes on things, give freedom first and then put the constraints. Don't put the constraints right away, especially in this type of tasks where you are putting extra thinking, because it will surface some blind spots which even you wouldn't have known. Okay, so if I see about this, so it will take a bit of time to think. It is okay. Let us kind of wait for the thinking to kind of complete. Now, if you feel that, okay, my Claude is not working, what should I do? So we'll give 2 minutes to Claude to kind of figure it out and resume from here and give me the output. But in case Claude is failing for me, I have nothing to worry. I can replicate the same workflow in ChatGPT also. It would decently work. Okay, so now it is kind of picking the thinking. So comprehensive markdown document. So it is now thinking to the strategic approach, which should be a dedicated landing page for the free 2-day GenAI Mastermind with one clear goal, that is signups, no competing navigation, no catalog links. The page needs to be mobile first, tight, punchy, and since it's a free offer, it is credible enough. Okay, so now the build first, rationale second. So the new page removes the trust killers but stays persuasive. I did not turn this into a monk mode honesty manifesto. I will not fabricate your proof. Everything is going to be picked up. This is the A in the A/B test, not the answer, right? Let me write the complete document. So if you see here, it is now crafting the complete new outskill master page, landing page as a markdown spec or the document overall. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm taking the critique done by Claude and I'm asking it to rewrite the complete landing page itself. So this is the first level where I'm asking it to write the complete markdown spec. And initially, it is better if you are able to go through this yourself. So we have got the complete, landing page version 1, which is the new landing page overall. Now, this is the part you should pay attention to. Look at this. Convert the V1 landing page markdown that you have written into another markdown, which is a copy and paste prompt that I can paste into Claude Design and build the front end of this website. Okay, so now I am asking it to convert this markdown landing page into another markdown, which is a copy and paste block. Then what it does is it kind of looks at all of this information. It will pick only the real elements which I need to do, and those real elements will be used to write the complete prompt, which I can then copy paste into my Claude design. Okay, as it is doing, let me show you Claude Design, how you should work with it, etc. In Claude Design, the first thing you need to build is a design system. Okay, so I have built Outskill Design System over here. Okay, and if you look at Outskill Design System, the Outskill Design System consists of all of how the AI presentation decks would look like, how the marketing site would look like in terms of the UI kit, right? It is going to show you the logo, how the logo is going to look like. It is showing the brand colors, the semantic colors, the surfaces, etc., and all that. Okay. So for creating a new design system, if you want to create a particular design system, it is a simple process. In design system, you can say create a design system and then give it specifications for your design, and it will create a new design system based on that. In my case, all I had done was I took the outskill.com screenshots and I put it in the design system and asked it, analyze this and build the new brand design system based on this. So it constructed the complete brand design system based on that. This process of creating a design system takes easily 20 to 25 minutes, and it uses at least 20 to 30% of your usage. So that is the drawback here. It is doing things very well, but it uses almost 20 to 30% of usage in a single shot if you are trying to create a fresh brand design system. But creating a brand design system is a single task or single one-time thing. Once your brand design system is ready, you can keep using it as much as needed. Okay, so I already have the Outskill brand design system. So now all I need to do is I need to wait for my design build prompt overall. So this is the build prompt for Claude Design. One way is I can just go through this and I can look at the copy and make some changes. Otherwise, I can directly copy it. Go to Claude Design. Okay, so here there are multiple things like prototype, slide deck, template, etc. What I'm building is a website prototype. Okay, so I will call it Mastermind website. I want to create it high fidelity and I'll say create. Now I want to create this entire thing. So now I'll copy paste the prompt, which I have done, and I'll use Claude Opus 4.8 only. That is good for this task. And I'll say send. Okay, so I am using Claude as my thinker and Claude itself as my doer. So for building my website, what I'm doing is I am taking my website critique. I converted it into a new landing page copy. That new copy, I converted it into a copy and paste prompt. And that copy and paste prompt, I am putting it into this design system and asking it to build the complete website. Right? So this is how I will build the standard website. Now it is going to ask me some questions. Okay, so I have to answer these questions. How should the sign up form appear? I will say inline form so that the CTA smooth scroll to the form section near the button. Build as a static HTML page or a React interactive prototype. I will say React interactive prototype overall. Do you want design this thing to compare, explore a few hero variations? I think how many instructor cards, I'll say decide for me. It is basically any particular cards it wants overall. So basically whether I should go 3 cards, 5 cards, etc. Or I'll simply say 3 cards for instructors. Do you have real photos or logos to drop in? Yeah, I will say all placeholders for now. I will fill later. Anything you want emphasized in the brief that you need to do one, lean a bit more premium or polished in the hero, and I'll say continue. So Claude Design, based on my brief, has asked me multiple questions, which I have answered. And now it is going to go ahead and create the React prototype that I want to use. Okay, so now it is going to read everything and build this website for me. So this is the way of building the website overall in terms of doing this. Okay, now you see here, it has kind of picked up the to-dos of what it needs to build. So it will start building each of these tasks step by step and build the complete website for us. All right, now let me go back and explain this entire process that we have done so that everybody knows what we are doing over here. So in this, the steps are step 1, take screenshot of the Outskill website or any website via Go Full Page extension. Okay, that is the first thing you should do. Second thing you should do is critique on Claude on all aspects. Ask Claude to rewrite the landing page based on the critique. Then after I kind of pick up the rewrite the landing page based on the critique, the next thing that I will do here is, you rewrite or convert the landing page content into copy and paste prompt Okay, convert the landing page content into a copy and paste prompt and put the prompt on Claude Design on choose and design system. Okay, if you don't have a design system, you will need to create the design system beforehand. Okay, it is as simple as saying create, answering some questions, putting the URLs and screenshots, it will create the design. Now, what we have to do is we have to wait for the prototype. Okay, so as the prototype is kind of getting built over here, let us go to the next task, which is building the web application with AI. So I will start building a web application with AI. And for this, again, I will use Claude as my architect or thinker. Okay, to kind of think through this complete web application. So the web application I'm going to build is a AI-powered calorie counter application. Okay, so I want to build this AI-powered calorie counter application, which is something that I want to do. Okay, now let us look at the workflow of how I would build this step by step. Open a new chat. And here I would definitely use Opus 4.8. And extra is not required. High effort is sufficient. I have not seen any difference from extra to high. Okay, so now I'm going to build this complete application over here. First, right now, what I'm doing is planning for the application. Now, one major mistake I see people do when they're building the web application is they do not plan properly. And because they don't plan properly, whatever a web application that they build, they make quite some mistakes. So we are going to spend a substantial amount of time on the planning part so that whatever web application we are planning to build, we are building it in the right possible manner. Okay, so here we go. I am planning to build a web application, which is a AI-powered calorie counter application. So for this, I want you to list the set of all possible features that I can build for this application. So first is step, try to list down all the possible sets of features that you can list for this application. So now it is trying to figure out the various feature categories for the calorie counter application, and it will try to build it out completely. All right. In the meanwhile, we'll check on this thing. What is happening in our mastermind website. So it is still building it. I think it is, if you see here, it is writing the pages, it is writing the components. So it is actually doing all the coding, vibe coding by itself so that we can build out this entire page overall. Okay, so I think we are almost there. It is kind of placing everything. It is now checking the screenshots of the same. Okay, anyway, we will come back here to see. Here you go. It has kind of talked about what is the food capture or logging, where photo recognition, menu scanning, recipe URL import, manual entry, etc. AI vision capabilities, design, take a picture and capture the calories, etc. Tracking and analysis, goals and planning, insights, coaching and behavioral, integrations overall, personalization and health modules, etc., etc. So it has given me the complete set of features. Now, whenever you kind of come to the complete feature set, you should first try to define what is your MVP or minimum viable product. So what is minimum viable product? Minimum viable product means that what is the minimum amount of features so that my user can use the application. Okay, so let me ask you a question so that you can understand this better. Let us suppose you have just constructed a house and you want to occupy the house. What are the bare minimum things you will require in your house so that you can start living? Okay, and then you can get the other things done later. So what are the bare minimum things you'll require before you start living inside the house? Let me know on the chat the bare minimum things you'll require to kind of live inside the house. Okay, some people are saying furniture. Even without furniture, I can, put some mattress and live. It is fine without furniture. Electricity is important. Plumbing is important. Gas connection optional. Even without gas connection, I can order via Zomato and Swiggy and still live inside the house, right? Refrigerator also optional, etc. So if you see about it, right, I don't require furniture. I don't require a lot of things you are mentioning. I don't require kitchen also. Okay, basically preparing the food I'll get from Zomato or Swiggy. I want basic electricity. I want basic plumbing so that I can use the washrooms and I can take care of personal hygiene. Then one by one, I will get things into the home and get it set up as I start living over there. So basic utilities have to be available. Similarly, what are those basic feature set I would require for my app to go into the hands of users? That is what we want to build. And that is what I mean by MVP or the minimum viable product that I want to build. So now I will ask the next prompt. From this set of features, I want to build a minimum viable product. So for the minimum viable product, tell me what are the two core features and the differentiator feature I can pick, and give me in form of a table different combinations of core features and differentiator features so that I can pick up a set of features which I can use to start building my application. Okay, so I'm asking it to give a form of table on the chat, the different combinations of the core features. Right, now let us check on this thing, what is happening. So it's still building. So I think it's building the variations. So there you go. A basic thing is ready, but it is still kind of building it out overall. But you have the basic out skill, what it has done, the different things. All of it is available over here, right? So there are some placeholders which you can kind of use, right? But this is kind of available right now. Okay, let it finish, but I just wanted to show you that some variations are present and it is all available right now. Okay, so it is giving me the classic AI photo play where photo meal recognition, daily calorie dashboard with Indian cuisine accuracy, then conversational text or voice logging, daily macro dashboard, and what can I eat now, remaining budget, suggestions, etc. So what I will pick is photo to meal recognition. I like this. So I'll pick photo meal recognition. I will pick up the daily calorie macro dashboard. I will also pick conversational text or voice logging. Okay. And then I will pick up this. What can I eat now? Based on the remaining budget overall. So I say, I want to build these features as my minimum viable product or MVP, make a PRD in Markdown of the same. So PRD is nothing but product requirements document, which is a technical document that is being prepared to kind of build a particular application. So I'm building the technical document, which kind of describes in detail all the required features. And I'll add this extra points. For the photo recognition or any of the AI, I will directly use LLM itself. I don't require to use any other APIs or models, etc. I will directly use the LLM itself overall. Okay, so once I do this, I will be able to create the PRD, but I will give you a secret sauce which nobody knows. Okay, not many people know about this as to how you can elevate your design. To elevate the design, there is a site called superdesign.dev. So it's a free website. Superdesign.dev is a complete free website, and it gives you options of different types of how you can have your websites. Okay, so it gives you different options of your website overall, and that is what it is trying to do over here. Okay, so I'm kind of looking at my different websites. Folks, give me a moment. My internet is glitching. I'll just switch to a different network. Just a moment. I'll come back in just a minute or so.
Okay.
Funny, you able
Deliver
to
slide.
hear me now?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now.
Got it, got it. Right. So now that I have this different kind of styles, which I can pick from, I will need to go through each of those styles and understand which style resonates with me for the kind of application that I want to build. Okay, so I keep scrolling to kind of look at a particular kind of thing that kind of speaks to me overall. I am looking for a little greenish kind of a design. Okay, so yeah, there you go. This is a green type of a design because it's a health application. I like a green type design. All I have to do is just copy the prompt. Okay, don't have to do anything else. You have to copy the prompt, and the prompt kind of describes the fonts, the colors, the placements, the rules of how the website has to be designed. So I will take this prompt and I'll say, use the below design system. And I will paste the complete prompt. Okay. And now I'll allow it to build it out. So I have now selected the features from my MVP. I have also attached the design system so that the website or the app, the web application that I'm thinking of building, I can, go with this complete design end to end. Right? So it will take some time to kind of scope and build this entire application. So let it build. In the meanwhile, I will check on our website. So there you go. It has kind of built it. Okay, it is still doing everything. Right? But you see here, if I want on the layout, I can say centered, split, or editorial. Okay, so I can choose multiple variations, a centered, split, or editorial. I can go for a sticky CTA bar or a non-sticky. Sticky means when I scroll, it is present over there. Non-sticky means when I scroll, right, it keeps moving. I think somewhat it isn't, but anyways, just sticky this thing. So I can decide which one to use, etc. And on accent, let me go to editorial. On accent, I can go with this accent, this one, and this one. Based on my preference, I can change my accent overall. Okay, so I have got all of these kind of variations and everything that is required. And anything, if I say reserve my free seat, it is kind of going below and sticky CT bar. So now if I say reserve my free seat, it will, when I say reserve my free seat, it is still kind of scrolling over there. So it is a good thing that I have set it up everything. So all of these placeholders are something that I'll have to give it later on. But basically my website is kind of ready. Now what I have to do is I have to share this. Okay, I can say export. Okay, so I can export it as a project archive. Okay, or as a standard HTML, one self-contained file that can work offline. I can download any way I want. So what I'll do is I will kind of download it as a project archive for now, because I will show you if I want to make like a proper website, what is it that I'm going to do. So I have downloaded this as a proper project archive. I will go to lovable.dev, which is a platform which can, build websites, publish websites, etc. I always use Claude and Lovable together because that combination is good. Now what I'll do is I will attach file. Okay, so I have done the kind of downloads. So I will attach the file, the complete mastermind archive, which has got downloaded. I will try to pick it up. Just give me a second. I am searching for that. Yeah. So I have attached the complete mastermind website that I have built. I will say, look at the files in the zip folder and replicate it exactly this, along with take information from my live website to fill all the placeholder items. Okay. And I'll say my website is outskill.com. And there I go. So whatever prototype I built, if I want to make it something that can exist, if I want to make it something that lives on the internet, Lovable is a way to kind of build that out. Okay, so I take the kind of files in the zip folder, replicate it exactly as is, and take the information from my live website to fill all the placeholder items. Now, typically when I do this on the dates part, sometimes it does not pick the right date. So just be careful with respect to that. Sometimes the dates that are picked up are not right. So you'll have to be cognizant of that. But otherwise, most of the information, it tries to pick it up and try to do that. So it is reading the remaining files, the CSS and everything, all the files it is going to read and replicate it exactly as is. Okay, so let it keep building this. We will come back and look at what we had done. So there you go. It has built the PRD, the AI calorie counter, and it has built the summary, the goals and non-goals, the non-goals, then what is the core design principle, the target user, the features, the photo meal recognition. Every feature has been now explicitly tried to, kind of build, etc. And I have got these features. Now, like before, exactly the same, I will say, convert this into a copy and paste prompt so that I can put it inside Lovable and build the complete application. So I can say copy this into a copy and paste prompt so that I can put it inside Lovable and build the complete application. Exactly the same thing that we had done in the previous case. Okay, so it has kind of fetching the live content for the placeholders. So whatever design that you have built inside Claude Design, that will get converted or attached to live data. Claude Design only builds prototypes. It doesn't build the actual website. The actual website, you have to build it separately. Okay, for the application also, I will try to build it in lovable.dev only. So I'll keep it ready right now to build out my application. So it is building the complete lovable prompt overall so that it can be used for my overall application. So it has gone a little complex over here. Don't worry, we'll make it simpler. So at this point in time, whenever your complete prompt is ready, the final prompt, it is worth going to overall just to understand if it has deviated, if there is some particular thing in your head that it has not captured. It is always worth building that, mentioning that overall. Okay, so it has built the complete web app. It has kind of given all the data model, the LLM contract, etc., and all that. So what I'll do is I have gone through the prompt. I think make it little simpler. I don't want any authentication or kind of stuff to be built right now. Right now, I just want a functional app where I can test out the features. And on the voice part, if you are not confident, drop the voice part. Just use text to, you see, kind of change it to simple text to the entry part easily so that that is easy to do that and change the prompt to kind of accommodate these right now. Okay. So I'm asking to make it a little bit simpler so that my app that I'm going to build, its scope is lesser. I don't want to build it more technical overall. Right. And this app that I'm building, it has both front end and back end. Okay. What do you mean by front end and back end? Think in terms of a restaurant. Front end means the place where the customers are seated, they place orders, and they get the dishes. That is the front end. Back end is where the chefs operate, where the dishes are prepared and cooked. Right? So the app that you interact with, the app that you see, the app that you interact with, that is the front end. And the part of the engine which kind of works behind the scenes of the app and build stuff, that is the back end. So you have both the front end and the back end, which have to work in tandem. So when we build the prompt, we are building both the front end as well as the back end over here. Okay. So now, it has made the thing, right? It has made it very simple overall. So this is the prompt. Okay. Just as simple as this thing. So far, so good. I can, copy this right now. I copied it. Now I go into Lovable and I paste it. So now it is kind of building this complete web app for me. And it is going to kind of figure out the things. Right now, I'm making it a very simple version so that it is working, everything is working well, etc. So that I don't have to, worry about a lot of technicalities. It's a prototype that we are building. It's a MVP we are building. So if you see here, it is building it in phases, and it is, phase one, it is setting up the shell. Phase two, the dashboard and the text logging. Phase three, what can I eat right now? And phase four is photo logging. It is building all of that complete application for me overall. So this is the build which is happening. So let this happen. We will check on what is happening on the Outskill website front. There we go. It has built for me the complete website. Okay, 2 days building with AI. On Monday you can ship, right? So that is what it has built. It kind of built the button a little left. That is fine. It has kind of built it all for me. Okay, when I say reserve my seat, it is coming to this inline thing which I can use. Now, if I want to publish this website, I will click on publish, and I can now say livecloner.lovable.app, or I can say mastermind genai.lovable.app, and I can publish this and I can use it. If I want, I can add my custom domain also. So if I have my own custom domain, I can add my custom domain and I can use it also. So that also is kind of possible over here, and I can publish this website completely. So this publishing means that it is a live website that lives on the internet, and you can give it to people to kind of store and use things, etc. Now, some of the things which are not present in the website are the backend. If I'm giving this information where it is stored, etc., those linkages have to be done. But overall, it is kind of ready overall. Okay. So this is how you will create a complete website. And this website that you build, it will be ready. Now, there are some things like, okay, you know what, this button is on the left-hand side. So I can say in the hero section, reserve my free seat button must be centered. Okay, so I'm saying that this reserve my free seat button must be centered overall. There you go. Whatever the problem is, it could center it completely. Okay, so like that, any errors that you see, you can actually go through the errors, and you can give it all the requirements via chat itself, and you can fix everything that you want. So now you don't have to worry about, do I know coding, do I don't know coding, etc. The only skill you require is, do I have clarity of what I want to build? If I have got clarity on what I want to build, I can build anything. I just completed showing you how I build a complete website from scratch, right? Now here, your entire thing of your AI powered application is getting built. So it will take some time to kind of build all of this. As it is building, let me show you a few more demos so that you understand how things work. For example, one thing that I have not yet showed you so far was the Claude in Chrome application. Okay, so I'll show you one interesting thing over there. So first thing, I'll go to my LinkedIn. Okay, so I'll open up my LinkedIn. So this is my LinkedIn, folks. This is my overall LinkedIn link. And this is, I'm going to kind of connect the dots of the previous things I have done to show you this. Okay. So now this is the LinkedIn. Let me paste my LinkedIn on the chat so that people can also look at the LinkedIn. The problem with LinkedIn is if I'm trying to use my LinkedIn for anything, I cannot scrape it with anything. If I give my LinkedIn URL in any AI agent, I will not be able to scrape anything. So therefore, I can use the Claude in Chrome thing. So I'll open the Claude in Chrome thing. I say, I understand. I'll say next. I'll say next. Let's go. And my Claude in Chrome thing is now available. So here, instead of ask before acting, I'll say act without asking for now. It is high risk, but it is okay. I am kind of okay to kind of run with this. And for the task I'm doing, I think Sonnet 4.6 is sufficient. I don't require 4. Opus 4.8. Now here you go. I am actually trying to apply for jobs. So to kind of search for the right possible jobs which are available to me, I want to find all of those jobs which are available so that I can do that. And for that, I want you to extract the relevant sections of my LinkedIn so that I can find those jobs for myself. I want to kind of find the extract the relevant sections from my LinkedIn and give me like a complete summary so that that summary I can use as the basis to find the relevant jobs for me. Right? So now I am telling it this thing. So now I have given the task. My hands are off, if you see. So now it is trying to get the tab and it is trying to, take control and it is going to review my complete things. So now it is actually navigating by itself my LinkedIn page, reading it and understanding who I am as a person and what are the things that I do. What is my education, who I am as a person, take the screenshots, and it is retrieving all the education content, all my content with respect to what I have done, what I am doing, etc. All of that, it is trying to build it out for me. Okay, folks, you can check my LinkedIn profile so that you can compare and contrast the kind of work that we are doing. So I'm going to teach you a very interesting workflow in the time the application is getting built. Okay, so it is kind of going through this. It takes time. Okay, but think about it in this particular manner. Right now, this is the state of the art currently, but going ahead, this will become even better, even smarter. So Claude can actually go through your complete web pages, complete browser, take control of your browser, do a lot of things which can really, really work like beautifully. So it is giving me the complete LinkedIn, my profile summary, etc. All that. It is kind of picking this up. All my information. So this is, I have copied this entire information right now. Okay, so now what I have done is I am going back to my Claude. Okay, so I'm going back to my Claude and I will go back to the job search, right? I have done this tech jobs in San Francisco, right? I'm going back to job search and here I have got connectors already available. So if you look at this, I have got the connectors and one of the connectors is Dice, which is a place which we can search for jobs on the internet. And I'm looking at the connector Dice, which can search for me jobs in San Francisco. Let us assume. So now I will say, I'll copy this. This is my correct profile info. Find me suitable best 2 to 3 jobs that I can apply for. So I extracted the thing from the this thing. Now that it has a full picture, it will run a targeted search overall, your strongest differentiators for the GTM or forward deployed roles. So it is kind of took up this information. So now it is kind of saying that this is the job that is there. Find me suitable jobs via web search only. So if I'm not satisfied, I can do simple web search. So it's now going to search the web and find suitable roles for me based on what I have asked for. Okay. And then it has asked me forward deployed engineer, applied AI engineer, AI solutions at Snorkel AI. So it has given me some decent roles that I can apply for. Okay. So now see this magic. Create a customized resume for me for the answer rocket role. So now I'm saying create a customized resume. So what Claude has present is called something called skills. Okay, so what skills does is skills are like recipes. Okay, if I'm doing the same process over and over and over again, I can create like a playbook of the best practices. Right? Similarly, Claude can allow you to, it gives you some playbook of the best practices, and some of the best practices it has already called are called docx, like how to create and read documents. It has PPTX, how to create and read PowerPoint presentations. So it has got these skills or recipes or playbooks of how to create all of these documents, things, etc. all through. So because of the skills and recipes which are available, it is able to build this out properly. It is able to build it out completely for me. And that is where it is able to now create a customized resume for me. So it is using a skill. The skill is how to make a proper document. So it is kind of creating the skill, or it is reading the existing skill, which is already pre-installed in Claude, to kind of do that. So if you want to use skills, again, that is present in the paid plans. Only on the Pro and the Max plans can you get access to skills, and the skills are available across the board. So the beauty of this, the way you should work with this is you should think about a problem to solve, break it down into tasks, and take those tasks which you want to solve and map it to the workflow and execute that workflow inside Cloud. A lot of things that I have shown, right? A lot of things that I have shown right now. Everything you can do it on other applications also, the kind of problems that I have solved, and you don't have to worry about it at all. Look at this, beautiful. It has now made a proper resume for me end to end, and I can kind of paste this resume. I can download this resume overall and send it to Answer Rocket team. Okay, now further, right? If I want to kind of look at more optimizations that I want to do, I can give further prompts and do the optimization. Okay, so that is the beauty of workflows, which can kind of help. Right? Now there is some kind of error that is available. So how can you troubleshoot these errors? So I will take the screenshot. And this entire screenshot, I will drop it here. And I'll say, I am seeing this error. So good thing that we are already starting off with an error, because now I will show you also how you can troubleshoot errors that you are facing and see all through it. Okay, so the error has been solved right in front of us, and we should wait for the app, and now the app is kind of ready. All right, so it has kind of, I can go to settings first. I can say daily veg preference is this, or vegan, vegetarian, Jain, I can do that. So daily calorie target is fine. Now, what is a log a meal? So I will say I had 2 chili cheese toast sandwich for breakfast. And I'll say the estimate. I say I had 2 chili cheese toast sandwich, and it has given me one sandwich slice overall, and I can say add to log. Okay, so ideally it should kind of pick up 2 chili cheese sandwich. It is okay. It is kind of pick that up for me. Next, I will say photo, right? And I can I can pick up some photo of a dish that I have already done. So I'm just putting this dish. So I have put in a photo of paneer tikka, and exactly the photo of paneer tikka I have put, right? And I have put in this overall. Okay. Now there it is asking multiple modes, which is there, right? Now I want to see what I can eat. Now I'll say, what can I eat? Okay. Paneer butter masala, a strong portion, rajma chawal, chana masala, 2 paneer parathas with curd. I can kind of do this. Okay. So I have kind of eaten all of this, and it has kind of given me a simple application, which is looking good in the green way, and it is working fine for me. Right? Folks, how are we so far? We built a complete website, as well as I built a complete working application with AI, and it is working completely without any kind of problem. Okay? Awesome. So now let me show you a few more things, right? If I want to kind of see the code or something of the entire code, so on here itself, when I click on code, it will show me the complete code that has been written, which you can see, and you can even export this code wherever you want. So I have the preview. Let us assume that I want to add a simple feature. I want to log the food that I have eaten across breakfast, lunch, dinner, and say a snack in the evening. And I also want to edit the quantities if I want. For example, right now in the bread, it showed me two overall as separate, but it should just show me chili cheese sandwich, and I can then increase or decrease in terms of portions like 1/2, 2.5, 3, etc. Okay. So now these are the features that I want to build, and now it is going to think about how to kind of build these features. So as it is building the feature, one last thing I would like to show, which is how you can work with Cowork. Okay, Cowork is a interesting tool that is available. So I will show you how you can work on Cowork overall. Yes, thing. So I'm going to show it to you on Cowork. There you go. We are on Cowork tab, and I'm going to show you how I will use Cowork for something that I'm working on. Very simple use case. I have got a lot of the newsletter issues of the Staying Ahead newsletter of AI in a particular folder, and I have just attached that folder over here. So I have the Staying Ahead newsletter issues in a particular folder. I have attached the folder over here. Now, for me, Sonnet 4.6 is sufficient, but effort I would require high. So I will go for high effort of Sonnet 4.6. And then this is what I will do over here. There are multiple issues of the Staying Ahead newsletter in my folder. Can you absorb all of the information? Try to read all the newsletters in parallel using subagents, and then synthesize all the information and make for me a simple PPT so that I can look at the PPT and understand what all the newsletters are trying to teach me. Okay. And now I will do this. Look at this. We will see it step by step as it happens on the screen. So first, it is going to figure out what is present inside my Staying Ahead newsletter folder. What are this thing? There are 10 newsletters which are available. So now what it has done is it is going to read all the 10 newsletters in parallel. So it is going to read all the 10 newsletters in complete parallel. So it is launching 10 readers in parallel. So see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 agents have spun up, which are reading each of those newsletters in parallel. So it is not like sequentially one newsletter after another that I am reading. I am able to read all the 10 newsletters readers in parallel. And then one after them, when they are complete, it is saying that I have completed and done. So within seconds, I am doing 10. If I have 50, 50 will be formed. If I have got 100, 100 also will be formed. Now it is going to synthesize the lessons that it has read from each of these agents, and then it will create the PPT for us. So now it is building the PowerPoint presentation, which will contain the lessons from all 10 of the agents which has done. Originally, if you were to do it in chat, it will read only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It will take at least 4 or 5 minutes to do that. But because we are on Cowork, we could use the agents and we could finish it off in a few seconds because everything was happening inside parallel. Okay, so now the PPT skill has been invoked to kind of create a very good PPT for us, which can summarize what all we have learned in all the newsletters. So this one, it will take a little bit of time, but after this time that it has taken, it will build this complete PPT for me. So it is saying complex response. So it is taking time because 10 things that's read, right? It has to synthesize 10 things and then prepare the PPT. So it will take a little bit of time. But that is where Cowork can be used. Okay, so plus this folder is on my local system. So don't worry about privacy because whatever folder you point it and whatever permissions you give, it will stay within that boundary only. But if you are working on sensitive data, maybe with respect to your company, etc., ensure that you are working on a Claude company license so that all the information is, kind of safeguarded and it is not used for training or improving the models overall. But just FYI, what Anthropic has also done is they have offered enterprises extra credits if they allow Anthropic to kind of tune the models on their use cases so that because right now money is all in the enterprise, so Anthropic wants to train the models on top of that. But for that, you have to give permission and then they will give you credit. So there is some program that has been recently announced. All right, so let it build. We will come back in a minute or so, but our Lovable has done. So we will come back and look at Lovable and see the complete application overall. So I go back to my Lovable. There you go. Now I am able to log in terms of breakfast, lunch, dinner, evening snack, and I can add everything, right? So let me first delete all of this and start from scratch. I will say breakfast. I had 2 chili cheese toast sandwiches. Okay, so I can estimate I had 2 chili cheese toast sandwiches. Now I have portions. I can say 1.5 or I can say 2 and I can add to log. Okay, so now I'm added to log in a proper manner. So it is under breakfast. Now lunch, I will put the same photo that I have taken. So I have taken it has got 4 paneer tikka pieces, by the way. So now it has got 4 large pieces. It is good. I can add to log. Right? Now I say, what can I eat? So in what can I eat? It is giving me a lot of things. I can say veg pulao, log this. Now I will kind of log it in this thing. I will say add to log. Okay. And it has got added to lunch. Right now, I can say that whenever I want to log something, I want to log it in terms of a particular meal, etc. And I want to make those improvements. I could do those also as I keep adding. Now, whenever I want to kind of change some things, when I want to go back to a previous version of the app in case I found that there is something which was not working, I can go back here and I can click this, which is saying revert to this version. So anytime I'm adding a feature and my entire application, if it breaks, I can use this feature to go back to a previous version of the same. Similarly to publish, I can say publish. It will be published on the website URL and it can also scale everything based on the number of users. So Lovable also gives you a scalable infrastructure where based on the number of users, it will expand or contract. And the pricing system of Lovable is all based on credits. So when we started, we had started to use credits like 122 and we have kind of come to 104, right? So that is the amount of usage that we have done. And around 18 credits have kind of gone into building this particular application. Now, what are the credits? Okay, credits means $0.25 equal to 1 credit. So when I have used 18 credits, right, you can do the math. 18 into 25, it is around 0.25 into 18, 25. So I have used almost $2.7. I have used $2.7 for this application. Converted it to Indian currency, that would come to around 220 to 250 rupees approximately. Right? Now think about this. If I were to build this application with an external developer, if I were to build the website with an external person, think about how much they would charge. And that is exactly the leverage that you need to think of. Okay. So with this, I will bring my session to a close where I started with a deep dive into Claude. I know some of you were telling on the chat, you know what, I know this, these are basic, etc. But what I tried to do was I tried to take people along with me who didn't know anything about Claude and then come to a portion where we are doing some advanced stuff with respect to Claude. Okay. Right. Funny, I think it is still building the PPT. You can take over. In few minutes, I'll come back and show the PPT over there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Folks,
This was all about Claude. This was all about vibe coding, building your products without actually writing a single line of code. Drop in on the chat. How was the session for you? Claude Code is something that we are not covering right away in the mastermind because there is a learning curve that you will have to take. And that is the reason why we got started with Lovable here. Absolutely amazing. Loving the messages. And I hope all of you take this process back, not just in terms of using Claude in a better way, but also take the knowledge that you have gained about product architecture, about vibe coding, and actually build products for yourselves. Towards the end of the day, I'll also talk about monetization opportunities that you could have today by going deep into vibe coding as a skill itself. You could build internal products for your own teams. You could build personal products for yourself, or you could also build customer facing products today. And like Dilip mentioned, MVP is what you can test out and eventually go ahead and probably identify business opportunities for yourself. So I truly hope that all of you take the resources from this entire session. Um, Dilip, do you want to show the output, or should I go ahead and take them to the lunch break?
I think you can take them to the lunch break. It is just almost done. It is just doing this thing. So yeah, maybe we in another 2-3 minutes it will be done actually.
Perfect, perfect. So meanwhile, I'll just pause the chat. I'll just pause the chat for a quick second so that I can drop this link in, and all of you can have focus on this link at this point of time. I'm again resharing the Google Drive link that we had shared yesterday as well, because right now we have gone ahead and uploaded session notes from yesterday, and session notes of this particular session is also going to be coming up. And there are workbooks as well that I would want all of you to go ahead and try your hands out on. Let me quickly share my screen and show you what this Drive link right now has. There you go. Sharing my screen. Quick second. Perfect. Now, like I mentioned yesterday as well, you're going to continue to have access to this Google Drive link. Um, when you go into, there is a roadmap that I've uploaded already right here, and I'm going to be speaking more about this roadmap as your lunch break gets started and also towards the end of the day. And there is a Gen AI monetization playbook as well, which I'll be speaking more about during the or towards the end of the day after we teach you image and video generation as well after the lunch break, right? But if you look at workbooks at this point of time, you have workbooks from yesterday, and you also have a workbook to help you build a website using AI, using the same principles that Dilip has gone ahead and taught you in this particular session. So you have step-by-step instructions that you can go ahead and follow from here. And the example that we have taken here is for you to use your resume to build a personal portfolio website for yourself, but you could also use the same steps to build a product website as well. The roadmap is something that I will be giving deeper clarity on towards the end of the day, because this is the roadmap that Webhub also promised to everyone already yesterday, and this is the latest edition of the roadmap as well. But since Dilip is here, I would like to quickly have Dilip also share his thoughts on the next steps that everybody should be taking after this mastermind as well, because like we have been saying, this is a continuous learning journey, and a lot of you people have gone ahead and enrolled yourself into the accelerator program as well. Those of you who have enrolled into the accelerator program yesterday when we spoke about it, you will be meeting Dilip in the program and a lot of other times as well going forward. But Dilip, if you had, a lot of people also could not enroll themselves into the accelerator program, right? And we told them that we will be giving the roadmap as well, and I will explain more about the roadmap to them. But is there any advice that you would like to give to everyone, in terms of taking their AI learning journeys forward from here?
Absolutely. I think what I'll also show is something that I've been seeing overall the conversations people are having in the Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., and all those places. So let me show you that. So I was pleasantly surprised where somebody was saying, you know what, you need to be an agent strategist. Okay. So when I went deeper into what they mean by agent strategist, and this is not and look at this, right? This is actually a platform where they help companies build better, more human customer experiences with AI. This is what this company does. And look at what they said, the AI all-rounder. Okay, the role of agent strategist is you need to know what will work and build and integrate within companies' existing systems. Right? So everybody is talking about forward deployed engineer, right? Where you are looking at going and building solutions. In fact, there is a parallel role that is emerging, which not many people are talking about, which is called forward deployed generalist. It is called by multiple names. It is called AI operations lead. It is called AI automation expert. It is called AI problem solver, AI generalist. There are multiple such things which are being used. In fact, AI generalist as a term was coined, almost 2 years back. Around October
Yeah.
2024 was when we started first using the term. And when we started
Yes.
using the term, people were like, okay, you are inventing something, you know what, this doesn't exist, you're bluffing, etc. We got all those backlashes. But now it has become the norm. So companies are talking about AI all-rounders, AI strategists, AI people who can solve problems within the companies. Okay. And one major frustration people are having is this budget wars. How much budget should we actually
Yeah.
put in? Right? Earlier, what companies have done is they went for token maxing. That is, whoever uses the tokens the most, they are the best AI adopters. What happened is people started using yearly budgets in quarter itself.
Yeah.
So that has started happening. So the thing is not about how do I just use the tool, how do I use it effectively, when should I use it, when should I not use it. That is the mindset you need to develop. So today in the session, right, while everybody knows Opus, Haiku, Sonnet, some people know, some people don't know, I laid a lot of emphasis on, okay, use this for this, use this for this, so that you can effectively use the tokens and you can get the cost benefit analysis. So right now, people know AI is important, AI is good, AI has to be applied, but people still don't know how to get the best outcomes out of those. Okay.
Yeah.
So there is this person who had talked with a CHRO and a CTO of a very big billion-dollar company of AI. This is what is happening inside a true company. Okay. The AI ownership, they are now saying it's a joint ownership between CTO and CHRO. Right?
Mm.
Earlier, it was only the CTO whose mandate was to deploy AI. Conversation is shifting. CHRO is coming into play, and performance appraisals are kind of done with respect to AI. Right? If you remember our own performance, we just had a complete round of it. One of the important factors was how much of AI we have learned, how we have used. And even in weekly meetings at Outskill, we have to present one slide team wise on what are the AI initiatives the team is working on. Okay. Then they are talking about AI adoption as everybody has basic chat GPT access. Everybody is still stuck at chat GPT is AI. I hope folks, people in the last 1.5 days that you have spent with us, you saw that there is a world beyond chat GPT equal to AI, prompting equal to AI. We started there, okay, but we went deeper. And today you saw that we saw Claude with deeper permissions, etc. Okay. And what they have is there is a widening gap between the power users and the rest of the organization. Okay.
Yeah.
What is happening is there are power users. They are talking about access, but I'll tell you what is happening. There are power users in the organization. They are called AI champions. And every B2B conversation that I'm having with companies is all about team outskill. We want you to come to our org and talk about the AI champions that we want to work with. Okay. That is exactly what people have been saying. Right? So you'll have to build agents for personal workflows, but they have not yet reached the scalable, processes overall. And managers frequently complain about low effort, obvious AI generated work, lack of clear standards for AI acceptable uses. Okay, that is exactly the cultural friction that is kind of happening. Right? So what you should understand, what you should kind of go ahead, etc. There has been this recent podcast which has come by Lenny, and this is a person who is a former partner at Anderson Horowitz. And I will kind of talk about, he has seen multiple cycles. So this person has kind of mentioned this part. Number one thing he has mentioned, AI is exactly like computers and electricity. There is disruption that it is going to cause. Okay. Will it cause loss of jobs? Maybe not, because it is about AI job transformation. Look at the amount of jobs that existed when there was computers or desktops which were present. At that point in time, some jobs were affected, but new jobs kind of came in. So upskilling is kind of important. Right? So that is exactly what we have seen overall. Right? Now, with all of these, right, there is a lot of demand for AI, but for the right AI use. For people who think, okay, I have given ChatGPT access, I have given this access, I have become AI native, good luck. Okay?
Yeah.
You will see the things later on. So what you are trying to do in this mastermind is you wanted to educate the audience on, hey, this is exactly how you should try to work with AI, and kind of give you a glimpse of how you should kind of go forward from there. Right? So now, as I promised, I will also share I think my Claude is kind of done. So let me show that. So let me stop my screen. Before I leave, I will also show the PPT it has done.
Yeah. I think very, very important points you just spoke about, right? Right now, what everybody also needs to focus on is, as cost of AI is increasing, you also have to see whether wherever you're using AI, is that helping in improving the ROI, or the revenue that you're essentially making. But yes, you can go ahead and show the PPT as well.
So it has made 10 newsletters. What is the newsletter? Issue 10, AI agents negotiate for you. Creative tools, Claude controls Blender. 11 music, AI music generation. MCP servers are security risk. DeepSeek V4, is it worth switching? Three test benchmark, token cost management, lovable aesthetics, detecting and removing AI patterns, Kriya 2, recurring lessons across 10 issues, stay curious, stay ahead. So 10 issues at the single time, I'm able to do it. That is the kind of thing, right? If I'm doing a personal learning for myself, this kind of a system can help me surface things and consume more information than I was doing pre-AI. Right? That is
Yeah.
exactly my point. That is exactly what I want to build and what I want to do overall. So irrespective of whether you are doing the program, not doing the program, it doesn't matter at all. Okay. All I am saying is this. If you are trying to be serious about AI, let me frame three questions and provide the answers. Question number one. Okay. Can I use AI in any task that I want? You say X, Y, Z, W, X dash, etc. The answer is unequivocal X. Okay. Have we figured out how do we do that properly? Maybe not. There is an experimentation that is pending to take it forward from there. Does everybody need to learn AI? Absolutely, yes. Everybody needs to be proficient in AI. It is like the computer
Yeah.
overall. Okay. And third question, which is maybe the things which is at the back of everybody's mind. Will AI replace my job? Will my job go? Please do not be paranoid about that. Okay. A lot of the job layoff narrative is built around AI because that is how stock markets work. When you say I laid off jobs due to AI, so stock market goes up. Right? I'm not saying it could not have been the reason, but what I'm saying is it is not the only reason. Because right now at Outskill, right, we are growing still, right? And the reason why is AI has enabled our ambitions to grow. With the same team, we have been able to do 4x, 5x of what we were doing previously. Then why should we not hire a team to go 10x and 20x? Why am I limiting my ambition? That is a question that I have. If I ever meet people who have this job apocalypse kind of a thing, this is the question I want to ask them directly.
Yeah, beautiful.
Right? Yeah, over to you, Funny.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being here, Dilip. Again, Rizwan Sheikh is asking, I have 16 years of experience as a senior manager. Not sure how AI is going to help me in recruitment. That is exactly what, we are also trying to say, right? Don't just think in a boxed approach that how is AI going to help me. Find those processes that you're currently doing manually and then apply AI over there to improve the efficiency, and that way you will be able to do 10x the work that you're doing as of today. And this is happening already. If you are not able to find use cases in your domain today, you can also research on the internet about how other recruiters have probably gone ahead and used AI in recruitment and in the HR space itself, right? So it's all about that ideation process that you have to put yourself into initially and think AI. Once you start thinking AI, all of the frameworks and the workflows that we are teaching you are going to be helping you build these solutions as well. And the roadmap, of course, that I'm going to be sharing will have many or already has many resources as of 2026, June, which you can absolutely go deep into to be able to move closer to becoming an AI orchestrator or an AI generalist. But Dilip, thank you for being here. I will also share your LinkedIn profile link on the chat for people to reach out in case they have any specific questions. But right now, folks, what we are going to be doing is, Dilip, I'll take it forward from here. Awesome. Okay. With that, we come to the end of session 1 of day 2. And I was looking at the poll responses that all of you have gone ahead and given. Absolutely loving the energy and the enthusiasm that all of you are showing. The Google Drive link, Jasmine and everybody else, please take a look at the chat box. If you're not able to find the Google Drive link, in spite of me sharing it multiple times on the chat box, I'm putting it up once again. If you're not able to find it, you will get this on email as well. I'm not sure what the issue is. Maybe you're not looking at the chat in the right way, but all of the resources are there in the Drive link, and we have gone ahead and shared it right away, right? I mean, once again, I've gone ahead and dropped it in on the chat. I was looking to get Dilip sir's newsletter summary PPT. We are going to be sharing the outputs as well along with the prompts. Many people are asking for the prompts. We will, of course, share the prompts. However, the art of writing these prompts, the art of giving that context to the AI models is something that should come from you. That is when you will start developing yourself. Suhail, Microsoft Copilot is useful only if you have the enterprise version. That is the reason why we are not including it for the larger group, but we have other micro sessions that we do on Copilot as well. Aishwarya says, I saw some people showing the way how to use Claude for free. Is there a way around the paid subscription, and is it valid? No. There are lots and lots of people trying to scam or trying to make money in wrong ways because of what's happening with Gen AI as well. Anybody who is trying to promise you free credits, anybody who is trying to tell you that a discounted price is being offered for a subscription of a Claude or a Chat GPT, unless it is officially coming in from them, don't trust such platforms at all. You should always verify the domain that you're making any payment on, because such phishing websites have also started coming up. So you should be very careful whenever you're going ahead and making a transaction. Of course, what we spoke about, the bonus tools that we spoke about yesterday, along with the accelerator program, those are happening. Even in those cases, we are not going ahead and able to give you ChatGPT subscription or a Claude subscription yet, because we don't have official partnerships with Anthropic. We have one with OpenAI, but not for the subscription per se. But all of the other tools that we spoke about are happening because of official partnerships that we have. If any company has that and they're giving it to you through an official channel, then you can go ahead and trust them, but not otherwise. Should we all go ahead and take a lunch break right now? Drop in a yes on the chat. But before we go into the lunch break, I have a quick question. Yesterday, we spoke about the AI Accelerator program. A lot of you have gone ahead and enrolled. People who have enrolled, drop in a me on the chat and drop in a me if you have already gotten the onboarding call from our team, because our team has already started getting in touch with people who have enrolled for the accelerator program. Yes, perfect. Please don't spam whoever is trying to put the same message again. Yubraj Pandey, please don't spam. But wonderful to know that, yeah, you might have received a WhatsApp message by now, but our team will eventually get in touch with you one-on-one if you have already enrolled yourself into the accelerator program. But a lot of people post yesterday's session by Webhub also reached out over email mentioning a bunch of things, which is, can you extend it to day 2? I was just not prepared to go ahead and block my seat, but I really want to be a part of the cohort and everything around it. And today I see that about 25% of you have missed out on day 1 that happened entirely yesterday. So I'm quickly launching a poll to understand how many of you have heard about the AI Accelerator program that we have and how many of you have not. Let me know on the poll at this point of time. If you have already heard about it, but you could not block your seat, you can choose the second option. If you want to know about the program, you can choose the third option. If you know about the program, but you cannot absolutely be a part of it at this point of time for various reasons, you can choose the fourth option. And if you have already blocked your seat, you can choose the first option. This is so that I decide what I need to do in the next 10 minutes before everybody takes a lunch break. But the next session is going to be starting at 2:15 p.m. IST on image and video generation. Shantanu will be coming in. He is a narrative strategist. You're going to learn not just how you can create images and videos with AI today, but you're going to learn the art of storytelling in the next session. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We're starting that at 2:15 p.m. IST. All right, everyone. Are we all back from the break? Drop in back on the chat. The chat is on, and so are the reactions as well. You can drop in a thumbs up or a heart if you're back from the lunch break. Just gonna give it 30 more seconds for everybody to come back in. Sukrit, if you have missed the first session today, that's fine. We are jumping into a new topic altogether, which is image and video generation. And not just image and video generation, but the art of storytelling, the art of narrating powerful stories is what we're going to be focusing on over the next 2 hours. So I will be sharing the resources and I will go ahead and do an entire recap towards the end of the day. But if you have missed out on the previous session, it's fine. You will be able to catch up right now. Shukman, please don't spam. I will check the email and all of that much later. But are we all excited to get into diffusion models or the creative field that you can today tap into just because of generative AI? Something that we have not seen until this point of time since we got started with the mastermind. Are we all excited? Drop in excited on the chat. And as all of you do that, if you're thinking that this session is going to be all about just tools that will generate images and videos, absolutely not. The tools that will generate your images and videos, you might have played around with those tools all by yourself as well. You might have used Nano Banana, you might have used other video generation models as well, and these tools will always come and go. But what we are going to be focusing on in this particular session is how can you push AI and how can you think like a filmmaker, like a narrative strategist to go ahead and narrate beautiful stories about yourself or the brands that you're working for or the brands that you're leading at this point of time. There's a lot that you can do with AI in terms of generating ads, in terms of generating movies and everything around it. This is also something that is helping people monetize at a huge scale as of today, right? And that part of monetization I'll speak about towards the end of the day. But over the next 2 hours, you will essentially learn a professional workflow through which you will be able to narrate powerful stories and also bring those stories visually into reality. That is what the objective of this entire session is going to be all about. And like I told you, Shantanu will be leading this entire session. He comes with immense experience in the space of filmmaking, in the space of narrative strategy. And today he's building a lot of things with AI. He has been doing that since the last few years, and all of those learnings is what he's going to be sharing with all of you today. Super excited to have you with us today, Shantanu. Let me give you the access. Perfect. I hope you are able to hear me well.
Hi, Fanny. How's it going? I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. Can hear you well, can see you well. Folks, drop in a yes if you can hear us or hear Shantanu well, and if you can see him.
So many people, Fanny, as usual. Thousand. How do you guys manage? I never really understand. But
No,
so
I
many
think it's
people
just
trying to adopt.
yeah, it's the curiosity that everybody around the world is having. Folks, do you all want to drop in on the chat where you're from so that Shantanu gets an idea of the demographics that we have? There you go.
Oh my
You will be
Lord.
able to see the chat. Yeah.
It's so much fun that the age is such an age where internet is letting our voice travel across the globe. I see people from across the globe today. Strange that all of them have this one excitement about learning AI, right? I think this is a 2 day mastermind, right? And this is the
Yes.
final session.
Yes.
Wow. Amazing time to be in, right? So many new tools coming in, completely new technology has come in. Like imagine a few hundred years ago when electricity had come in, people must have flipped, right? Like even the phone or the television. Now that we're
Exactly.
living in this kind of a world, it feels like okay, fine. Yeah, I mean, of course, for Funny, Vaibhav, all of you guys, we and us, we have been living in the AI world, so it's fine. But if for somebody who's adopting to this, it must be getting very overwhelming at this stage, right?
No,
Like, but
we were actually teaching them, multiple things around prompting, text generation
hmm,
models. We went deep into Claude as well today, in terms of explaining them connectors and all of that. And what surprises me even today is how people are not aware of, all of these
yeah.
possibilities. And now I'm very excited, to see how they would react to image and video generation part of it.
I know, I know. Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to be taking people through because every week, because of our clients and the IP work that we have been doing, we are always exposed to new tools. It's getting so hard to catch up, man. But we have a fundamental, like all the part of my team, we make sure that we focus on the storytelling aspect of things. So even if these AI tools have come in, I make sure that my team writes the script and tells their first story. Because since the tools have been democratized, everybody can make a beautiful looking video. And I keep on saying that, but that beautiful looking video or any something which is like just one prompt in a video out is not going to cut it out for the long run. What is going to cut out this entire noise is if you have a very strong personal narrative and the narrative which you want your particular content to have. All right. Storytelling is not random. Storytelling requires a particular technology. It is a technology in general. I call it a technology because it travels with the current technology and then gets amplified because if the technology is too complex, nobody is interested. So if you attach a layer of storytelling on top of that, suddenly that technology travels really fast. This is what happened with Transformers, right? This is what happened with ChatGPT. All of us started using it because it got very easy and a story was told to us that AI will now do a lot of things. So that storytelling is what we are going to speak about, create a video, of course. But I want people to basically go into the depth of things because I'm sure uh, I had a glimpse of Vaibhav's session yesterday, a glimpse of Dilip's session also. Everything is technical, but everything is useful. This particular session is for us to combine all of that knowledge, build your own personal story. What are you going to do with that knowledge? And also understand diffusion models and how do you create content. So I think this particular session will summarize all the learnings that people have had.
Exactly. And I'm super excited for it. Folks, I mean, Shantanu, I think over to you at this point of time. People who are putting the same message multiple times on the chat, this is a session that is creative. We would like to keep the chat open, but it will get difficult for us to keep it open if anybody spams. So please don't spam. That's all, Shantanu.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Funny. For people who think that background is AI, background's not AI. I've been blessed with a very beautiful view. I stay just outside Mumbai and we are facing the national park. What a crazy time. I was lucky to find this particular house. All right. So quickly, let's get going. I'm sure you guys must have had a lot of technical conversations, a lot of in-depth. I mean, all the mentors are phenomenal. So let's get very creative. Before getting very creative, let's try to understand exactly what creativity is and exactly what is the difference between us and humans, us and AI. Sorry about that. What is the difference between AI and us? All right. That is something which I want you guys to tell me before I quickly get going. While you think about it and type it in the chat, uh, just let's go through 1 second. The slide. Yeah. Tell me, fellows, let's have a conversation. Emotions. We have emotions. Emotions. Okay, fine. Okay, okay. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, AI is getting in a stage where it can have emotional conversations with you, but not necessarily feel it. I have mapped that entire thing, and I'm going to take you through that first before we begin, because that seems to be a very important in this day and age. For people who have just joined, I asked a question and AI. What is the exact difference? Yeah, feelings. Okay, good, good. Perfect. Good. So this is something which we need to speak about. Of course, there are many tools which right now generate a lot of things together. But when it comes to storytelling, that requires a clear understanding of what we like, what we do not like, what kind of feelings you want to orchestrate. When I say feelings you want to orchestrate, meaning if you see a particular film which is really well made, it creates a certain emotion inside you and you keep on thinking about it. Sometimes we model ourselves according to the heroes that we watch, according to the heroines that we watch on our series in our films. uh, so that is very important for us to understand that what exactly is causing that influence on us. Why I speak of influence of content in this day and age is because AI has made that influence go multifold. You can now make content in volume. So if a big corporation or where somebody who has ulterior motives decides to change your perception, they can just hammer you with thousands of content pieces and suddenly you will be molded into buying a particular product. That is what advertising is. All right. Volume has increased, so it is very essential for us to keep on going back to a question of what is the exact difference between a AI and exact difference between a human. And I've tried to map it, and I figured out that humans are very emotional, like some of you said, intuitive. We do not understand where intuition comes from. Thankfully, we do not understand that, because if that we understand where it comes from, we will commoditize that as well. All right. So we don't want to do that. There are many blind spots which us as humanity has. All right. And we are experiential. We learn through our experiences, similar to AI, and we attach meaning or attach symbols to everything that we do. AI, on the other hand, is very statistical, pattern based. You must have realized that, contextual, and it is scalable. Now, both of these elements are complementary, they are not replacing each other. AI does not understand intuition. AI cannot understand your lived experience. But if you want to amplify that particular emotion, you can move to a AI. That is what it means by being human in the center and using AI to scale it. This is the fundamental part of also being whatever you do, but also being creative. This is very, very essential. Before I also begin, I would like to give you guys a particular mantra. Whatever you must have learned, whatever tools you must have learned in these 2 days, you have to understand that just adopting to AI without a use case, like many of the mentors must have told you, makes absolute no sense. So, how do you adopt and what do you adopt? You have to automate the noise part of it. Whatever job whatever you do, automate the noise. In my filmmaking world, the noise was coming up with many ideas which I can choose from. Noise was approaching many writers to elaborate the script, approaching a storyboard artist to design the script. So, all the noise used to increase my turnaround time. All right. So that is something which I would love to automate. I do not automate the ideation aspect of things or the intuition aspect of things. Humanize the content, which means whatever product, whatever service, or even a film or a series, whatever content you create or whatever you have to offer to the other people, make sure you put your lived experience in that. All right. Once that happens, that is when you are free to tell a story of whatever product you have or service you have, you yourself as a personal brand, or whatever films or series you do. So, in the AI world, this is the particular thing which I hammer down everybody's throats most of the times because this is very important. You have to automate the noise, then you humanize the content, and then you're free to tell a story. All right. So, with that base, let's begin because this is going to be supremely creative. Today's session, of course, is AI filmmaking. I will take you through the filmmaking part of things, but you guys have to decide what you want to use it for. Creation of images, product mockups, whatever you guys want to design it for. I'm going to take you through the top line of everything, which is human creativity in the age of AI. I'm Shantanu Tungare. For people who do not know, I'm a filmmaker. I am making a lot of IPs. When I say IPs, meaning multiple new content in the AI world using the complete AI infrastructure of my company. And I am a narrative strategist, which means I help companies, corporations, UHNIs, HNIs to come up with their go-to market stories. It's different than brand storytelling. It is more like building a certain perception about you, which travels organically. It's a longer drawn game, similar to how politicians also approach it. You have to build a particular narrative. So I help brands and, as I said before, multiple corporations, UHNIs, HNIs to do. But filmmaking is something which is the tool, which is the medium that I have adopted. In this medium right now, I have adopted the AI tool because it is amplifying me and I can scale my content. All right. So this is who I am. I have trained, as I said before, more than like a, not said before, but I've trained more than a lakh professionals thanks to working with Outskill. Uh, why they have chosen me to train you guys, because we already have a running company built on AI infrastructure. We have come from live action filmmaking to adopting ourselves into AI infrastructure services, servicing multiple brands at this stage, along with that building IPs, like I said before. I have a newsletter called as AI with a side eye, where I look at technology with a side eye. It's very cool where I keep on speaking about my field notes about how do I stay human when everything is automated. I've been a speaker at multiple platforms, multiple newspapers. You can see them. I've been part of multiple businesses, uh, predominantly media businesses, to understand that we are in a very big shift at this stage. All right. This is some of the snapshot of some of our work. You must be knowing from some of these Bollywood films and Amazon and Netflix series. All of them we are right now building IPs for, which is content for, using the AI infrastructure. Our business is 50-50. 50% of live action production and 50% of AI. But frankly, more the entire business is moving more towards AI because clients definitely want to reduce the cost involved and they want to reduce the turnaround time involved. So it is a very strange flux into the business at this stage. Every week something new comes up, like I said before, and I get to share those learnings with you also. Super happy about that. I handle the new IP and branding vertical, of course. This is something which I've been building, called as Ancient Indian Billionaires. Now I have a narrative. Like I said before, I have my personal narrative, which is like an anchor to whatever content I create. The anchor is that I want to rebrand India from the different stereotypes that India has. And this is something which drives all my decisions in whatever IPs I create or whatever brands I also work with. So this is something where I went through. I've been wanting to build this particular series, but no producer was giving me money. So there was a time when AI came in. So I dug deep into the research about exactly what was India. If we talk about India being like a supreme civilization before, then exactly what it was. So that depth I got into after using the AI tools. And this is one series which is now funded. We have a 3-year runway, close to $1 million, which we are building into a film series, games, and live action also. You'll see a lot of content coming in. In fact, I'll show you a small snippet while you guys select what you guys want to do of a sponsored post that I've been doing. You'll get an idea about the glimpse of what exactly is Ancient Indian Billionaires. All right. This is part of my style called as mythic futurism. You should see the teasers, of course, but these are old AI. I'll show you something which I recently did using the complete AI infrastructures. Phenomenal. All right. If you are into this particular session, you don't have to create this massive content or big narratives, although I urge you guys to do it. But if you have very specific use case, this particular session will help you use the LLMs so that you can become a proper writer, a visual strategist where you understand different diffusion models and use them for your own benefit. You can own your own agency where I'll tell you all the tools that my agency is using. And at the same point of time, you can build a complete film. All right. Which is the final end game, because storytelling is something, if AI can reach a live action filmmaking, then AI is in a very good space. And that is something which I would love to show you all. You can create product mockups, social media visuals, investor pitch decks, event posters. All of this will be covered between the entire umbrella content creation that I'm going to tell you all. Today's session is divided into 4 parts. Now, generally, the Western act structure is where there is a hero, the hero goes through a crisis, and the hero wins. The Indian act structure is there is a hero, the hero goes through a crisis, the hero wins, and then the hero sits and contemplates at what cost he won. All right. So that contemplation is what caused the depth in Indian storytelling. That's why Ramayana and Mahabharata have traveled since centuries and millennia. All right. So that is a part of the research that I figured. So today's session also I've divided and tried to take from that knowledge. The first time where you'll understand how do you become a brand strategist, content writer, and a creative director, because those tools will be very clear for you. Then in the second act, you will see the diffusion models, and we'll select the right diffusion models to create our content. Third, where we'll bring it all together. And fourth is where you are going to sit and think, what are you going to use this knowledge for? This is the 4 act structure that you are going to follow. I'll take you through everything, but it is completely up to you. What are you going to use this knowledge for? And not just for this session, for all these 2 days sessions that you have guys have done. All right, the base things which we are going to use, like the main technology that we are going to use, is diffusion models today. Now, diffusion models function in this way. You can feel free to take a screenshot. Diffusion models start off with pure noise, all right, and then with your prompts, the noise is removed, all right. When the noise is removed, refinement happens and more details get added, and the final image comes in. All right, so this is the base of diffusion models, sort of crushing the images or bringing all the images together and quickly denoising all of that. Why there are multiple diffusion models is because of the point 4. If you see here, this is the where aesthetic detail matters. When I say aesthetic details, you will like something, I will like something, our likes might not match. All right, so that is when you need to select your favorite diffusion models, which gives out or appeals to your particular aesthetic. Hence, it is not one prompt and an output out there. You have to be actively involved. That is what human in the center means. All right. So I hope that is very clear for you all. Uh, Feel free to I'm going to just see if you guys are understanding. Are you guys understanding all of this? Are you getting an idea? All right. Good, good. So if the base is set, let's now move ahead. All right. Somebody saying repeat. I can't repeat 15 minutes, but I hope all of you guys are. Uh, if you're not very clear at this stage, no problem. As and when we move ahead, it is as simple as creating content, but with meaning. All right. That is what I wanted to tell you all. Create content, but with meaning. Simple. We are using diffusion models as a technology. For people who have understood in depth, perfect. No problem. People who do not and have not understood in depth, no problem. As we move ahead in the session, you'll get an idea. All right. Cool. I am not here to make a content creator out of you. Of course, you can become one, no judgments there, but you will be a slave to the algorithm because the algorithms is ruthless. You have to keep on putting in content. Uh, I'm here to tell you to become a storyteller. When you are a storyteller, you basically have more depth in whatever you do. All right. So now let's learn a process of how do you model these diffusion models according to your interest. So quickly write down what is the one thing that nobody else does. What is your earliest memory that shaped you, and what is your North Star? Take a screenshot of this if you want to do it later, no problem. But this is very essential. Remember, in the previous sessions, you must have been told that the LLM has to be modeled according to you. If you don't want to go through those technical details, you're jungling between multiple LLMs. This particular knowledge about yourself will help you model the LLMs LLMs meaning ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Grok, all of them according to yourself. So quickly write it down. Don't need to tell me. No problem. All right. If you want to know yourself in depth and use the diffusion models perfectly, all right, according where they will precisely give you the answers according to what you want. I have designed a 7-day interview with the LLM. You have this conversation every day for 10 minutes with the LLM, and then by the end of it, you will get a nice blueprint. Take that as a Word document or a Markdown file and use it in whatever LLM you use. All right. That will really help. You can add in your details as to how you want the LLM to respond to you. But knowing yourself is very important if you are doing anything to do with creativity. Otherwise, you are just rehashing what everybody else has done. All right. So quickly take a screenshot. I'll any which ways share these drive links with you. All right. Good. So now the entire thing is set for y'all. I'll quickly take you guys through all of this later. But tell me, fellows, what do you feel like doing? You want to create an ad or you want to create a movie teaser today? What kind of audience do we have today? You take your time, no problem. Till the time I'll tell you exactly what I've been doing so that you get an idea. So what I've done is using AI, I have managed to, along with the client work and the personal IPs that I've been doing, I've been managed to scale my content needs in terms of my personal brand really, really like fast. All right, using multiple tools. So I've been speaking to many, like if you are from India, you'll understand Diggaj, like intellectual elites in the AI world and in global narrative space for a very long time. And I've managed to get guests of really like cool people. When I say cool, meaning again, I'm saying intellectual elites who will add a lot of value to you if you listen to their particular podcast. So one of the person whom I've spoken to is Mr. Simon Anholt. He is the person who helps prime ministers, kings, presidents to basically brand a particular nation. So he's a very big deal. So I've had a conversation with him. All of this is parked on my YouTube. I'm going to share the links with you any which ways. The next one whom I'm speaking to or who I've already spoken to is Miss Agnieszka Pilat. She lives in the heart of Silicon Valley, and you know who her clients are. Her clients are SpaceX, Boston Dynamics, and many of the Silicon Valley unicorns. What they do is they give her the complex technology, and she paints or adds a story to them. All right. So the philosophical layer is what she's adding to these machines, and she's the one who says that machines are the new ruling class. So I had a crazy conversation with her as well. The next conversation which I had was with Dr. Merit Moore. Now she's the one who is a quantum physicist, teaches in Abu Dhabi, and also a ballerina. She dances with robots. So I've managed to have conversations with such intellectual elites, and all of those conversations will be parked on my YouTube and my LinkedIn. So I hope you guys, while you're selecting, just subscribe to my channel and follow me. I'm going to quickly share my links with y'all so that you can enlighten yourself with so much of content that I've been doing. And this will really help you in the AI age. This will really help you. It has helped me. That conversation has helped me. That's the reason why I would love to share that knowledge with you all. All right, just dropping in my links, fellows. Uh, yep. Cool. Feel free to subscribe and follow. All right. So, what is the final verdict? What do we have? Tell me, fellows.
We have about 55% of the people saying a teaser and 45% saying an ad.
Mostly Sunday people want to do something to do with movies and series. That will be nice as long as people start also brainstorming with me. So if we have decided that uh, we have done some really cool stuff in our previous sessions, Funny was witness to all of them. Uh, he's been my co-host since like a more than a year, and we have actually changed the game in terms of AI filmmaking together. And today me being your director, you being my team, let's build something from scratch. I'm going to give you two thought starters. Think of something to do with youth, all right? Uh, and think of some, if when I say youth, you can think of something like a Gen Z or Gen Alpha also. Think of something to do with yeah, just youth. Why don't you put out whatever you guys feel like, the first idea which pops into your head into the chat box so we can just quickly brainstorm. I'm not going to directly move to an LLM. This is very important for us to brainstorm. All right. What do we have? Cool clothing, Ben 10 teaser. Nice. 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 Youth CJP protest? No, not really. Let's not go political. Plus, I don't like cockroaches. So, what's the idea? What's the plan? All right. So, what do we have? Gaming. Okay, gaming. We had done Mario, who travels to Indus Valley civilization. My nephew was playing God of War the other day. But think of something to do with something which has more of an impact. All right. Uh, Roblox. Roblox is good. You guys are familiar with Roblox? Roblox is good. I'm not sure if all the audience understands Roblox. Memes. Come on, fellows. Type in whatever you feel like. All right, we have, or somebody typed BGMI. BGMI is also one of my clients. Burger, music. Interesting. Okay, He-Man has come in. You want to do something to do with He-Man? I think one of the sessions we did Barbie traveling to Kurukshetra during the Mahabharata time. So that was pretty cool. Uh, what do we have? Shaktiman, Ninja. Ninja, interesting. Ninja. Okay, Ninja or the bike or just Ninja in general. Okay, let's give 10 more seconds and brainstorm. Of course, thousands of people here, we won't be able to come to a conclusion, but I'm looking at each and everybody's, whatever idea sticks to me. Pokemon. Pokemon India, you want to do? F1, we have already done. All right, good. Power Rangers, nice. GTA 6. Star Trek, one of my favorite. Hot Wheels, we have already done. Okay, 10 more seconds. You guys are getting creative. Okay, good, good. So these are all the, let's say for example, Star Trek is there, but what if the people from Star Trek traveled through different Indian cosmologies? No, let more ideas come in. Okay, more ideas. Africa, Coco Melon, nice. How cute, yeah. Time travel, goat life. Okay, let's move. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So what we'll now do, let's say for example, you have an idea like that. Let's say for example, youth, something to do with youth, something to do with Star Trek, something to do with Roblox. If you get certain glimpses, the creativity or the main idea does not come in one concept note. It never comes in. But if you want to do something like that, so our creativity right now is that we want to create something where we understand the tools also. At the same point of time, it excites us by the end of the session also. So let's start brainstorming. For brainstorming, what I do, I travel between multiple LLMs. So let's start right now. Now, let's not use Opus 4.8 because we don't need such a high. We don't need such like a high tokenized version of this model. Let's go for Sonnet 4.6. Good enough. Effort we should keep on high because I want the AI to push itself. All right. So let's quickly move forward. Okay, so now what I do, so you remember the AI conversation that I told you guys to have, the 7-day LLM conversation that I told you guys to have. All right, so I have definitely had a conversation like that. So what I did is just going to attach it to the chat box here. All right, we are using Claude in the first go. If you want to model Claude according to you even more, just go to the settings part of it and instruct Claude and give Claude all the details here. Just copy paste your complete narrative DNA and you are in a very good space. All right. If you don't want to do that, you're juggling between multiple LLMs, have a document like this. I'm using a markdown file, but a Word document is also fine. All right. Uh, Read this markdown file. Please do not point out exactly what all the details are there, but you have to also understand that I'm taking a session live right now. My screen is presented. Just read it, understand who I am at this stage, and I am going to use you for brainstorming. And please, and hope you can uh, speak to me by my name because this is a shared LLM right now. All right, so what I've done is just added this markdown file here, and I've also told it that this is a live session. All right, so it is now reading the markdown file. Since we've kept on high, it will take its own little time. But what I'm going to do is wait for a bit. Okay, I'm going to keep the next prompt typed. I want to create a 30-second or movie teaser, something to do with Star Trek, something to do with the youth, something to do with Roblox. but I wanted to give me four ideas what it can be. The audience is really prepped up today and they want to do some nice movie teaser, but we are stuck between these ideas. Just give four ideas, like I said before, with one line which we can approve or disapprove. All right. So now it has understood who I am and I'm starting to brainstorm. Okay, if I'm starting to brainstorm, what I'm doing is giving Claude its own little time, but then I move to Mr. ChatGPT because what I've realized is ChatGPT gives really good concepts. All right, I also use a DeepSeek because DeepSeek also does really good concepts, but I move between multiple LLMs. Never be loyal to any of the LLMs. All right, because all of them are have their performance going up and down on a monthly basis. So you have to use the LLM which is useful for yourself. I take a subscription of Claude, but this month I did not take the subscription, but I moved my entire team to use ChatGPT. One of my team members is using Gemini on a regular basis. So it depends on exactly what LLM works out for you. You have to choose what LLM works out for you. All right. So that is very important. So let's see what Claude has given in terms of the ideas. Okay. So it has given us four ideas, and now you fellows are going to help me choose. A Roblox kid builds a spaceship in game, it actually launches. Okay. What? This is not even an idea. The Enterprise crew is 14 years old and their entire universe is Roblox server. For people who do not know Roblox is just like YouTube for games. All right. That's simply put. First contact with an alien civilization, turns out that they are playing Roblox with us for years. A Gen Z cadet quits Starfleet Academy to run a Roblox empire until both worlds collide. You have read my markdown file, you understand my Bharat rebrand project. Can you give me four more ideas? These ideas are definitely not working. If you can't give me better ideas, I'm going to some other LLM. Just threaten the LLM a bit. I don't, I don't want you guys to threaten the LLM in a crazy way, but you have to threaten the LLM so it gets an idea. So let's see what ChatGPT has given us. The first Starship crew, built entirely inside a simulation, must decide whether the real universe is worth living for. Okay. See, as I said before, ChatGPT generally does good ideas. Roblox 2099. Teenager discovers that every Roblox world is actually a training ground for humanity's future colonists. Okay. Generation warp. When Earth's youth gains access to a forbidden faster than light network, they accidentally awaken something waiting between the stars. Okay. The last playground. In a future where adults have lost their ability to imagine, the fate of humanity rests with a group of kids exploring a mysterious Roblox universe. I'm not liking any of the ideas. What do you guys think? You have any of the ideas you guys like? Yeah, they're kind of okay. They're not like great ideas. All right. I'm not liking any of the ideas. Can you think and go back to the drawing board? Think of something to do with youth. You can let go Roblox. Also, I like the Star Trek idea because it has cosmic value to it, but not necessarily the US Star Trek. But give me some more ideas. Uh, I can do a clothing brand as well, organic clothing brand, which makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, everybody's looking like K-pop stars these days. All right, so something like that. I'm just brainstorming with the LLM at this stage, but let's see. Shantanu understood. What do we have? Okay, what do we have? They have been playing Roadblock. Okay, okay. Let's see. You're asking give you actual brand DNA which goes beyond laugh and means. Okay. No, let's think of youth. Think of something to do with jewelry, something to do with Star Trek, something to do with any of these, something which appeals to the youth. You understand what my narrative is. So why don't you give me more ideas? Go out of the box again. Give me four ideas, one liner. All right. So this is me brainstorming right now. I want to do something not very clear. This is most of us, right? We are never clear as to what we like. Uh, but let's see. Let's see what we get. All right, and you guys need to tell me if at all it works. Okay, so what do we have? I think you're trying to solve two different things at once. A trailer that excites young people, a trailer that says something deeper about this generation. Okay, sure. Okay, what do we have as a first concept? So let's go through this first concept of ChatGPT. For the first time in human history, a generation grows up knowing they will witness humanity become a spacefaring civilization. All right, imagine a teaser with young people like Mumbai, Lagos, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, rockets launching, AI building things, and the narration goes, every generation inherited a world, ours inherits a frontier. Quite good line. What do you guys think? Yeah. Then what do we have? The last natural generation. Yeah. Okay, what do we have? The final generation born before AI, genetic engineering and synthetic realities permanently challenge what it means to be human. Quite works. In the morning, I was having a conversation with my wife, and I asked her, "What should we make today?" And she's like, and she was changing diaper of my kid, and she's like, "I want AI to do all of these things and not make art." So I just shut up and came back to this room anyway. So let's move ahead. Let's see what do we have. Roots. K-pop made the world dress the same. One generation decides to remember where they came from. Not patriotic chest thumping, more cultural confidence. Cotton fields, etc., etc. Okay, the star children. I like the name. While previous generations look down at screens, this generation looks up at the stars. Young people, flying drones, AI labs, mountain peaks, space imagery, almost a rejection of cynicism. We were not born to scroll, we were born to explore. What a great line. I see it's also like star children only because this is the chat GPT that I've been using. This is my chat GPT. It understands what I like. So it really helps to put in all the details. Now I put in chat GPT all the details any which was in its memory. So that's why I quite like this idea. But I'm going to also see what Mr. Claude is giving us. A teen ancient temple jewelry turns out to be a Starfleet communicator. Always was. Okay. The most powerful weapon in the galaxy isn't a phaser, it's a necklace from Rajasthan. She trades her grandmother's gold for crypto. The galaxy weeps. An alien civilization worships one artifact. It's a Kundan piece from 3000 BC. I think it's a bit tone deaf. Not really happy with this. So let's go to Mr. ChatGPT because the ideas are better. So between Children of the Sun, the last natural generation, Roots, and the Star Children, one, two, three, four. Which one do you guys like? Tell me in the chat. All of you seem to have starting to like the Star Children also. Three is also nice. Three is also nice. All right. So what we will do, sometimes what happens is it really helps for us to understand if this idea is in a good space or not. Now, pre-AI, we used to build the entire script and then we used to decide exactly this is in a good space or not. But now what I've done is start adding a visual directly. So what I do, if I'm using a chat GPT, let's create an image. If you see here, let's create an image. Okay. All right. And most of the people here are liking the Star Children. Can you build a really cool poster which will appeal to the Gen Z and the young audience at the same point of time, appeal to the masses in different age brackets? Make like a nice uh, Bollywood style poster, also Hollywood elements to it, but with Indian characters. Actually, global characters. Let's do a global poster and global characters. And yeah, please. So what I do here is generally put in before elaborating anything or wasting my time, I quickly get the LLMs to show me what exactly the visualization would look like. That is when I can save time when I later, if I start elaborating the idea, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. All right. So making a poster like that, okay, really helps. Sometimes I go from a text to video also. If we like the poster of the Star Children is a really good name. The Star Children. All right. So it'll be a nice series. So let's see what we can also make it anime style though. You guys want to do anime style? Let's try at least. Let's see. We don't have to necessarily stick to everything. Somebody's saying a hard no. Okay, I understand. But let's try at least. This is a brainstorming phase. No judgments. Even the idea is really bad. Never be judgmental with yourself, otherwise you'll end up making nothing. Let's see what the poster is. Oh, interesting. What do you guys think? You guys liking it? Beautiful, right? The Star Children. We thought of an idea and the poster is ready. Imagine going to a producer and telling that we are ready with the entire poster. Give us money. The producer will be more than happy to give us money. Let's see what we have. We were not born to scroll. We were born to explore. Very nice. The Star Children, a new generation, a limitless universe coming soon. Explore, create, unite, inspire. Mumbai, New York, Lagos, Tokyo, London, Sao Paulo, Sydney. Wow. quite global. No, I'm not an Odia for people who are asking. Akshay is giving a nice name, Nandan Tare. Very nice. All right, good. I think we are in a good space. Let's build the script. I like the Star Children. Let's build a voiceover script for the Star Children. Of course, there needs to be one dialogue which builds, but it should be emotionally heavy. Right now, the story is not set, but the story should have a particular crisis to it. So go through all the first principles of building a particular story trailer or a teaser, which is of a 30 seconder, and then think really hard. Think as if this ad is shown in any of the Super Bowls or the IPL matches, people should watch it and then give me a voiceover script. I do not want you to give me a visual script, just the voiceover script, which I can approve, which leads to, in the end, the Star Children. I really like the poster. Don't forget the look and feel of this. All right, so let's move ahead. Now, what do I do? Because I like the poster, what I've done, I'm now moving ahead and asking ChatGPT to build me a script. Now, it's asking me before writing the view. I think there's one thing missing. The poster is about a generation that has been underestimated. Space is only a metaphor. If you make crisis, an asteroid is coming, Earth is dying, it becomes another sci-fi film. ChatGPT is acting intelligent only and only not because it is intelligent, it's because I've spent a lot of time building its memory, all right, by having a conversation constantly. And that's when it knows that I don't need a yes man or a sycophantic chat box. I need something which I can brainstorm with. So this really helps. The 7-day LLM conversation really helps. Let's go through the script. There was a time. I like that most of my ancient Indian billionaires trailers start off with there was a time. There was a time when generation was told they would change the world. Then came ours, the generation of scrolling, the generation of distractions, the generation everyone stopped believing in it. They said we looked down too much, then we dreamed too little, that we would never build anything greater than ourselves. They were wrong because while the world was busy counting our screen time, we were learning the language of machines, building words that do not exist, preparing for a future no generation had ever seen. And then humanity looked up at the stars once again. It would not be kings or governments or billionaires who answered the call, it would be children. What do you guys think? Quite decent a script, right? At least made us feel something. Of course, we spend more time, then this script will be even hard hitting. But this is in a good space, at least for the first cut. All right. At least for the first cut. This is what clarity of instructions and clarity of thoughts and using the right tool gets you to. Idea from scratch. We started off with youth and now we have a full-fledged poster and a script in a matter of few minutes. All right. Clarity of thought and understanding the right tool is the new way of being human. So make sure that you do that. All right. So what do we have? I like this script. I like this script a lot, honestly, but I feel it's a bit too huge. Now, what I want you to do is just give me a shorter script and then I can probably take this ahead. I would love for this to be a great movie, but let's build a proper shorter script and also give me some visual directions which I can course correct and alter having a conversation with you. So now what I'm doing, since I like the voiceover and I understand the overall look and feel and the narrative of the entire film, which is the Star Children, this name is really nice. All right. So what I'm doing is just seeing exactly how the script can flow. For years, they told us to stop looking at screens, but nobody asked what we were looking at. We weren't escaping the future, we were building it. And then humanity reached for the stars again. It wasn't the old world that answered, it was us, the Star Children. All right, and there's even more cinematic version. Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up. The Star Children. You guys like this shorter script? What do you guys think? Who's asking again and again, is this a paid of chat GPT or free paid or chat? Relax. This is something which I got, I think, a yearly subscription of ChatGPT. Do stop asking free or paid. You have to start paying if you want your privacy to be maintained. And these are some small money which you have to spend if you want to be AI native in whatever work you do. So let's not have that conversation. I'm using most of the tools which I'm using are paid tools. I use the LLMs. One, I pay for the LLM. The other LLMs are used for free, right? None of the diffusion models are used for free because I don't want my content and my clients to go through copyright. So let's put an end to that debate right now. Okay, let's move ahead. Good. Let's move ahead. I think I like this particular script. Now is the time when we are more or less clear with what script we have. We are more or less with a very nice poster here. I'll just download this poster. Maybe I will use it. The Star Children, which means the Star Children, TSC. Okay, and let's download the poster. We're going to use it later. Anyways, now I'm going to take you guys through the next step of exactly what happens and what are we planning to do. All right, we are into the pre-production phase where we brainstorm. All right, in our filmmaking world, we also brainstorm exactly like how we are doing it now. Here we have thousands of them, but we have a close group of team whom we brainstorm and come up with an idea. Then once our idea is set and we understand what narrative it will hold on to, what impact it will have, that is when we move and elaborate that entire script similar to what we have done. Then we build it into a screenplay. When I say screenplay, which means we'll add visual details to the entire dialogue. Similar to the voiceover that we have, we add visual details. That screenplay or the blueprint acts as a push to the next step where if at all it's an ad, we approach a brand manager. If at all it is a particular movie, we approach a producer and we tell them that this is the script, this is the money it will cost, please give us the money. All right, then once the budget is approved, we move into building that or building a team together. A cameraman comes in, the lightmen come in, the hair, makeup, art, setup, everybody comes in, actors, everybody comes in, and we start shooting it. All right, after the end of the shoot, we get the clips. It's shot on a camera, we get the clips, and then we move it into the edit phase. Now the shoot can happen in few days, or at least like if it's a movie in a month or so, and the edit can go on for years because the main film happens into a particular edit where you do multiple changes, you orchestrate the right emotions. Many of the times what happens, we go through the edit process and we realize that, oh, we really needed this particular scene which we hadn't accounted for. Now, what do we have to do? We have to go back to the brand manager or the producer, but they don't sanction the money. And now we, as producers, the executive producers, have to face that particular flack. In the AI world, that problem has been solved. So, what we do, if at all we decide to make some content, we can go back between these productions, pre-productions, and post-production phases. So in the AI world, I've adopted the same process where we use multiple LLMs, we use different diffusion models for production, and we also use an AI agent. And of course, we also do edit on Premiere Pros of the world or edits on all the edit tools. But we have made AI seep into multiple, all of these phases, which is pre-production, production, and post-production. So even if you feel that, okay, the final edit feels like this is something missing, I can go back to production. That does not happen into live production. That is the reason, and that is the big shift into the market. Live production is supremely expensive, takes a long time, and it is very good. It is very good, but AI is catching up only and only because it is helping save turnaround time and it is helping save the budget. So what we are following today is this particular framework, which is pre-production, production, and post-production. Right now, we have a script in our hand. Okay. Now we are moving into the production phase where we will use the diffusion models. So stay tuned for this because this is very important for you guys to understand. All right. Now, before we move to the diffusion models, I want to understand if you guys know how to speak to the diffusion models. All right. So tell me in the chat, fellows, what is the prompt that I must have put in to get this particular image? And now don't type spaceship and Earth, spaceship on top of Earth, people wearing oxygen masks or something like that. You won't get a detailed image like this. there is a particular way you have to prompt. So tell me in the chat. I'm looking at the chat. For some of you might be getting it, some of you are not getting it, but that's okay. We are all here to learn. All right. This is the first image. I'm also showing you another image. Tell me in the chat what is the prompt that must have gone to build this particular visual of ancient Indian billionaires? Okay, okay. Most of you are giving a good, most of you are getting there, but almost all of you are not getting it right because I'm looking at the chat right now. I'll tell you how do you basically prompt to the diffusion models. If I say Funny had a difficult life, my difficult life, Funny's difficult life, and the difficult life which you have imagined is very different. You can't visualize it. So if you type in one prompt, which is very like basic and generic, you won't get a detailed image which basically you have orchestrated. But if I say Funny had to fight uphill battles to reach wherever he is. When he went up that orange mountain, he went on top and saw in front of him a nice sunset. And in that horizon, he just sat down and thought about what he wants to do and how he wants to reach the stars. All right. So this image or this visual, which I've told you, has that particular emotion. All right. It is very detailed. When I say uphill battle, he had to fight uphill battles, which means I can imagine that it was a very difficult life as compared to me just saying Funny had a difficult life. All right. So AI or the diffusion models have not reached a spatial intelligence zone. They have reached a stage where they understand language. They are large language models. All right. They haven't reached there. They're getting there into spatial intelligence. Of course, you should research about Dr. Fifi Lee. She's making a world language model, but it's getting there. Right now, as humans, when I'm speaking to you, you are also understanding my facial features, you're also understanding my gestures, and there is a general vibe. That's the reason why we are connecting or not connecting. All right. So, this is something which diffusion models do not understand. That is the main difference. So, hence, to prompt the diffusion models, there is a particular master prompt method that I have in mind. This also you can't get till the time you prompt it very perfectly. So, there is a particular master prompt method which has the emotional tone, the visual reference, the subject composition, lighting, and camera settings. All right. So that is very, very important for you to add in. So tell me, for the Star Children fellows, what is the emotional tone? Tell me in the chat. Okay. Okay. No. Hope. Okay. Yeah. Heroic. Okay. Good. Heroic. Hope. Exploratory. All right. Sci-fi. Okay. No problem. And visual, what is the visual reference? Exploratory, somebody said futuristic, very good. All right, what is the visual reference? Similar to, what is the visual reference? I can think of an Interstellar. All right, then we have Gravity, probably Dune. All right. Now, what is the subject? Now, for example, when I say subject and composition, I'll quickly tell you all what is the subject and composition here. You have a female here, and there are multiple kids from different ethnicities and backgrounds standing together. There is a particular Earth which we see. There is a rocket which is going, and there is a certain Mars-looking space with these kids standing with the silhouette. So that is a composition of a poster. But for our star children, if you have to think of a particular visual, what is that visual that we can think? What I can think right now, and I can help you with that, you can have um uh, probably guy in a guy in his 30s, all right, 30s, looking at the phone with all with his face getting sucked into the phone, and similar to him, you see other people inside a mall. A girl from India is looking at this, all right, surreal scene and looks worried. All right. Okay, this is the composition. So I'm looking at a particular guy looking at a mobile screen. The entire face is getting sucked into the mobile screen. We see people around also with the same scene, and the girl somewhere standing. All right, somewhere she's standing and she's looking at this surreal scene inside a mall. All right, what is the lighting like inside of an opulent, futuristic, okay, mall? Okay, um, shot on a film camera. Okay. So what do we have? We have the emotional tone, we have the visual references, okay. We have the subject being the guy in his 30s looking at the phone, and there are multiple people there, and there is a girl looking from India also looking at this. A pretty complex a prompt, all right. Then lighting I've put in inside of the mall, and camera setting shot on a film camera. I am a director, so I know that if it's shot on an IMAX camera, which is one of my favorite cameras, very expensive also, it will be a good image. So what we do, we just copy paste this prompt and go back to the LLM. Okay. Now what does the LLM do for us? First of all, I will have ChatGPT build this image for us. Hey chat, can you take a look at the below prompt and can you do one thing? Can you optimize this prompt in terms of text only to make it a bit more visually striking? I feel I've made some grammatical mistakes. I feel that it can be made, or that entire emotion can come out if the prompt is a bit more detailed. Not too detailed, somewhere close to an entire paragraph, but can you optimize this entire prompt for me? Just the text, don't create an image. So what I do is I put in the bad English that I might have. Okay, and I am asking it to optimize this particular prompt for me. Okay, why I'm doing that is because I want the AI to speak the AI's language. Okay, so now what it has done, it has optimized the entire prompt. There is a mega mall, interstellar dune. Look at all the references are there. A man in his 30s occupies the foreground. So these details we hadn't put. So ChatGPT put that for us. His face and body being unnaturally stretched, pulled into glowing screen as if caught in the gravitational pull of a digital black hole. Very good. So it's put in all those details. Okay. What it has done is replace worried with the first person to notice what's happening. That creates a protagonist. Perfect. So what I will now do, can you create a super cinematic image for this? Not a vertical one, but like a horizontal one. What now I'll do is take this particular image, all right, this particular prompt and have ChatGPT build this for us. Now is the time when I'm going to teach you all different diffusion models. Okay. Now stay tuned because this is something which you need to learn. This is where you'll understand. We have officially moved into the Act 2, where I'm going to take you through different diffusion models, where each and every diffusion model with the same prompt reacts very differently. That is where your aesthetic matters. Remember the point number 4 I told you during the diffusion models explanation? That is what matters. This is what, as humans, matters. You selecting the right diffusion model. All right. So I have come into an app called as Kreya.ai. Okay. Creo.ai is a wrapper, which means there are multiple diffusion models. They have their APIs and video generators, image generators, and editors also, all combined into one to make it into a creative suite. All right, so I urge you all to just take one subscription of this kind of a wrapper if you want to create good images, because you get access to all the diffusion models. I'll tell you exactly what we are going to do here. Let's say, for example, we are creating images. So you see the images here. Okay. Now, on the top left, you see these are different diffusion models here. Krea's diffusion model. One second. Let me just quickly sign in. I don't know how I got signed out. Okay, perfect. One second. Just presenting my screen again. The Star Children. Filmmaking feels like a very complex procedure, doesn't it? It's not AI filmmaking. Filmmaking in general or storytelling in general requires us to constantly think and be on our toes. All right. So we have images and video options here. So let's select image. Now on the top left, if you see here, one second. On the top left, if you see, you have Crea, which is their own diffusion model. Let's select Crea. All right, we see a ChatGPT-2 image, the same ChatGPT-2 which we are using in the ChatGPT model. All right. Then we have Nano Banana Pro, the same Nano Banana which is there in Gemini also, the small banana symbol which is there. All right. Then we have Nano Banana 2, which is the newest model. All right. Then there are multiple of these models. I'm just going to select one of my favorite models also, which is Sea Dream and Flux 2. Okay, so what happens is these particular diffusion models have these tokens. Can you see here? 2, 15, 5, 75, 100. As much as the tokens these particular diffusion models are using, or the compute units, not even tokens, compute units these diffusion models are using, the complexity of the image or prompt adherence goes high, which means the prompt that we write is what we get. If the tokens or the compute units are less, all right, then there is a chance where the model hallucinates. But that does not mean that the aesthetic, if the compute units are more, that does not mean the aesthetic is going to be awesome. That is something which we have to choose. Okay, so I'll show you exactly. Let's type in the same prompt. Let's type in the same prompt. Let's go vertical, for example. And we have these 5 models. We have selected multiple models. We have put in the same prompt that we generated together, optimized it using ChatGPT, and let's hit generate. Okay. So now the same prompt, what do we have? In Crea 2 Turbo, see the output is fast because Crea was using just 2 compute units. But Nano Banana Pro is using 100 compute units, which means it will take its time. Flux to client still less. So see, okay, not too great. Hallucination has happened. There is a high chance that Nano Banana Pro goes really well with the prompt adherence. I'm also going to go for a bit more cinematic visual. Or let's go 4 by 3. It's very interesting to go 4 by 3. And I'll also go 16 by 9. Okay. This is us just experimenting with the diffusion models. All right. Cool. So we have Crea 2, we have Nano Banana Pro, where the Nano Banana Pro has not taken the details really well. We have the guy just getting into it. It feels very strange. Uh, Not really sure of this as well. Let's see what Sea Dream has given us. Not really good. Okay, Crea 2 Turbo here has gotten it right. Nano Banana 2 is gotten it right here. Okay, Crea 2 Turbo is going in a good space, but Nano Banana 2 in this particular image has now moved into a good space. So, AI filmmaking requires you to constantly reiterate. Okay, check this out. This is what we have Nano Banana Pro. Okay, can you make this into anime style? Okay, let's see the anime style as well. What we are trying to do is experimenting with different styles. So you just have to put in the prompts and the anime style will come in. So as simple as that. Okay. Uh, See, this anime style is also really nice. I really like this anime style, which Crea 2 Turbo is giving out. Let's see what Nano Banana Pro and Nano Banana 2 is giving us. Sometimes what happens is if you have certain surreal visuals, if you move them into real life visuals, they can go and sometimes make them really well. But anime or making into animation generally goes better in terms of surreal visualization. It's quite nice. Okay. So now, fellows, tell me in the chat which one do you guys like? I'll tell you my personal favorite and you can type in what you guys like also. I like this because it's adhering to our prompt. What do you guys think? Crea is good. But Crea will put us into a point where we might not get everything that we asked. But Crea is definitely in a good space. But if you see here, it types in random text. So here is one thing for your product mockups and everything that you want to do. If you want to do something like a creative teaser that we're trying to do here, no problem. Use these diffusion models which work out really well for you in this space. I'll also show you a particular diffusion model called as Mid Journey. It's a closed model, but I type in the same prompt here. Midjourney is you won't find the API anywhere, but I have the subscription. I'm just going to quickly show you how it feels like, how it looks like. It is a bit more aesthetic diffusion model. It's trained on aesthetics, but it does not get the text correct. So let's see if Midjourney gets it even more correct. Midjourney did not adhere to the prompt, but I really like the futuristic mall vibe which Midjourney has given us. So same prompt in different diffusion model functions really well. For somebody who's asking what happened to ChatGPT image, let's see what ChatGPT image is. See, ChatGPT image is doing a really good job because it is adhering to our prompt really well. So what I've realized, you can let's say for example, let's use a ChatGPT image. Okay, let's use a ChatGPT image here only. Let's go super wide and let's hit generate. Okay, spending a bit more time on ChatGPT because ChatGPT 2, the image generator, phenomenal, very good, very impressive. In fact, I was not impressed with ChatGPT few years down the line, but I think it's in a good space. So let's see if ChatGPT gives us good, and then we will move forward. For people who are asking about exactly how do we use the image, or what model do we use when it comes to product mockups or adding our own image or everything. There are models like a Nano Banana 2, a ChatGPT 2, and a Nano Banana Pro where you can make those edits. You can also change the camera angles. We'll also use them so that you get an idea. Let's see what we get. While this is generating, I'm just going to quickly show them to you. You have to just click on edit option here. You upload an image. Let's say, for example, I want to upload an image here. Okay. This is the same image. What is the image? The Star Children poster that we generated. Now, let's say, for example, I want to change the text, okay, to the Moon Children. Okay. Change the text, the Star Children to the Moon Children. And also make the tone really warm. Okay, so I just change it like that by using the model Nano Banana 2. You can also use a Nano Banana Pro and generate, and you can also use these multiple options here. See, ChatGPT 2 is here. So ChatGPT 2 also does that for you. Whatever you do, you have to keep on regenerating because the models don't necessarily always adhere to whatever you tell them. All right. You can also add your face to it. Like for example, we have this. This was our base image. We changed it to using a Nano Banana to the Moon Children, okay, and we made it into warm. All right. Then we use a Nano Banana Pro, changed it into Move Children, made it warm. Okay. You can also add your face here. You can add your product here. So using these models, you are in a very good space. So drop in a hard thumbs up if you found this really cool. Did you find this cool? Yeah. Crazy, right? So yeah, this is where the diffusion models at. So it really helps to understand what diffusion models to use. So like I said before, reiterating for y'all, if you want to make edits in any of the images that you have generated or any of the images you have, old posters, old images of your grandparents, or products, if you have just a product and one image, having a model merge with it, use a ChatGPT 2, Nano Banana 2, or a Nano Banana Pro. Any of these would work out well for you. Okay. So I think we are in a very good space to now understand what is the exact use case. Okay. So let's move ahead and now build our teaser because otherwise, when will we do it? Good. So we had forgotten to put out the anime. I really like the anime. Should we go for anime, fellows? Tell me in the chat. Yeah. Okay, I'll make something really cool for you. Now I'll show you something. If you guys want to go really from uh, text to video. Let's say for example you don't have time. Okay, you want to quickly you have one image and want to create a video of it. So what do you do? Just click on this video here. Just click on video and it will open an interface similar to the image interface. Now here focus on the diffusion model, not what the interface is. Diffusion models is one model is C dance. Now, Cdance 2 is a model which is causing a huge ruckus into the entire market because from one image it will create a complete ad. Okay. So let's say, for example, this is the one image that we added. Let's add one more image. What is the image? We already had the poster, remember? So we had created this particular poster. Let's say, for example, we selected this one, the moon children. Oh no, let's go for star children only. Moon children is just making it lesser. Okay, let's select the star children. Let it upload. What it will now do, generally what happens with Cdance, it flags off certain things, but so you have to keep on regenerating. If you want to go directly into a complete ad and don't want to go through entire process, this is the way to do it. Okay, let's say for example, at image one is this is the poster for the new series that I'm working with, taking the characters from these. Can you build a nice 15-second teaser? The entire concept is that people have been, entire concept is as per below. Check out the voiceover. So, what I do is I will use this as an image, okay? And take in the, I will take in the script that we had generated. Remember the cinematic script? Okay, this is the script. I take this, I go into Crea, type in the voiceover script, copy paste the entire script, and also can you add certain shots like this anime version? Now, 1 second, which is the anime asset? You remember the anime? 1 second, let me just remove this. Yeah, like the start frame. You already have the start frame. Hey, where is the start frame? Yeah. Okay, let's take this image too, which is again an anime version only. Make sure that the ad is quick, voiceover is complete, and ends with the logo. Should feel like a really fast-paced ad. And yeah, please generate this. Okay, so this is the Cdance 2 model. If you're in a hurry, have one image, want to create a quick ad, add one image, put in a very base prompt. You can also make this prompt by telling ChatGPT that give me a Cdance 2 prompt and I want to generate this particular image. It will generate it for you. I select a 15-seconder. Okay. And I select, let's say, for example, let's say a 21 by 9 because I want a super wide frame. And yeah, I just click on generate. Now it will create an entire video for me. Second, if you want to another go from text to video again with just one image, there is another diffusion model. Now note this down. The diffusion model is Grok Imagine. Now, Grok Imagine is XAI, which is Elon Musk's company. Same prompt I put in, but the quality is not as great as Cdance. But no problem, it will also work out really well for you. So, okay, so let's go for lesser duration, which is 10 seconds. Okay. And then it will do the job for you. So while these videos are cooking, let's start building our script from scratch. All right. Let's start building our script. All right, now I want to move ahead and start building the entire ad. The voiceover which I want you to build it is the below. So the voiceover is this, the same voiceover that it has only given us. What I want you to do is with each voiceover, add one prompt of the image that we can generate. We can add two prompts per voiceover so that it becomes a coherent video. Make sure to add all the technical details into the master prompt that you optimized so that I can just copy paste it. Make sure, again, I'm reiterating, make sure all the technical details of the prompt are put in so that I don't have to separately do it in each and every prompt that you will give me for this particular voiceover. All right. So I have now given it the exact instructions what I want it to do. What I'm doing is having it give me a complete master prompt here. Okay. So this is the entire master prompt that we have, which includes all the details that I wanted. And now it is giving me for every voiceover one particular prompt. Drop in a heart thumbs up if you're understanding that we are now moving into the second phase of building everything from scratch. Okay, so now let's copy paste this prompt, not going through everything because of in the interest of time. All right, so let's build everything. Let's go to Crea. Oh, you guys want to check out if the video is ready? This is Grok Imagine. Grok Imagine generally does things really fast. Let's see.
Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, every
Okay, so you can't use everything because there are some hallucinations that happened here, but that's how Grok Imagine is. I'm waiting for Cdance to give me all those details. Anyways, so let's start building stuff from scratch. Now, you in the chat, fellows, tell me, do you guys want to go with Chat GPT, or you guys want to go with Nano Banana, or which diffusion model do you guys like? I like Nano Banana Pro, but I really like the anime style here. Yeah, Chat GPT is doing a good job, honestly. Yeah, Nano Banana is also good. So now let's select multiple models and start building from scratch, and we can select whatever works out well for us. So we keep the multiple models on. Let's go for a Chat GPT. Also, you guys are selecting expensive models, and let's go with Nano Banana and Nano Banana Pro both. All right. So let's copy paste the prompt, select the wide aspect ratio, and hit generate. Okay, that's how we hit generate. Then we move ahead and copy paste the next prompt. Okay, which is this. Let's copy paste this prompt and go to Claude Crea. Remove this. So generate. So pretty much we are in a space where all we have to do is copy paste the entire prompt. Now what the problem with this is that it has given me one master prompt, but now it's expecting me to copy paste everything. I'm not going to do that. It's ChatGPT's job to make things easy for me because this is the noise I want to automate. I asked you to add in all the technical details to each and every prompt. Don't be lazy. Each and every prompt needs to showcase the same technical details because treat them as separate prompts altogether. I'm not going to manually do anything. It's your job to do it. All right. So I have just yelled at Mr. ChatGPT so that it does its job again. Okay. So voiceover. Okay. Now it started giving me everything. Check this out. So you have to be really strict with these LLMs because that will really help you. Don't have to do anything manually. All right, so let it now generate the prompts. Till then, let's see if something is created. I'm just going to enjoy the entire process. Let's see. This is a good video. This is a good image. This is also a good image. That's a nice image. I like the flag of India also here. Okay, but I don't like the checks which are here. So yeah, I think we are in a good space. So let's copy paste the prompt and quickly move ahead. Okay, we have the prompt 2, which was pending. Let's copy paste this, move to Crea and hit generate. Then again, ours inherited a question. Copy paste this, hit generate. And prompt number 4, hit generate. Tell me, guys, in the chat. I feel like I'm speaking to myself. Are you enjoying the process? Are you understanding the entire process of filmmaking, content creation? How tiresome do you think it is? Plus, isn't it fun to just come to your visualization ASAP? Just makes it feel like we are in a time of magic here. All right, good. So let's go through the voiceover because that is what drives the entire script. Ours inherited a question. One second. What is the voiceover? Every generation inherits a world. All right. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? Okay. I think what's pending. Move ahead and build the entire script. You have just stopped at what comes next. I want you to take it to the point where we also build the entire title logo, which is the Star Children. So you have to keep on pushing these chat GPTs of the world. It's not that easy, all right? So you have every generation inherits a world. I've already used this. Okay, what comes next has come in. Okay, good. Now it's starting to give me all the details. Quite bothersome sometimes when these, but building an ad in like few minutes is always the fun part of it, right? Okay, let's take it what comes next. We have this shot as well. It always helps to take in as many images as possible. And the only reason why, of course, I'm going from breaking down the entire process to go from text to image first and then image to video is only and only because A, I want to be clear if this idea is in a good space, and B, we get to choose the diffusion models and the color scheme and everything. All right. So, breaking the professional way to do it, first of all, build your images, log the diffusion model, and then move ahead and build it into a video. You don't have to necessarily build everything from scratch because most of the diffusion models right now, the video generators specifically, have reached a stage where you type in you type in a prompt and you can get intercuts, which means multiple cuts from them only. You saw how we created the entire video from one image. Yeah, that's how it works these days. So you have to be really skilled enough to understand what diffusion model to choose. I'm already showing you all of them, but you'll have to keep on practicing if you really want to stay ahead in terms of your content creation game. All right, so we have moved to the final prompt. Let's build this. We're pasting it here. And we have this prompt. All right, what is the suggestion Mr. ChatGPT very smartly is trying to give me? One improvement I'd like to make before production, replace the mall scene with a classroom, subway, airport, and living room montage. It broadens the metaphor. Sure, I'll replace it, but why don't you give me the prompt then? All right, so I'm asking it to give me the prompt of its own suggestion only. Otherwise, what's the point? Being very smart, are we? Okay, we have a replacement prompt. Let's take them. Let's see. It really helps to have in multiple options in our hands. Visuals are coming out to be good, fellows. I'm excited to build this with y'all. Okay, final prompt. All right, I'm not going through all the details because we have given this chat a lot of context. We have given this particular chat a lot of context. Okay, we are done. So till these diffusion models, look at the entire storyboard, guys. I'm excited. Let's see the video if Cdance has created the video. I'm kind of excited to see it. Are you guys excited to see it? Drop in a heart, thumbs up. Yeah, if you do it, then I'm going to drop in or show you the video because Cdance generally does a good job. Okay, let's watch it.
Every generation inherits.
1 second. Yeah.
Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up. Every generation inherits.
Of course. What do you guys think? Tell me in the chat. Crazy, right? Full complete video. Of course, you have to regenerate to get it into a good space, but you get the point, right? Like you can create a complete ad. Okay, cool. Let's now see the images. Now we know that Cdance is working out really well for us. All right, so let's now go through the script again. Always go through the script because give me the voiceover script again for me to go through. I don't want to go through the entire chat again just to find it. Just the voiceover script. Okay, let's always go through the voiceover script or the script that you have in hand, because that is something which should be the spine of whatever content you create. So, what do we have? Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up, and in the stars, we found something our world had forgotten. The star children, we were not born to scroll. Perfect. We were born to explore. Okay, we understood the script. Now let's go through the images. This is the next phase where I'm going to tell you how do you use multiple of these video generators. All right. So let's go through the details. Okay, I would like to start off with oh my lord, what is this? Okay, let's see and create something better. Okay, I like this particular visual because it creates that particular mystery to it. Okay, so if I want to create a video, what do? I just click on a video here. Okay, so if it involves a lot of characters like this particular image, I'll just not confuse you all. First of all, just make one entire video from sedans, so you get multiple intercuts. But sedans is expensive. If you don't want to do that, go for there are two diffusion models which I'll suggest you all. Kling 3.0, okay, it does amazing character visualizations, and I'll show you how. Okay, so this is the visual. The girl is looking at everyone. Okay, let's say for example, I'll keep the audio on and let's start prompting. Very simple prompting. Super cinematic shot of camera moving to the left, and we see the people's faces getting sucked into the phone, and the camera is moving to the girl who is looking at all of this surreal scene with surprise. Okay. Uh, I'm talking about the girl who is on the right, not looking at the phone. Simple prompt, just keep it probably like 8 seconds or something like that and hit generate. Okay. If for example, you want to generate a particular visual of only the shot of that girl, you can use the same image and I'm going to show you how. Uh, let's say for example, okay, 1 second. Yeah. Cinematic shot of the girl looking around, intercut, cut to of the girl looking at all of them with surprise, cut to the guy looking at the phone and getting sucked into the phone. So I just have to mention what I see into that visual, and I will just put it as a prompt, and this particular intelligent model will do the job for it. I'll put it 10 seconds and I will hit on generate. Okay. There is one more model which does this in a very good space, which is called as Happy Horse. Okay. All you have to do is add a start frame, which we have already put in, and you just have to hit generate. It's that simple. So between these models, all of your work in terms of creating intercuts and having same character consistency is solved. Okay. So I hope you have noted that down. Let's now quickly move ahead and I'll take you through the next phase. What is the next phase? I'll show you. We are into the video part of it. Let's go to select assets. Now, if you use a model, if you use a wrapper like a Crea, it will give you options like selecting assets directly into the video interface. See, all these are all the assets that we have. These are all the assets that we have, what we have generated. Let's say, for example, we have this. Let's watch it properly and just select the assets here. 1 second. Okay. See, these are all the assets that we generated. Okay. Very good shot. Let's say, for example, we want to create this into a visual. I will put, I will turn this into a video. But I also want to transition from this shot to a next shot. So what do? I select another model, same model, of course, which is Kling 3.0. This is the first frame. I will add another frame. I want to transition from that mall shot. Okay. I want to transition from that mall shot to a particular shot like this, which is where everybody is getting engulfed into a phone. So I want to transition like that. What I will do is camera quickly flies by between the people looking at their phone and transitions, and camera moves around rapidly and transitions into the second frame. So what I want it to do is move in between the crowd and then quickly move and transition into the second frame. I use a Kling 3.0. We added the first shot, we added the second shot, and you hit generate. That is how you merge two images together. As simple as this. So these are the capabilities of these diffusion models, especially Kling 3.0 and what I showed you, Happy Horse. If there is a wide visual, all right, if there is a wide visual, I'm going to quickly show that to you as well. Let's go to the assets. If there is a particularly wide visual, like 1 second. Okay, if there is a particular wide visual like this, which does not require you to show multiple of character movements, just click on turn it into a video and select this Halo 2.3 fast. What you can do, super cinematic establishment shot. of camera moving slowly ahead towards the machine on the right. Simple. And hit, you can select 6 seconds or 10 seconds and hit generate. So for a wide visual which does not have many characters, use a halo. For characters, use a happy horse and a cling. If you are tired and bored, all right, to create or juggle between different diffusion models, and if you have the money to use multiple credits, just go for a C dance, because C dance will solve all your problems, all right? But you need to prompt it properly. Okay, so let's see. Let's say, for example, this is the visual. Let's watch the, okay. Now, for example, you suddenly generate a visual like which has multiple of these checks, which means multiple visuals. You can create a complete video from these particular story. These are like storyboards, right? And for that, I will show you how do you do that. You turn this into a video and you guessed it right, use a C dance model. Using this image, which is the asset attached. Okay, using this image, make this, use all the 6 images from this and make them into separate scenes. They should tie itself together properly, should hold on to the action properly, should feel very realistic. Do not warp the images, do not make it very low resolution. No weird dynamics. Make sure the physics of the scenes are also maintained. So this is how you prompt to a particular C dance, and you go make it into a 10 seconder and you hit generate. Okay. So you can create a storyboard like this in any of your chat GPTs or any of your LLMs and go come to C dance and it will make the entire video for you. As simple as that. Okay. We are in a very strange time, fellows. Okay. Let's move ahead and see what we have created. I really like this image. Okay. Let's say I like this image, but they're looking at something, right? They're looking at something. So they should probably look at something. So let's use a start and an end frame to make them look at something. I'll show you the videos later. So let's make them look at something. So let's see if we have generated something which they are looking at. Everybody's looking at something, fellows. What are they looking at is the question. They should ideally be looking here, but there needs to be some thing which they are looking at, like a proper star or something. Humanity's next chapter begins. Probably they are looking at this particular visual. So let's say, for example, I turn this into a video. Okay. I want to add a start frame to this, which is where are the folks, all of them standing together. Okay. These are the folks. Let's add another asset. Let's select a model first. Let's select Kling 3.0. We have added the start frame. Let's add an end frame. What is the end frame? We can also have them just looking at the logo unit. I think that will be crazy. Okay, so let's have them looking at the logo. Super cinematic shot of camera pans to the left and moves and flies into the sky to reveal the logo, which is in the second frame. So simple like that. Let's keep the audio on and hit generate. And let's also regenerate that using Happy Horse so that we get more options to edit. So we already have a start frame. Happy Horse will generally use only a start frame. So let's ignore that. Okay, let's move ahead and go through the script again. What is the script? Every generation inherits a world. Our inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up, and in the stars, we found something interesting our world had forgotten. Wonder, the star children. We were not born to scroll, we were born to explore. Now, I'm going to leave the floor open to y'all. Okay, what I want you guys to do is, first of all, select a particular let's select a particular shot like a storyboard. Now we have already created this. Cdance is already making this for us. Now you guys have to help me create a prompt for this particular visual. Let's say, for example, this is the visual. Okay. Now we have 4 shots here. Okay. We turn this into a video. tell me in the chat which is the model that we will use. Somebody is saying that there will be multiple inconsistency. Of course, this is not something you need perfection, you spend more time on it. But the first cut or the first concept is what we are creating. We can't be perfectionists in an hour's time and expect a full film to happen, because that will be undermining all the filmmakers like us, because it's impossible. No AI has reached there. All right. So what we do is, if there is a storyboard involved, like I said before, use a C dance and finish your job. Using the 4 images in this, make it into super cinematic 4 shots. Okay, I put it into 15 seconder, or let's just make it into a 10 seconder. We are not going to use so much of footage, and let's hit generate. All right. Okay, let's move and see what we'll create more, and you are going to help me prompt it properly. Let's see. Let's not use this. This is a good image though. But let's use another C dance, because I'm telling you more of using C dance because if you are just starting out and you don't want to get into too much of depth of it, C dance just helps you create a complete video from scratch. Using independent images from this particular visual, make them into separate scenes. It should not look like a grid. Study all the scenes and make them into a complete video. Okay, you are in a hurry, quickly want to make stuff. Cdance is your game. Now let's move towards more professional prompting, because I've shown you all the models that we can use. So let's move into professional prompting here. Let's select an image first, and you guys are going to tell me what we can select. I really like her eyes actually. You want to like have a shot of going into her eyes and probably open into humanity's future or something like that? I think let's do that. So let's turn this into a video, and let's select a cling. Uh, okay, let's select a cling. Now, what is pending is something which I haven't told you, which is how do you generate dialogue? Dialogue's important, right? So what dialogue do we have? We were born to scroll, we were born to explore. We were not born to scroll, we were born to explore. Let's say I want this lady to speak this dialogue. So what do I do? Camera slowly zooms on towards the lady with the beautiful eyes. She looks dead into the camera and speaks this dialogue with conviction and with inspiration. Okay, and this is the dialogue. So this is how you generate dialogues as well. I'm super excited if this will come out to be really nice. Just to be safe, I'm going to generate this in Happy Horse as well. Because most of the time, uh, sometimes actually, not most of the time, these diffusion models just like test your patience. So you always be ready with good amount of compute units. If you want to make a film, of course, this is cheaper than actually shooting it, but you require to have a lot of patience. I'm sure many of you must have lost patience because you thought that it is just prompting and creating a visual, but no, it's not that at all. Right? Let's turn this into a video. Now, what do we turn this into a video? All right. So let's say, for example, I want to remove this particular visual, this particular text. So let's edit this out. Let's edit this. Remove the text which is at the bottom right of this image completely. Okay, I have removed the text which is at the bottom right by just using the edit. I'm also going to use a Nano Banana Pro and be safe. Okay. So I remove the text and then I will use it as a video. I have some plans actually. So we are at the final end because we have most of the videos, because now we will move ahead. Okay, see, let's remove this. We have removed the text of properly. We have removed the text. Now we will use that image. I hope you are getting an idea of what we are trying to do. This is filmmaking at work. I really like this image. I also really had liked one of the image that we had created, which can be a nice start and end frame for this. So let's use Kling again. I'm not showing you other diffusion models because I want you guys to learn the best diffusion models. Otherwise, other models will just confuse the hell out of you. So Kling, Happy or Seed Team, your entire movie will be created. So this is the start frame. Probably make it into an end frame. Uh, Probably this flies by, and there was this one image where there were people looking from outside. Check this out. There are people looking from outside, from inside the spaceship. Okay, so let's say, for example, camera just zooms out and shows these people. Okay, let's do that. Cinematic shot of camera just pulling back as the spaceship flies by and pulls back to move into inside the window of the next image where we see the people looking outside the window. Okay, I like this particular visual direction. I'll keep the audio on and I will hit generate. Okay, good. We are in a good space. Now, let's move into the final stage of our filmmaking career right now and generate audio and music quickly. For that, I'm going to show you 11 labs. Are you guys familiar with 11 labs? Okay, if you guys are not familiar with 11 labs, let's, one second, I'll just log in from another account for you. Are you guys enjoying the process? We have reached the final stage, fellows. From where we have come, started from the bottom, now we are here. So we are in a very good space. Let's sign in. One second, I'll just sign in quickly. Okay, we have remaining credits. Okay, just presenting my screen again. For people who have lost patience, I completely understand. Filmmaking requires you to have a lot of patience, fellows. For people who haven't lost the patience, I'm glad you guys are here because we are going to watch something phenomenal by the end of this. So, this is 11 Labs AI audio generator. Simple. Don't get too confused with your this particular tool. Just use text to speech. We already have the script. There is a model here. Just select a V3 model, the newest model, which is crazy. For people from outside of India, if you see, V3 models does African languages really well, Arabic really well, Armenian, and many other languages it does really well. Okay, so a specific to your local language and which is not English, which is also not my local language, you can use a 11 Labs V3 and it is very intuitive. Okay, what do I have to do? Just copy paste this particular script. Every generation inherits a world. R inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up. Star children. Okay, perfect. We already have this in a very good space. So, what do we do? Just select the voiceover. Now, you guys are going to help me select the voiceover. Are we looking at a male or a female voiceover? Tell me that first. Can we have Suraj Narayan Singh or whoever the hell that guy is? Just remove him because he's being very abusive.
Doing that, Shantanu, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, what the hell, guys? Male voice. Okay. What do we have?
Hey, it's Tyler. A clean.
Okay, let's hear this one.
समय सबके पास है, लेकिन उसे जीने का अंदाज हर किसी के पास.
Let's say, for example, I have a Monica. Okay, let's select a Monica. Okay, now this Monica will show here. Now there is one cool thing. If you just click on enhance here, it will add the emotion. You can also change this emotion, by the way. So it's a very cool thing. So let's generate. And now you'll get two options. And you can select between these two options. Let's see.
Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question.
Then a short pause.
What comes next?
Whisper.
While everyone else was looking down,
Exhale sharply.
we looked up. The Star Children.
Okay, just a bit too excited. The word was not needed. Probably an inspiring is what we need to do.
Every generation inherits.
Okay, let's regenerate.
Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up. The Star Children.
Quite nice. What do you guys think?
Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up. The Star Children.
Very nice. I like the inspiring tone of it. Of course, you can generate it in your language, whatever it is, but just showing English because it's a mode of communication at this stage. So you get the point, right? It's a very powerful tool, and if you know what direction you want your voice to take, this is perfect for you. Okay, all right, let's move ahead and now generate audio, which is the best and the most fun part of always all of my sessions, because this is the audio which will tie all the videos that we have generated together. Now, I haven't uh, shown the videos to you all because even I don't know what it will generate, because you have to constantly reiterate. But just the feel of it is what we are going to create today. We are not going to look at the perfection of the video. We are going to look at the feel of the video, if it's in a good space or not. All right. So let's move ahead. And how do you get more of the feel is by tying it with a nice voiceover, at the same point of time tying it with a very good music piece. So let's prompt. And you must have used Suno before. For people who do not know what Suno is, you can generate a complete music track with this. I have a subscription of Suno because I'm using it for my clients at this stage, and sometimes to have fun. So I'm using the 5.5 model, and I'm V.5 also, so that you get an idea what will happen when you get the subscription. For the musicians out there, you can also generate audio. You can add in your lyrics. You can make changes in the audio also if you use Pro Tools or anything like that. So with that being said, let's generate audio for the Star Children. I want a music piece, super progressive, very sophisticated, orchestral, uh, for the movie that I'm working on called The Star Children. Think of it like Interstellar and Dune, or probably a Hans Zimmer making the music track. It should have very catchy lyrics, not too many lyrics, uh, haunting vocals. It is about the generation, with the current generation, who does not want to look at the screens, but they want to look at the stars. All right, there is one really beautiful line that I have, which I want you to also incorporate in this particular track. Now, what is the line that I really liked? Okay, 1 second. There is a nice line which is there. 1 second. The prompt is getting copied here. Okay. Copy the prompt here, and the really nice line which we can ask this model to generate. We were not born to scroll, we were born to explore. Okay. We were born to explore. We were not born to scroll. Let's take it. Use this. Use these lyrics. All right. And you can also select an instrumental, but let's see. I'm super excited what track will come out. Okay, this is version 5.5, which generally has more depth in terms of the audio. Let it take its time. What we will now do is just play the track, watch the videos that we have generated, so we know what track to choose. Okay, so guys, I hope you guys are excited because this is going to tie everything together. So it's calling it Star Children. Good. It will also generate an artwork by itself. Let's play this one and let's watch the video.
The room is blue glass, thumbs in a fever, faces in window.
We were not born to scroll.
But I
We
feel
were
the
born to
night,
explore.
a hush in my chest,
We were not born to scroll.
a
We were
map
born
in
to
my
explore.
bones.
We were not
I
born
hear
to scroll.
something
We were
older
born to explore.
calling me home. My eyes past the glow, past the noise, let me go. We were not born to scroll. We were born to explore. We were not born to scroll. We were born to explore. To the dark, to the vast, to the stars that still last. We were not born to scroll. We were born explore. We keep our names in a small bright fire, hands on the edge of a waking sky. The future is not in a smaller frame. It lives in the wonder we still can claim. Lift my eyes past the glow, past the noise, let me go. We were not born to scroll.
What do you guys think? Cool, right? Let's hear the another yes, another track. Yeah, let's hear the. Okay, so this track will be in the different zone, but the same lyrics. So let's hear it and watch the videos again.
The room is blue glass, thumbs in a fever.
We were not born to
Faces
scroll.
in
We were
window,
born to explore.
but I feel the night.
We were not born to scroll.
A hush
We were
in my
born to
chest,
explore.
a map in my bones. I hear something older calling me home. Lift my eyes past the glow, past the noise, let me go. We were not born to scroll. We were born to explore. We were not born to scroll. We were born to explore. To the dark, to the vast, to the stars that still last. Oh, we were not born to scroll. We were born to explore. We keep our names in a small bright fire, hands on the edge of a waking sky. The future is not in a smaller frame. It lives in the wonder we still can claim. Lift my eyes past the glow, past the noise, let me go. We were not born to scroll.
Okay, I think we'll all get lost in that track as if like some cinema is happening, but it's just good. What do you guys think? First track or the second track? Yeah. We were all like keeping quiet and listening to the track. But it's good. This is what the emotion it should have created, and it did, right? Like with music and watching it all together. Of course, it's not a full film yet, but still you get the vibe, right? Like so let's for example take this first track. Uh, let's take this first track. Let's take the MP3 audio. Now, if you want to use Suno, you can't use it for commercial purposes. Of course, you can use it in terms of uh, just for your hobby's sake. But if you want to use it professionally, have to take the subscription. Just minute $8, fellows. Minute $8. It will solve your problem. Now, let's move to the final stage because we are in a good space. I'm going to show you another tool which will edit it out for you. Now, if you guys want to do professional editing, there is a tool called as Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve, Filmora, CapCut, all of this you can manually edit. Filmora has some AI capabilities, but if you want to create something on scratch and something which you feel like you don't want to waste too much time in the first cut, there is a tool which I'm showing you right now quickly, which is the final stage of this particular session. It's called Use Cardboard. Now, this tool will help you basically get your first cut out or sometimes your complete social media asset out. I'll show you how. What I need to do is just I've made a folder already of the star children. just drag and drop all the details, which includes the voiceover, the music, and all the clips. Drag and drop here. Okay. Once these are all here, just prompt and it will edit things for you. Of course, you have to make manual changes or prompt wise changes, but it helps you remove the noise or automate the noise of the first cut. Make this into a super cinematic teaser. There is a voiceover which will help you identify the shots to be used. In some of the shots, there is a grid in the start, so cut that grid. Don't use that grid. Don't use the shot where there is probably some warping happening. Of course, take a call when it comes to building it into proper visual. There is a logo unit that I'm also adding called as the Star Children. Use that in the end. Do not cut the music abruptly. Make sure the voiceover is also heard. Make sure you use the section of the track where there are lyrics which has high crescendo, and do not end, as I said before, things abruptly. It should feel like a full Hollywood production teaser. All right. So giving this base prompt on what I expect, I also asked it to generate a video. Let's, because the last logo was not ready. So let's just see if the last logo is ready. That's 1 second. Halo generally does a job which is really fast. Yeah. So I made this into a proper video, and let's take this, download this, and put it in use cardboard. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, so I've added all the details here. See the music it's reading. Okay, the 11 labs, audio voiceover, everything is here. Um, I really like if you would start off with the shot where the camera moves inside the spaceship, uh, which is sort of camera travels through the exhaust of the spaceship into the window. I quite like that shot. I want to start off with that. Uh, the emotion also has to come out where the girl is confused looking at people getting sucked into the mobile phone. So put in all the directions which you feel can work out really well, and then have it improve the prompt for you. Okay. uh, Default 16 by 9, because any which ways our aspect ratio is 16 by 9. Okay, voiceover script. uh, there is a clip of 11 labs, which is the voiceover that I've approved. Use that only. Okay, so I've told it this detail, and let's hit generate. Now, what the AI agent will do will completely go through the footage and all the details and build that entire project for us. All right, so with that, we are officially we are done. But I'm going to quickly run you guys through what we have done. Okay. While the AI agent is working for you, can you tell me in the chat, what did it take for us to build this storyline? Tell me in the chat. Like, we have reached the final stage. What do you think took us to build this particular storyline? Patience, somebody says. Somebody's very sweetly sent my name. Narrative. Yes, we required a particular storyline, a narrative. We required a very clear goal. But we required us, me and you, sitting in this session to come up with a particular storyline. All right. Our objective was clear. We generated the idea, we took the story out, and we optimized it. All right. So now tell me, should you rely completely on AI for your story building? What do you guys think? Nope. We do not need to rely completely on AI for story building. Now, there are some of you who are automating the content, which is okay, but the process was fun because we created everything from scratch. It gave us a good feeling. If AI can't have that feeling, why are you not making yourself go through that particular feeling? All right. So, like for example, one more thing I'll quickly run you guys through. We did the production, which means we went through the script, built the script. We divided the production phase into two, which is building images. Then we built the videos from it. And now the post-production is happening, which has brought us to the end of the entire session. Let's see what Use Cardboard is doing. Use Cardboard is now going through all the details, and it will put out all the details for you. All right, we are in a very good space. So till the time this AI agent is working, I'm going to also keep the screen sharing on, but happy to take in as many questions as you guys have. So Funny, if you can please curate and moderate the questions,
Oh,
and we
yes,
can move on.
yes. I think there's just one question that kept coming in multiple times, which is regarding the pricing or the costing, or if someone is getting started with image and video generation, how would you suggest them to go about these tools?
If somebody is getting started, like I showed you, use a Crea. There is one more tool called as Higgsfield. If you're into the marketing space, use Higgsfield because it has multiple presets. This is Higgsfield. It has multiple presets for y'all. It has a marketing studio also. If you want to make a film, cinema studio is really good. Me and my team sometimes make things from scratch actually. There are these tools are like $30 a month, $22 a month, sometimes $50 a month. But you can create multiple videos out of that. So in a way, if you're starting an agency, more or less between these LLMs and diffusion models, everything covered, you should be in a good space by spending 150 to $200.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also one other thing is, uh, if you are extensively generating a lot of images and videos, they also end up giving you bulk deals, because of which your overall credits can, you can buy many credits at the same time. And that is the reason why you should never look at it in the form of how much is this particular video costing me, rather on a monthly level, what is the cost that you're incurring and the ROI or the gains that you're incurring
Yeah,
with this
yeah,
entire
yeah.
process.
Absolutely, absolutely. I would before starting the session, I said that there was some sponsored post that I have. So recently, funny, I partnered with this one company called InVideo. Are you familiar with InVideo?
Oh, yes,
So
yes,
you're
yes.
familiar, right? So they were looking at my ancient Indian billionaires work. They wanted me to break it down. So do you mind if I share the audience what's possibility of
You
the
can do it,
filmmaking
yeah.
and show them the trailer?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly show you guys what we are doing and building. One second. This is I've not put it out there yet, but probably by tomorrow I'll put it out. But if you are in the session, I want you guys to take a look at what's the possibility. Of course, I'm still editing some part of it, but take a look at this.
There was a time when Lanka did not belong to Ravana. It belonged to Kubera, a city of gold, a kingdom of wealth, a land blessed beyond imagination. But wealth has always attracted ambition, and no ambition burned brighter than Ravana's. Kubera lost a kingdom. Ravana gained an empire. This is the story of how Lanka changed hands. The story of how Kubera's Lanka became Ravana's Lanka. This is the story of the day a kingdom changed hands and history changed forever.
So before Rama, and for people who do not know, before Rama, and there was Lanka, which was what do you think, Fun? You like it? You don't like
It's
it? What do you
very,
think?
very good. Very, very good.
Yeah, right. So this story I'm exploring with ancient Indian billionaires. I think is going to be really good. So any other questions? Happy to take in also. I think
Yeah.
this one is taking some time. Yes, please.
Yeah, no, people who are, mentioning about the video lagging or breaking, that is purely because of Zoom, right? So if when Shantanu uploads it, you can go ahead and watch that video entirely as well. And AI generated videos are not videos that will break.
Yeah,
It's
and
basically,
also funny, sorry to cut you, but wanted to just add in some point actually about this particular video. It took me many iterations to come up with this. AI
Mhm.
video creation is not easy. You
Yeah.
require to have the right vision, and at the same point of time, you require to have the right patience to build it. Of course, it won't, to shoot all of this would have taken lakhs of rupees, crores of rupees, and like a lot of budget, but it still is a process which requires a lot of hard work. So right now we build something like a first cut, but imagine making this into a film, it will take at least a week's time.
Yeah, it's all an iterative process. And, that is what I've been trying to tell people, that with AI, all of these things are iterative processes. But, the point is that everybody can do it if you want to. Gone are those days when you have to depend on, probably, let's say, a filmmaker to get your film generated, right? You can do it yourself. It's, of course, a matter of time and the learning curve that you will essentially have to take. A lot of people want to connect with you, Shantanu. So maybe I'll pause the chat, and you can drop in your links once
Okay,
again.
sure. I'll do that. I would love for people to spend time on my social media channels only and only to understand what's possible when you optimize your entire voice with AI. You see multiple links of mine. LinkedIn, I put out all the entire process. YouTube, all my narrative room videos come in, or the conversations which will really help you understand where exactly is AI reaching. Instagram is where I put in all the creative elements. Substack is where I write in my heart out when it comes to where the world is leading in terms of AI. X is where I give my political opinions. So I don't sit and make my changes, based on each and every platform. I put in what I feel like, and I use AI to amplify my voice according to the DNA of the particular platform. All right. So I urge you all to use this particular process and build yourself a personal brand and tell your particular story, because that is the new premium that will really help you. So this is just a tip which I want you guys to taken from this particular session as well.
Absolutely. And what everybody also needs to understand is that these AI models are just getting better and better. Like probably 6 to 8 months back, you might not have gotten the kind of outputs that you're getting today. And 6 months later, the models are going to be entirely different and even more powerful. So y- people who are saying that, oh, this looks AI generated and all of that, like we said, what we wanted to show you today was the process. You sit on it for few more hours, and you will be able to create some very, very realistic images and videos. um is the video ready, Shantanu? I know you
I'm
have
just
a
looking at
slide
it.
to catch as well.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Just 1 second. I'm also waiting because use cardboard is taking its own sweet little time. So I've told it that why is it taking time? So let it also respond. So it's right now still. Uh, I've also told it start the edit fast. Like nothing technical in the conversation that I have with AI. So let's see what we have.
Yes.
Okay, so it's getting all the details. What it will now do basically is have put in all the details here.
And people who are asking about this particular tool, this is called usecardboard.com. This entire editing was manual until today, but now these agentic tools are also coming up, which are helping with editing. Of course, it will not be to the extent that you might imagine at this point of time, but these are also getting better and better, right? But like Shantanu mentioned, for the first cut edit, you could use something like a use cardboard today. Of course, at this point of time, it's a paid tool. There is no free tire or free credits that they give, but you could also do this using a Canva or DaVinci Resolve or CapCut. I've actually gone ahead and shared the session notes with all of you. In the session notes, we have actually covered all of these things, so you can check out that document. I think the video is also, you see how it is coming up on the screen, right?
Exactly. So it's added the music here, it's added the voiceover here, and now it's doing those cinematic changes to it. Now, the based on the prompt, it will now do all of these things. But this used to be a manual process. It still is a manual process. But at least to have AI reach a point where this noise and editing is a very hectic process. You can shoot in 1 day, but you can keep on editing for months. But getting that friction out is what this tool is really impressing me about. And plus, for social media, how many editors would you keep? In my company, we have taken a use cardboard to edit all my social media assets, because you don't need specialized assets when I'm just speaking, you know? So something like that. Or at least whenever there is a quick client delivery to have, first cut, we get it out from use cardboard. So I think it's pretty good. It's pretty great. All right, so let's watch the video, fellows, which we all created. It might not be the best, but let's see who's the judge. Who's the judge here?
Every generation inherits a world. Ours inherited a question. What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up. The Star Children.
That's a good teaser. That's a very good
Yeah.
teaser. Let's watch it again. I would use some nice music piece from here. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah. Let's use some part of the music which is better, and I'll start the voiceover a bit late. Yeah.
The room is blue glass. Thumbs
Every generation inherits a world.
faces in
Ours inherited a question.
but I feel
What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up.
in my bones.
The Star Children.
Hey, where is our lady who's speaking that dialogue? That would have been really nice, right? Like, so now if I prompt, uh, increase the duration a bit, use some more parts of the music like I've done, and also add, after the Star Children, add the lady who speaks the dialogue. We were not born to scroll. All right, so you can also do this, but what do you guys think? Do you guys like the process? Did you enjoy the entire video? What do you think, Funny?
I absolutely loved it.
Crazy.
And it always surprises me, no matter how many times I see this process, how fast you can, go from an idea to concept to building that entire concept out as well. Um,
Yeah. AI has definitely reached a place, but clarity of thought is the main
yeah,
ingredient. Being human in the center is the main ingredient. So I hope, like I said before, we have divided the entire session into 4 acts, but the fourth act is right now when people need to decide why are they and what exactly are they going to use this process for. So
exactly. And these days, a lot of people are also reaching out to me mentioning that AI is becoming costly for them to handle. And that is because you're not using AI for the right use cases. If you're
yeah,
using it for the right use cases, you will actually be able to make money as well.
absolutely. Let's watch the changes which I've asked. Let's watch it again because I'm going to upload the video as is on my LinkedIn any which ways because why to make some changes when this is a first cut?
The room is blue glass. Thumbs
Every generation inherits a world.
faces in
Ours inherited a question.
but I feel
What comes next? While everyone else was looking down, we looked up.
in my bones.
The Star Children.
I hear something old.
We were not born to scroll. We were born to explore.
Nice, good. So yeah, you keep on changing, but good, good. I think we have finished the video. So thank you all for joining in. Thank you so much, Funny. It was a
Thank
pleasure
you.
as usual. It was a good concept today. It was really inspiring a concept.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And I hope that, people take this as an inspiration to go ahead and try out this entire process all by yourself. People who mentioned that you were getting overwhelmed, it was getting confusing because a lot of tools were involved. That is how you generate things with AI. That is how you build with AI. And you just have to try it once or twice for you to get the entire, workflow all by yourself. But
Well
Shantanu,
said,
thank
well
you for
said.
being here. Um,
You're welcome,
I will
Funny.
take it forward from here. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. All the best for your journey. Thank you so much, Funny. I'll see you around.
Okay. Perfect. All right, everyone. With that, we come to the end of image and video generation. I mean, beyond of the concept that we picked today, beyond of what we generated today, um, you know, Gina, please ask your question again. There are too many questions and comments flowing in at this point of time. So I obviously am not able to pick every question that is coming up, but I'm trying to address the broader buckets that people are asking their questions around. And what I truly there are two things that I'm seeing on the chat coming up repeatedly. One is regarding the pricing, uh, or the costing of generating such images and converting them to videos. And the second is regarding the copyrights and whether you will be able to make money of what you are building or generating with AI. Absolutely, yes. Regarding the copyrights, if you are on the paid plans of all of these tools, let's say Kriya, you are using a paid plan, or Suno, you are using a paid plan, the copyrights lie with you. And what is not monetizable on YouTube, if I just tell you about it, and I'll just pause the chat because there are people like Yuvraj who are continuously asking the same question again and again, because of which I'm not able to see the actual question. So I've just paused the chat. But platforms like YouTube, when they say that they will not allow you to monetize AI generated content, they don't allow you to monetize text to video, because that is something that everybody today can do. But they allow you to monetize content, or content that you're putting out, which is creative by nature and is adding value to the entire ecosystem, can always be monetized. And when you think about monetization, there are two parts to it. One is the platform itself paying you for the views and the retention that you're generating. The other part of monetization is if you are getting views that are valuable, brands will approach you and start paying you for the content that you're putting out, right? And the second, or the latter strategy that I mentioned, which is brands paying you, is what gets you a lot of, that is what essentially is monetizable, rather than the platform giving you money for the content that you're putting out, right? So we at Outskill, if you look at WebHub's content, be it on Instagram, be it on YouTube, all of it is AI generated. And the reason why we do that, the reason why so much content gets pushed out, is because we are able to generate that revenue back that we are putting into all of these AI models and AI tools, right? That is how you need to think about it. Don't just use all of these AI tools for fun. Use them in places that will help you make that money back as well, right? That is the perspective that everybody needs to have. The other question that came in quite a lot was costing of AI models, diffusion models primarily. Inside of Kriya, you would have seen that every diffusion model has something called as compute units. It's just like the framework that Dilip also explained today, right? When to use Opus versus when to use Sonnet versus when to use the Haiku family. Similarly, in the diffusion model space, you have so many different models that you can use as of today. Depending on the complexity of the image that you're generating, you use the model that has high. If you're generating a very complex image, you use a model that has or is consuming higher compute units. If you are making a small edit to an existing image, you could probably use an AI model that is probably consuming lesser compute units, right? But no matter how much I speak about it, no matter how much Shantanu speaks about it, you will not understand this unless you go ahead and try it out all by yourself. And for that reason, if you open this drive link right now, let me put it up once again on the chat. If you open up this drive link at this point of time, you will see that inside of this, I will share my screen. You, of course, have, session notes wherein you have everything on image and video generation as well. What are the tools that you should be using? How do you prompt? And what are the workflows that you should be using? We have also gone slightly above what was covered in this particular session itself, because this entire document has been created with transcripts of many image and video generation sessions that we have gone ahead and taken, so that you get the fullest knowledge through this document, right? But you find all of the top AI image models right here. You find all of the top AI video models as of June 2026 right here. You can explore all of these models inside of a wrapper like Kriya. And you don't have to pay for these models separately when you're using a wrapper like Kriya, because Kriya by itself has a subscription plan. And somebody was asking this, so I will reiterate it. Inside of Kriya or Kling or Higgsfield, there are multiple subscription plans that are available. Let us say you want to specifically use Cdance 2.0, which is the best video generation model available out there. Cdance 2.0 might not be available on the basic subscription plan of Kriya. And you will be able to find this in the pricing section. So when you go into the pricing section of any platform, you will be able to find all of this right here, right? When you click on see all features, you will be able to find all the features that you are getting with the basic plan, the pro plan, the max plan, the business plan, and the enterprise plan as well, depending on what your usage is going to look like. Now, should everybody go ahead and take a plan? Absolutely not. When you're learning, all of these tools give you free credits that you can start your generations with. And those are the free credits that you can use to get started or get your hands dirty. And I'll tell you how you can pick that concept as well. But we spoke about prompting frameworks. All of that has been put down right here. You can have this document on the side as you go ahead and generate your first film or first movie. And for you to be able to do that, when you come back into the workbooks folder this time, are all of you seeing my screen? Give me a second. Are all of you seeing my screen? Give me a thumbs up if you are. Because when you go into the workbooks folder, right, you of course have all of the other workbooks here, but the last or the fourth workbook that has been uploaded, I call it the first sip. It's a concept that we have gone ahead and created this workbook around. It's if you have never played around with image and video generation models, this could be your first AI film, right? It's a 15-second film around tea or chai, like we call it in India. You could try this out and you could go ahead and put this video out on LinkedIn or Instagram once you go ahead and create it. And you can tag us as well. And if your creation is good, we will go ahead and reshare it as well, just to inspire you or motivate you to go ahead and try your hands out on all of this. And for you to be able to do this, you don't have to take the paid plans. Everything here is going to be on a free account without you having to even put in your card details and everything. I don't want that to be a blocker for anyone. So this particular concept is a very simple one. It will probably require you to generate 3 to 5 images, not more than that. And all the prompts that you need are also put in over here. But my expectation is not that you just copy paste your prompts, but you add your own flavor to what you're going ahead and generating. I quickly wanted to, how many of you have seen this movie called, you have obviously heard about it, but have you watched Dhurandhar 2? Yes, no on the chat if you have watched Dhurandhar 2. Lots of you saying yes. Wow. Wow. Do you want to see something that one of our community members generated with AI recently? And it is inspired by Dhurandhar 2. Do you want to see that? I thought, it's a quick video, completely generated with AI. And I thought it will make sense for you to watch it just so that you get that inspiration as well. I will go ahead. I love the energy and the excitement. So I'll quickly play this video. This was created by one of our learners, right? And if you have watched Dhurandhar 2, you will be able to recognize this scene from the movie. Of course, every generation that you see here is done with AI. It's not done or it's not a part of the movie directly, but it's inspired by the movie. And we are encouraging this learner to go ahead and share this with the Dhurandhar team as well. But let's give it a watch.
कल तक सब ठीक था, अब कुछ भी वैसा नहीं। तेरे साथ वो चाय वाली शाम अब कहीं दिखती नहीं। हम कहाँ रह गए ये समझ आता नहीं। करदार 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 नाम तेरा लेता हूँ पर तू मिलता नहीं। चल तो रहा हूँ मैं पर कहीं पहुँचता नहीं। करदार करदार दोस्ती में हिसाब नहीं होता, बस साथ होता है या नहीं होता।
So yeah, I just wanted to show you this so that you understand how realistic the creations can truly get if you spend time on this, right? This was done by one of our learners recently and they shared it with us. I'll also, share their name very soon with all of you once they're comfortable with it. But yes, you saw the actor in this particular, video. You should not go ahead and use, I mean, somebody was asking about this question, right? Like, can I go ahead and use any actor's image because I can as of today? You shouldn't be doing that unless you're doing it with a purpose. Now, now our student created this because they wanted to share it with the directors and producers of the film itself, right? To show their own skills. They are not using this to monetize anywhere. So that is the responsibility that you need to take whenever you're trying to go ahead and create such things. But if you spend time, you could go ahead and generate some incredible things with AI. How do I write the prompt so that the character remains consistent? It's using the same prompting technique that we taught today as well, right? And you will find that in the session notes file. But it is about regenerations. It will not happen if you just try to do it in an hour, or if you are expecting things to happen with just a prompt to a video, making that expectation clear. But now we come to the final leg of the mastermind. We come to the final leg of the mastermind. I want to first congratulate all of you for completing this entire mastermind end to end. I will go through the roadmap as well. There is also another file that has been uploaded onto your Google Drive, which is a monetization playbook. I will talk about that as well. But before I talk about that, there are a few bonuses that I want to give away to everybody. Few bonuses to give away for everybody so that you can continue your learning journey from this mastermind. Yes, you will be getting the certificates as well. I'll talk about it, but pat yourselves on the back. You are on the right path. If you have sat through until now, you're on the right path. But having coached a lot of people through masterminds like these already, I know that many people go back into their day-to-day work from Monday onwards, right? Tomorrow all of you will be back to your workplaces, all of you will be back to your colleges or schools or wherever it is that you need to go. It's not about using all of the tools that we showed over yesterday and today. It is about changing your mindset to start thinking AI, identifying those use cases in your work where you can apply AI, not blindly, but with a purpose, right? And that purpose should ideally be revenue generation or efficiency improvement. Because if both of these are not happening and you're trying to force fit AI into a specific process, you are just going to be burning money. And after some time, you will come back to us with a question that, hey, AI is becoming costly. It's not sustainable for us to use AI. Well, it will not be sustainable if you are not able to generate higher revenue by implementing AI. I recently spoke about this on my LinkedIn profile as well. I would love for all of you to check that post out. I'll just share it with everyone so that you get that mindset right. And this is something that senior leaders are also not understanding at this point of time. So irrespective of how many years of experience you have gained a ton of knowledge over yesterday and today. Believe it or not, tomorrow when you go back to your offices, talk to your managers, talk to your colleagues, ask them, or rather educate them. Because when they hear you speaking AI, they will be awestruck based on all of it that you saw over yesterday and today. Don't you think? Drop in a yes on the chat if you agree with what I'm saying, that your colleagues also might not know what you have learned over yesterday and today. Your managers also might not know. Your senior managers also might not know. And they will have a very different impression of you when you go ahead and educate them about these things. And when you are educating them about AI, also go ahead and speak about the cost and the revenue implication that needs to be mapped very well. Lot of people are not doing this at this point of time in the right way, because of which they are landing into that problem. And that is what made me write this post as well, which you can go ahead and check out. Right? Now, for you to be able to take your journeys forward from here, we're going ahead and giving you certain bonuses. Bonus number 1 is, of course, the whole Google Drive link, which has your session notes, which has extensive workbooks. Ankit Kumar, if you want to be an intern under me, the first criteria that you should meet is to not spam. Because you are doing that, I don't think you have the right intent, probably, right? So please don't spam. And you can write to my official email ID if you are looking at opportunities or whatever it is, right? But all of you are going to be getting all of these workbooks, and these workbooks will stay with you for however long you would want them to stay with you, right? Each workbook, if you have already not looked into them, each workbook is very, very self-explanatory. So if you are ever telling anybody that this mastermind was not hands-on, you did not get to practice over yesterday and today, you are basically giving yourself excuses, right? We debated a lot around this. And I'm addressing this because I just saw someone's comment sometime back that, we didn't get to practice over yesterday and today. The problem is we have thousands and thousands of people on this call. And if we were doing the session in a do it along format, we would not have been able to cover so much that we were able to cover over yesterday and today. Our intent rather was to show you everything and then give you these workbooks so that you can practice on your own. And if you're getting stuck, you can always reach out to me or our team on our official email IDs, and we will help you out. But I don't think you will even get stuck, because everything is broken down into step-by-step processes right here, based on what we already showed you. And I'll also tell you another thing, right? Along with the workbooks, when will you share the workbooks? The workbooks are already there in the Google Drive link, and I've shared the Google Drive link already. I can put it up on the chat once again. Okay, sorry, 1 second. That is the LinkedIn post that I was talking about. But yes, here is the Drive link. Sorry. Here is the Drive link. And the roadmap is also in the Google Drive link. I will speak about it. But apart from these workbooks and resources, you also, everybody who is listening to me right now, in the next 48 hours, 24 to 48 hours is what bonus 2 is going to take for us to give you. But you're going to be getting the recordings of all of these sessions. How do you feel about that? I kept lying to you. I kept telling everybody that recordings will not be provided, because had I told you that we would be giving the recordings to you, you would not have sat through all of these sessions this weekend. Procrastination would have kicked in, and you would have thought that, hey, let me learn all of this next week or the week after. And that is not how it works with AI specifically. If you're learning something else like marketing or product or design, you can always learn at your flexibility. But at the pace at which AI is evolving, you have to learn it now if you have already not started learning it. And that was the intent. The recordings will be given to you in the next 24 to 48 hours. They'll come up in the same Google Drive link. Rauki Raj, if you're not seeing other people's messages, that's okay. Nobody is able to see other people's messages, right? But please don't spam. It becomes very difficult to read messages that matter when you try to post the same message multiple times, right? But just to clarify to everyone, 24 to 48 hours, we will upload all of these recordings to a YouTube playlist, and we will be uploading that YouTube playlist in your Drive link itself. So you're going to be seeing a fourth folder here where we will be uploading the recordings of yesterday's sessions and today's sessions as well. And you're going to have continued access to these recordings so that you can practice as you use the workbooks as well. Now, there is a certificate as well that everybody is going to get, and you get the certificate right away. I will go ahead and share the certificate generation link on the chat at this point of time. Give me a second to do that. All right, let me bring it here. There is a certificate that you will be able to generate right away. And there you go. You can go ahead and upload this certificate to your resume, to your LinkedIn profile. But beyond of this certificate, also, if you're putting this up on LinkedIn, I say this every time, if you're putting this up on LinkedIn, mention your learnings. And if you have taken notes, there's a reason why I asked you to take notes. Take a picture of your notes and attach it to the LinkedIn post that you're making. This adds credibility. If you do not know why credibility matters, Google it. But when you're putting a certificate, along with that, if you're putting your learnings out and the notes out, people will really believe that you have learned AI and then start reaching out to you, right? So you have the certificate generation link. Drop in a yes if you are able to generate the certificate. Drop in a yes if you are able to generate the certificate. I mean, if you have not taken notes, that's okay. You can simply write what you have learned. And when you build these projects by working on the workbooks, take screenshots of what you're building and put them up again. Building in public is what this strategy is called. If you want to read up about it, you can Google it and read up about it. Perfect. Okay. Now, I also want to share this opportunity with all of you through which you can participate in a referral campaign. If you want to go ahead and gift this mastermind to others and also earn some points for yourself by doing so, we have a referral campaign that we do through which we select three people who are on top of the leaderboard every month, and we also reward them to for helping us reach to our vision of getting to 100 million plus people globally, right? Because while we are trying to do this through many collaborations, many partnerships, etc., people who are attending our sessions, if they become a voice for Outskill, it'll be amazing. And if you genuinely found value, you could go ahead and refer your friends into this mastermind, your colleagues into this mastermind, your managers, your CEOs, whoever it is that you may want to refer into this mastermind, you can. And by doing so, you get points. Not just that, as you submit your tasks, you get points. We are basically rewarding you for learning. That is what we are trying to do over here. All that you need to do is go ahead and register into this challenge by giving your name and by giving your email address and click on join challenge. Once you go ahead and click on join challenge, you will be able to see your unique referral link. This is the link that you need to share on WhatsApp groups, on your official groups, wherever it is, where you think people would find interest in attending this or, registering for this, you can go ahead and share this unique link of yours with them so that the points get calculated accordingly. And as you scroll down, there are also these tasks that we would want you to do based on the workbooks that we have given you, right? One is building a web application with Claude. When you do this task and submit your web application to us, we are going to be giving you 50 points. Likewise, you build a website for yourself, you get 50 points as well. You generate your first AI image, you get 50 points for that. So you're learning, submitting your tasks to accumulate points. Love it? Yes. People who are saying I have not received the certificate generation link, it's right here on the chat. I'll drop it in once again. Why is this not getting pasted? Okay, give me a second. There you go. People who are saying you could not find it, I'll drop it in multiple times. You should be able to find the certificate generation link right now. Yeah, perfect. And this is how you join the referral campaign as well. When you go into the roadmap folder, you will be able to find the latest roadmap that we have gone ahead and released. And I'm closing the reactions at this point of time so that you have focus on what I'm sharing. Now, this roadmap is supposed to be a guide for all the people that probably we are not able to support beyond of this mastermind, right? It's going to be a guide that will help you with a lot of resources. You can see that this is a 46-page document. As you scroll down, if you see this error, all that you need to do is refresh. It's an internet issue basically, but it should load up. There you go. Right? Inside this roadmap, you will find the same 5 different levels. We spoke about 5 different levels. Our idea with this roadmap is to help you go deep into these levels. So what we have done is all of the resources that helped us learn and go deep into these levels, we have gone ahead and curated them level wise for you. So when you go into level 1, we have described what is it that you should be focusing on in level 1. And we have also gone ahead and given you resources for level 1 specifically. Level 1, like we said, is all about prompt engineering. It's about understanding which AI models to use where. It's about understanding how local AI models can be used. All of that, when Weber was showing LM Studio yesterday, many of the questions that people asked were, why aren't you helping us install this? And we told you that we'll provide you a documentation that will help you install it on your own. We have gone ahead and given that here, right? LLM stats, knowing which LLM to use where. There's also a research paper, Attention is All You Need. It's by researchers of Google. When you open this particular link, you just have to copy this link, go into a new tab and open it up. You will be able to find the exact research paper that was launched by people from Google. It's called Attention is All You Need. We spoke about the 5 steps, right? Tokenization, embedding, self-attention or transformer mechanism, prediction, and response generation. If you want to go deeper into the architecture of AI models, you should absolutely read this paper. It will make a lot of things clear for you in terms of how do AI models generate responses, how can you reduce hallucinations and everything around it. Likewise, the roadmap has a lot of other documentation as well for every level. If you want to learn about MCPs, you look at the resources, you have the official documentations right here that you can learn from. Do you think this is helpful? Drop in helpful on the chat if you think this is helpful. You can't go to anybody from today and tell them that you did not know where to learn AI from or how to go deep into AI. We are literally giving you everything since you have completed the mastermind, right? Now it's a matter of time for you. And it's not just the resources for every level. As you scroll up, you will also be able to find this section on what is the AI landscape looking like as of May 2026. What are the new models that got launched? Opus 4.8 that got launched on the 28th of May. That is the reason why we build out a roadmap every month and we often send it to our internal community members, right? So all of the people who have joined the accelerator program or the people who would get to join the fellowship programs and everything, you would be receiving a roadmap like this every 30 days from us so that you always are keeping yourself updated. Key model launches that happened in the last 2 months and why they matter the most. Lot of you had this question around which AI model to use where. We have gone ahead and given you a table that helps you understand which model to use for what kind of use cases as well. The jobs to be done framework, what kind of job are you doing? What should be the primary model pick for that particular job? And Google I/O recently happened and a lot of announcements came up from Google's side as well. These are announcements that people don't have access to yet. For example, Gemini Spark. Not many people have gotten access to it, right? But what it is, how it is going to be helpful for you, all of that has been put out right here. So go through this document in detail. This will help you go deeper with all the context that you have gained from the mastermind itself. And along with this, there is a bonus, which is the Gen AI Money Playbook. Everything that you learned in this mastermind, right from writing great prompts, to building custom GPTs, to building AI agents, to using Claude in a great way, to building vibe coded products, to image and video generation. All of these individually are skills that you can make money off. How can you go ahead and make money off these skills is what we have tried to capture in this particular document, right? 8 ways to get paid for what you just learned. You can become a freelance AI specialist. You can productize AI services. You can become an AI creator and build your own personal brand. You can vibe code micro SaaS platforms. You can monetize custom GPTs and Gemini gems. You can monetize AI content creation and video production. And we have also gone ahead and given you the bands that people are actually charging in the market for these services at this point of time. I myself am into consulting. So you can imagine, right, the kind of money that you can make as of today. The 8 paths, there are multiple zones that you can make money in when you are going deep into AI. And all of those paths have been put in right here, described as well, so that you get the complete roadmap. I built this document out and I've gone ahead and given you the exact roadmap in terms of, let's say you're doing AI powered LinkedIn ghostwriting. How many posts should you be writing? All of those details also have been put in inside this particular document. Again, not so that you take this document as the only source of information for you, but this can be a guiding document for you to get to where I would want you to get to with all of the information that you have gained, right? And of course, you might say, funny, this is a large 20-page document. How am I going to read through all of this? Be smart about it. We taught you how to use LLMs in the right way. We taught you how to make LLMs your friends or your interns. Use the LLMs in the right way to consume all of this content in a way that it helps you. And I've also gone ahead and given you certain frameworks for you to write your cold emails, for you to write your LinkedIn cold DMs, for you to write your follow-up messages and all of that for people who are extremely new to this kind of business, right? But utilize these resources. I will share this link once again. I think this is a gold mine. Not saying it because our team has built it, but I just know the value of what we are giving you and what you can get from it if used in the right way. These are all of the things that you're walking away with as you complete the mastermind. Right? I think with that, we come to the end of the mastermind officially. Drop in a heart if you want to spread love to everyone who is on the call at this point of time. But I'm just taking a quick look at the questions before we wrap up. There's no date on the certificate, Anup. We will be sending another certificate over email as well that will have the date on it. The Prajwala, the movie teaser that we generated, we will be sharing that as well. Don't worry about it. Hi@outskill.com is our official support email ID. People who are asking for my specific links, once again, I will share that. And people who are mentioning that you're not able to join the accelerator program, not the fellowship program, and are being apologetic about it, you don't have to at all, right? We just want everybody to continue learning. We want everybody to understand the importance of becoming a continuous learner in today's world. As long as you continue to learn, we will be happy for you and we will only wish the best for you. The recordings, like I mentioned once, will come to you in the next 24 to 48 hours, along with the certificate as well over email in the next 24 to 48 hours. I might have missed a lot of questions here and there because of how fast the whole chat is moving. But any specific questions that you might have for me, you can go ahead and write to me and I'll help you out with it. But thank you so much for attending the mastermind over yesterday and today. If there's one thing that I wish for everybody, that's absolute success. Thank you so much. Continue to learn, continue to build great things with AI. The world that we are living in today and the world that we will continue to live in is going to be very different from the world that we have lived in. So I see a lot of young people on the call. You are in a great space already, right? You just have to go deeper and not lose this hunger to learn that you have shown over yesterday and today. As long as you have that quality, you will win in life. With that, I wish to say I wish to say goodbye to all of you. Does not mean that this will be the last time that we are meeting. We will continue to meet because at Outskill, we do a lot of other sessions as well, to just keep teaching people. And you will also get such invites going forward also. If you like any invite, feel free to join in, and I hope to meet you once again at some point, right? But if you ever find me anywhere, feel free to say a hi. I would love to see all of your posts. I would love to see the journeys that all of you take after these 2 days after from tomorrow, essentially. But continue to learn, continue to practice, continue to build. With that being said, all the very best. Thank you, everyone. Bye. See you all some other day, some other time, in some other session. Thank you, everyone. And everybody who joined the Accelerator program and have booked their interviews, our team will shortly reach out to you and help you out with the remaining process. Thank you, everyone. Bye.